is February 18th, 2022. Ken Golden still has not lit himself on fire, much to my great disappointment. But otherwise, the content gods do what they can. Good evening, gentlemen. How's it going, Eric?
Oh, going great, going great.
Yep. So Eric's going to show us off. He's been getting free swag in exchange for slave labor. Bobby, how's it going?
Everything's good. Good. Working away.
There you go. Making some progress. So I see we got a couple of comments here. So Tom gets us started here. Good evening, Tom. And then Jeff as well. Good evening. Absolutely. So I did pop on briefly. I was on Dakota's live stream there for just a couple of minutes. Got a chance
Oh,
to talk a
yeah?
little bit. Yeah, got a chance to talk a little baseball for a couple of minutes before I get back here. I have baseball savant Eric here, but we probably
Of
won't get
course.
around to it.
Watch out.
We'll do what we can, but we might not get there. But yeah, when I get an opportunity to pop on and chat a little bit if we can, I'll do it when I can. So
It'll be
here
a
we go.
bunt.
There you go. So good evening, Josh. Absolutely. Good evening, Shane. Sounds good. Absolutely. Happy Friday night. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. So it was a little bit quieter, no major hobby drama things, but that doesn't mean that the content gods don't provide. I did get to have a little bit of fun, preemptively. I decided to do a preemptive strike on the future dramatic content that I'm going to enjoy because 2022 Top Series 1 came out and they may have printed so much. There may be some sitting in Eric's closet that he wasn't aware of. They just needed space to put it somewhere because there's plenty of it. And some people will discover this in short order. And I'm preemptively saying it's fine. Why? Because then you can get it cheaper. If you're a collector and you want to put together a set, great. You want to open some cheap packs, you'll get a chance to get some cheap packs soon because there'll be plenty of that stuff.
Oh, bully. The children will be so happy.
I can only hope. Well, the best part and the point that I made in the video there is I'll hear the same people that will complain about the overprinting are the same ones that complain about there's nothing cheap to open.
Yeah.
So if they produce a lot of it, then it's going to become cheaper, and then it'll become cheap to open. Isn't that what you wanted?
That's the 90s.
Yeah, but here's the thing: there's nothing. My overarching point is there's nothing wrong with that for some of the products, and
Right.
part of the reason that it happened was it's about a 1 year lead time between the time they make the decisions of how much to print and do all that work. If you go back a calendar year, right around this time in 2021, actually everything was super hot. They were selling a ton of product. So if Topps is trying to anticipate, they're like, okay, well, we're going through a lot of this stuff here. Maybe we should print more of it. Then we fast forward a year, things have cooled off, and it's like, well, we still have all this stuff. So like, well, send it to the distributors. We'll figure it. It's too late. It's too late to turn back. You can't course correct. The good news is if the market says, okay, this is way too much and it sits on shelves for a really long time, well then Topps will sit there and go, okay, so cut back production 45%. And then next year we'll get adjusted accordingly. Like it's going to be a back and forth. They're always going to be about a year off, lag time wise. That's just the nature of it. Good evening. Good evening, Paul. Name here. There you go. And
I
name
just
says he'll
want
be
to
back
point
later.
out. I just want to point out that comment from Name. He's bullying me, where it says "Go Canada, go,"
Yeah.
and you could ask him about it later. But he is straight out. He stopped his day, came on here, wrote that to bully me.
Yes.
Yes, you can ask him about it later.
Yeah. My disappointment is that he doesn't bully you on air like the rest of us do.
He's playing with the kids. With
He
Topps.
he gets invited all the time, but he comes across as a super nice guy. Everyone thinks he's great. No, he's a bully.
Yeah. I listen. I can see through his lies.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he doesn't
Yeah.
fool me, but
No,
I
he's
I
a
appreciate
bully.
it on a different level,
Yeah.
on a trolley level. But you know what? He doesn't fool me with that.
Okay.
A bully by any other name is just a bully.
There you go.
By any other name is Name.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yes. Your punnage is noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Korean Cardboard, good evening. And Aussie Card Dad, good evening. Absolutely, sounds good. Well, I think Aussie Card Dad's been here and there. Well, glad you were able to pop in and catch a live. So here we go, Mr. Bootman. Good evening. Absolutely. But is the Wonder Fango base rookie going to be affordable? I expect it will be. And by the way, again, not a bad thing. If you got the kids or whatever and they like it and they want a Wonder Fango, well, the good news is just wait a little bit. There'll be plenty of it flooding into eBay and you'll be able to get one inexpensively. What's wrong with that? Enjoy. Heaven forbid we actually let people collect something and be able to do so on a budget affordably. What a terrible thing to happen.
Back to the good old days of rookie cards that are inexpensive.
It's one of those things where there's room for both because some of the other products are going to be more short printed anyway naturally. So there'll be an opportunity for some that are going to hold a little bit more value just because they'll be less printed.
Sure.
And for this one, it's base Tops. Everybody and their brother should be able to get it if they want it. That's not unreasonable. Let them have it. Let them have some fun. If we start a convoy to Tops, let's not do convoys. It will all be fixed. Yeah. It worked really well the first time. But anyway, but yeah, it's one of those things where I'm in favor of it from the collector standpoint because it means they'll have an opportunity to get some stuff. Those of us that like to open some packs, if we're willing to be patient, we can have a little bit, or we can have our fun. Especially once retail rolls out on that stuff, that'll be fully available. That'll be fine. And then maybe if the price of hobby drops down, I wouldn't mind opening a box or two, but not at the current price. I need you to adjust it down, and if it sits for a while, then I may get my chance. If not, then not the end of the world. I'll move on to something else. But that's kind of how you have to play it. And the thing is, the reason why I'm anticipating the outrage is that some people never read the spec sheet that would have told you that the clues were there, that the print run was going to be elevated compared to the last couple of years in particular, because that information is right there. It's in black and white, fully available for you to look at. Wait a minute, weren't these golds easier to pull last year? Yes. But the gold has only got, the print run has gone up by only one. Yes. That means over the course of the entire print run, if they become harder to pull, that means there's a bigger print run. It's math. It's right in front of your face. They didn't hide it from you. Yeah, so even though it's massively overprinted, I feel the design is quite nice. Yeah, some people have enjoyed the design this year. So I think that's doubly good. And by the way, Topps usually releases complete sets as well. So later on, after Series 2 comes out, they actually sell complete sets. So if you just want that, you're going to have an opportunity to do that as well. So I think that'll be fun. Again, if you're a fan, it's good to have it. It's like the first product of the year, so especially since some stuff's going to get backed up, so it's nice to at least have something out there. Some products also come and go each year, one and done products, and I can only pick up those cards for nice and cheap. Exactly. Take advantage of those opportunities. Why not? Did I catch the lunchtime break? Yes, I did. So Jeremy did a box of AEW, with Billy. But I did enjoy. I pinged Billy and I let him know that I got a kick out of that he was in the office. So he had his upper deck polo and his hat and everything. I was like, oh, professional Billy.
Mm-hmm.
I sent him a link, so he may end up popping in tonight at some point. So a little spoiler for you guys. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
He sits in his office on Clubhouse all day.
Yeah.
It works. I did get a kick out of it though. It was very fun. And I'll say this: if you do get a chance to watch it, normally I don't recommend it, but in this case I do. In this case, I would recommend checking it out because it's fun watching Jeremy try to pronounce the names. And he did note, and correctly so, that it's similar to what happens when people normally try to pronounce the hockey names.
Right.
But like he was struggling. It was like, and he's like, Trent question mark? He's like, yes, Trent question mark. Trent? You got to say it right. Come on.
Yeah, right.
It was just funny. I feel like Billy a couple times wanted to say something. He goes, no, just let him go through the box. It'll be fine. There you go. Wanders the future goat. Well, then maybe it'll be a $5 card instead of a $1 card. Like I said, they're going to print. They've printed plenty of those, and you'll have the opportunity to get in a full set. And that's not even counting the retail product. That's not even counting. Somebody did an estimate. What I hear is that they may have printed as many as 1 million boxes of hobby. 1 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Exactly. And by the way, that doesn't count retail. So like
Lord.
Plenty of stuff. Now here's what's funny though. That's the reason why I say I wanted to get out ahead of it. Is that because then people be like, oh my God, Junk Wax Era 2.0. That's why I labeled the video that. And I go, you do realize they printed 4 million copies of 1991 Donruss Space cards, each card.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you're not even in the ballpark, my friends. Still not even close.
You can't throw that stuff away.
No.
Keep coming back.
You throw it away and 5 more show up. It's like, I didn't even have this before. Like, now you do.
Yep.
There you go. A goat is better than a trout. Everything's better than a trout. But yeah, it'll be fun. I think tonight will be enjoyable though. Here you go. Will's got it. We'll crash on July the 1st. You heard it here first.
Oh yeah. Actually,
Call
you're
back.
right because the timelines are right there.
Yep, call back. By the way, I also want to give a little credit, a little shout out. Tonight, by the way, is going to be very much just kind of a general hobby chat about whatever we want to talk about. So everything's open. Everything's on the table. Whatever you guys want to chat about, we can. I've got a couple of small things that we can go through here and there. It's all good. I wanted to start with this one just because it is something that came out and it is something that we'll have a little fun with going forward. What I did think was interesting, though, is Brad made a recommendation the last time he was on. He mentioned the PSA podcast. I had a chance to start listening to it a little bit. I do recommend it. I'll get the name of it for you guys. If you have a little time and you want to kill some little time. It is interesting because what they did is they got Steve Sloan to be on it. as one of the two people on it. It's actually not a bad podcast. So for something they just started, it's actually decent. They talk about sports cards in general, but they also talk about what's going on at PSA and whatever. But a thing that they put at the very beginning of the episodes so far, it's only been like 2 or 3 episodes that I like, is they start off the episode with an update on the backlog. And they actually provide you numbers. They actually tell you explicitly, this is what the current state of the backlog, and give you a little bit of a heads up of, hey, this is where we are. And I'm like, this is from the horse's mouth. So I'm like, great. As of the last episode, which was, I think was for the 15th is when it was released, 5.7 million cards in the backlog. So still an
Oh,
estimate.
joy. Oh, bliss.
Well, that tells you if they're at this state, that means they probably had 15 or 20 million in the backlog at one point. It would be double-digit millions.
And they're only pushing out 40,000 a day.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like, but I think they were over 6 million in the prior week. So they knocked up about 300,000 off of it. So if they're going between 250 and 300,000 a week, give or take, that means if we go with Brad's April 1st, you could be down comfortably under 4. So I would then expect another level or 2 to become available.
At what point did you think they stopped taking submissions? Like at what ridiculous point did they stop taking submissions when all this was going on?
Right. When was enough enough?
When they specifically said they stopped taking submissions.
Yeah,
There was
like, so how deep can you get, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I would wager they received millions of cards in only a couple weeks.
Billions.
Yeah. They received
Shut down the post office.
Yeah, they actually had that problem. So it's like they had stacks and stacks and stacks of cards because people are starting to get back submissions.
This is great. Oh no.
Well, here's the thing though. I don't care if it's 50 million. Right now, the people that are sending in the stuff now are getting their stuff back in reasonable time. It's the backlog of the $10 submissions from forever ago that have I watched Comeback Card Investor. He published one of his returns, like 300 cards or whatever it was. And it was like 10 copies of the exact same select base card. And I'm like, well, dude, this is what's clogged up the works. Like it wasn't worth it. So let me quickly bring here. Mr. Billy, how you doing tonight?
Hey,
Doing
Billy.
good.
He's doing double live stream duty. He served in his upper deck capacity. I did enjoy Jeremy trying to pronounce some of the names. That was kind of fun.
Oh, I was cracking up. The first he bombed the first one. I was like, oh, this might be a long day. But then he got a little bit better as time progressed.
He did enjoy the shiny parallels though. You know, the shiny parallels were hit, if nothing else. So it was good. I would look forward to this. So here, absolutely Baz. Good evening, Paul. Good evening. When will Eric start his BGS podcast? Now I like this idea. I will host this idea. I say all I'm going to do is just put it up on a tee. Eric, go ahead. That'll be my job.
I told Carlos earlier. I have things to say tonight about it. Also,
Fabulous. Love it.
I have more to add.
So you get a sneak preview to the BGS podcast. There you go. Yeah, PSA shut down right before LaMelo Prism. That's right, Bob. That's right. Absolutely. That was around the timing. It actually worked out in their favor. Otherwise, their backlog would be at 30 million right now. Like right now, after they had been chipping away at it for a while.
Yeah.
I was just mentioning to the guys, Billy, that Brad on here mentioned that PSA had a podcast, and at the beginning of their episodes, they've started giving updates on the backlog.
Nice.
With the numbers. So I was like, oh, good. We're getting this from the horse's mouth. That's better. But on the last one, they said they're down to 5.7 million cards. They're devoting 90% of their resources, by the way. Instead of the 80, they're actually devoting 90% of their resources to the backlog. So that's probably why they were able to do the 300,000. Now, in fairness, if they keep up a similar pace, 300,000 a week off the backlog, their projection right now, they want it to be completely clear the backlog by the fall. And at that pace, they're actually right on target for that. They might even get it done before that.
Then the anointing will begin.
Well, in the meantime, they're going to bring back some of the lower levels. I would be very surprised if they got in the next month or so. So this is where Brad's partial prediction may come into play. I don't remember exactly the full context of it. But if you get to April and they're down under 4, because right now they're just under 6, if they get under 4 by around that time, which is still possible based on the rate they're going, then you could bring back a $30 price point with the lottery system and bring $50 across the board for anything you want. That means you're still not going to get overly flooded. You won't. But it'll bring back another level, and then you can do the registry thing at like $15.
Yeah, probably Mark's card to back them up for at least a week or two.
Well, the total amount
Figuring
of cards
that out.
Well, the total amount of cards they had was one day's production. Like it barely
And
knocks
figuring
them
it
off.
out on top of that, right?
Exactly. So it's like fine, it's all good.
Yeah.
So real quick here, and I got a question for you, Billy, that I'll ask. So let's just get through this company here.
What is?
Oh, I can answer that.
Oh.
Go ahead, Eric. This is your
BG
moment.
BGS is that thing where like how you're kind of sick and you feel like you're going to throw up, but you don't.
Usually, this is how I feel when you're going to start talking about Boston Bruins hockey. Yes, go on.
It comes up this you can taste it and your throat's burning.
Yeah.
But you don't actually vomit, but it comes up and then you have to put it back down. That's BGS.
Well, why do you think I have to take you off the screen when you start with it? So I can 100% relate to that.
Yeah.
That was very graphic. That was well done by you.
That's BGS.
There you go. So I was going to say is that you did get a chance to touch on. I did get a chance to take a look at the early information on the AEW Spectrum. Stuff looks good. The only thing I didn't like is that I didn't see the chair one. I didn't see like a picture of the chair one.
I'll text you one. I actually screen grabbed it and I took a picture, and I gotta ask if I can release that picture.
Cool.
I wanted that to be one of the solicitation cards, but they had already kind of done that, and then I didn't realize how nice they came out before we had even done the solicit. Because when I write a brief, I have to write down what solicitation cards I want, and there's some cards you just don't know if they're going to turn out as good as you want, and these things turned out 10 times better than I wanted. So I'm excited about those cards. I will say this though, Carlos, as much as I love talking AEW too, hockey products are going to be coming out here soon.
I've heard this rumor. I just didn't know which one. Listen, I have no problem with that. And right now the other product's really new. So I'm completely all right with that. We can definitely talk about it. I just wasn't sure what was next on the docket.
I didn't come on here to talk about product at all. If
No,
I don't have to, I came to shoot the shit and have some fun.
All right. So then why don't we get it out of the way? Why don't we get it out of the way first? Let's do that. We'll talk about it for a couple of minutes here. And if anybody has any immediate questions to it, we can. And then we'll go on about our business.
I have an immediate question. Billy, can you send me some Wayne Gretzky autograph cards, please?
You know what? We have so many of them that we just kind of storm in a room that we can't go into it. It's hard to open the door because it's like you push it open and it's full.
The problem is the autographs are also door stoppers.
Yeah.
So it creates this double-edged problem. Actually,
I just didn't know, if you had some kicking around the office, just send me a couple if you don't mind.
I don't even know if I own any. I got one as an employee card. And I think this was back in the day, and I think I sold it, and I haven't gotten another one since, unfortunately.
There you go.
But wow. I'm trying to pick up all those Steve Eisman autographs anyway.
Oh yeah, I would like one of his also. Have you got a chance to do you get a chance to meet a lot of these guys that come in and sign, or is that
so
just
I don't really do any of the
your
signings.
Department?
We it's not my department now. I will say I've done one official signing myself.
Mm-hmm.
I go to the International Fight Week every year for UFC. I'm a big UFC fan, and it just came to perfect timing that Chrissy Blair was one of the people that we got for Goodwin. And I said, hey, if you guys want to hook it up, I can while I'm down there do the signing, and they surprisingly let me do it. So that was the only signing I did, and what was kind of funny about it was. So I know all the guys trying to get autographs and stuff like that. So I went into the hotel. We got like a table at a restaurant. So it's like people can't go into the restaurant and be standing there. It's like a shut off restaurant in the hotel. So I got a table in the restaurant in case you want any food or something to drink. And what's funny is I go, okay, I call her up and I'm like, you're going to want to go this way through the hotel because there's about 3 graphers here. There's about a couple photo operas here. And she's like, thank you so much. So she found the zigzag through. Unfortunately, and what was funny is then, so we were there maybe like 5-10 minutes. I just kind of see this big guy standing by the door. And I realized after the fact that was her boyfriend making sure that, or I think, she's not married. Her boyfriend making sure like this is legitimate signing. This isn't. Because one thing I found out through her is a lot of people will try to get, autograph deals or stuff with these models or even modeling jobs with the Octagon girls, and then they don't pay them.
Yeah.
So we paid her up front, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, But we paid her, and she signed all the cards, and everything went great. But they were very hesitant at first because she's just like, there's been so many deals that they've done that they just, as models would be like, hey, we need a model here, and then we'll pay you, in 6 months or whatever, and they never get any of the money. And so that's the only signing I did. I picked up autographs for Ben Affleck from his agent, and I picked up autographs from Rachel Nichols when she was at the Kings game. The Kings, it was funny because she's a big hockey, like she was in the Contour set. Mm-hmm. And she actually, the jersey she wore I joked about it. I posted on my Instagram because I bought 2 of the Contours autographed patch cards that like connect together, and she wore that jersey to a game. So I jokingly say it's a game worn jersey in the card, even though she's just an actress.
That right there.
That's it.
Oh, did you find? Yeah, that one right there. So
I when you were saying the story, I figured that was the one. I just wanted to pull it up on the screen
so
folks could just see it.
I guess I'm the dumb one because I thought you were talking about like the sportscaster.
No. Yeah, there's the other Rachel Nichols as well. There's a different one.
She was in G.I. Joe, the movie, like the first one that came out.
Okay.
She was in it's called Compendium or Compendi. It's a Canadian show. Help me out here, Carlos. Come on. Continuum or begins with something. I'm drawing a blank on. Continuum, yes. Okay. She was in Continuum.
Gotcha.
She was one of the main characters from that show. She's been in a bunch of stuff, but I knew she was a big hockey fan because she would post pictures, and I was just like, well, we got to get her. Okay. And she was the first one to sign on. She like immediately, yes, let's do it. Super excited.
All right. Seems good. Let me grab a couple of these comments here because there's a couple of them that we can have a little bit of fun with, and then we'll move through a couple of it. Of course, I got to include this one. Just want to see Eric just once with the flat brim hat.
Don't own one.
Now this one here. You got any thoughts on Don Cherry, Canadian hero-ish? Greatest coach Boston ever had? Give your slander quickly.
I don't have anything bad to say about Don. Cherry.
Then let's move on. That's no fun. Moving on. There's a Jared Moore favorite. No. You only get time if you got slander because I don't actually like Don Cherry. I don't care about him. So there's a Jared more famous than me. Impossible. Here you go, Billy. Can we expect Easter eggs in Series 1? That's a fair question. There you go. Perfect. No, easy, simple answer. Let me grab Yannick here real quick. Yannick, good evening. How's it going?
How are you, everybody?
Hey, buddy.
Going well.
Long week.
There you go.
Yeah.
So let me quickly zip through a couple. I'll include the comment here. Zaggy S. Mojo Sports, the nicest guy of all YouTube, hands down. Sure. Nothing to do with what we're talking about, but hey. Paul appreciates chair. There you go. Okay, so here's a question from Baz. Now, you don't actually have to answer this question, but it's everybody always has the different sign athletes. How many items? It's one of those things like, let me ask the question this way. Do you guys ever know ahead of time, like if something is approaching a certain amount? Because in a contract, you're going to have X amount of autographs theoretically over time. Is there ever a thing where like, hey, we can only do these many when you're designing a set or anything like that? Or is it like you propose something and then just say, yes, we can do it or no, we can't?
For guys like Jordan and Gretzky and stuff, we'll map out, like we know how many we get for a period of time, and we'll map it out. And that goes for rookies too. Like not even the big names, but like, there's some rookies that we might be limited on or whatever, and we'll map it out. Sure. And Grant's one of those guys. He's my boss, and he gets those Excel sheets, and he'll go through every single set and tell our coordinators, okay, you have this many autographs for this set and this many for this set, and so on and so on. And it's pretty well mapped out.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So from that perspective, then what you're allocated, basically what you're allowed to have. But as far as basically what's in the contract, stuff like that, that's not for your purview. You kind of just know what you're allowed to have for your purposes for the set you're working on.
Yeah.
Yep. No, that's fair. Just want to double check that. So hopefully that helps Baz. Justin Gaethje. I know the name, so there you go. I think that might be in response to the boyfriend or whatever, the story you were giving a little bit earlier. I saw the Spider-Man actor and his girlfriend. There you go. Here you go. Is Billy a big fan of Pop Century? You're a pop culture guy, so is that a thing for you or not so much?
You know what? I can't knock it. I understand. There's a lot of, I know a lot of the behind the scenes of it. I know where a lot of those autographs come from, and there's nothing wrong with where they're coming from. The there's a lot of people that do private signings, and they'll jump in on the private signings, and they'll get those people. I don't necessarily know if if people are signing deals with these people. I mean, there's got to be some sort of thing where you have to sign a deal with these people. I'm assuming, but I don't work for that company. But do I own any Pop Century cards? Not too many, because most of the people that are in Pop Century I've seen, met, or gotten myself. So I prefer I'd prefer them on a photo.
Sure.
But it's a fun set. It's a very difficult set to do. We've dibble dabbled in celebrities, and it's tough dealing with agents. It's tough dealing with all that sort of stuff. So, hats off to being able to accomplish that set year after year and come up with a long-term. That's the thing, is there's a long-term game plan for Pop Century, because some of those names that they get, I'm assuming, they have to get a certain number of them. So they have to use some of these people for 4 or 5 years in a row. And I think they talked about that before. So, they obviously have a long-term deal or long-term thought process on it. And so, hats off to them. But I just don't like the photos. I don't like the designs very much. So it's just not my cup of tea. But they do get some great names.
No, that's fair. There you go. That's a good extensive answer, Ben. So hopefully you enjoyed that. So here you go. Bob says, Billy, OPG idea, gum stained parallels. I think the idea is cute, but it'd be one of those things. Imagine if you pull it, it's like, okay, is this what I really wanted?
I think our competitor's done that. I think Topps has already done that.
You might be right.
And
you might be right.
I don't want to copy it.
There you go. Does MJ design stickers or only on card? I feel like there's been a mix. I feel like I've seen some. I don't know if I remember stickers.
There's been a mix. There's a rumor that he doesn't like signing stickers, but obviously, I don't know much about the whole MJ signing stuff. That's not my department. But obviously, we have them on cards, and I've from stickers, and I've seen them hard signed. So,
all right, no, that's fair. You ever is it mandatory reading? You ever seen You ever read Card Sharks?
No, I have not.
Yeah, that was the one about the Upper Deck company back in the early days of it. So that was
I know what it's about, but I I've been there 8 years, and the whole time I've been there, Jason's been the president, and it's a whole different it's a whole different, I don't want to say setting, but there's a lot of things that are run differently.
No, that's fair. I think it would have been funny though if this is a situation where you had a stack of like Griffey reprints and just like we have no idea what's going on with that, and you just use them to, like as a wall line paper and stuff like that. It's like Griffey rookies as far as the eye can see. It's like, hold on, I got to move my doorstop. Just a stack of Griffey rookies. Do you have a favorite UFC fighter?
Rashad Evans. He's a Michigan State guy, and so that's what kind of got me into UFC fighting. Was like, hey, there's this guy that wrestled at Michigan State. Okay. And I lived in East Lansing, and so the sports bar that I worked at, every time there was a UFC fight that he was in, we would get the UFC fights for the bar, and just kept watching from there. And now I try to go. I've never been to a live event, but I try to go to all the fan stuff.
All right.
I played hockey in Lansing. Huh.
That's one of those things where I love watching some of the cards. It's card dependent. Some of the cards are a little more interesting to me than others. I've watched UFC for a long time, but it's one of those things where I would love to go and attend a UFC event in Vegas, especially since they've got that building there where the MGM Grand used to be. So I would love to. I think it's T-Mobile. I think it's the one they do a lot of.
It's a great arena. I went to the Hall of Fame ceremony there. Like I've seen a Hall of Fame ceremony. What was hilarious is I'm sitting there, and so there were free tickets to the Hall of Fame ceremony, and I'm sitting near the top like deck and stuff. And they're like, okay, because it wasn't full, they're like, everybody from the this level can move down to this level, and everyone from this level. So everybody moved down a level. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what's to say I can't move from the 5th level to the 1st level? So I just went down all the way down to the bottom, and I go to the edge, and I see this like. It's kind of like a rounded front, and I go to this. I go to the like front, and I'm like, "Is anybody sitting there?" They're like, "No." I'm like, "I'm in the front row of the Hall of Fame ceremony," and like this camera just keeps like zooming in on me. I was like, "What the heck?" And I turn around, and Paige Van Zandt is sitting right behind me.
Like Kramer.
I was just like, "Oh, that wasn't for me." But the funny thing is, I had like 4 photos in my bag of Paige Van Zandt. I turned around, I was like, hey, I go, do you mind signing these for me while we're waiting? And she's like, I go, make them out to Billy. And if you ask these people to personalize anything, they'll sign anything. They don't like the guys that, necessarily will sell the stuff. So I'm like, you can make them all out to Billy. I don't care. And so she signed them all. We took a funny picture. I'm like, take a picture of like you pretending to photobomb me. So I'm just like sitting there plain face, and she's just kind of like in the background. And, that was fun. But I've never, the T-Mobile, long story short, the T-Mobile Arena is great. I just haven't seen the match there yet. One of these days.
There you go. See, the problem is we missed out on the opportunity because of shifts. Like I said, I'll touch on and weave in and out of the topic. But you see, we could have had a Paige Van Zandt AEW card if she'd actually had a match. Like she was tracking to actually have one. We were getting close. We were getting real close there. Josh literally caught what I was picking up right around the time you mentioned Paige Van Zandt. Yeah, she almost had a match. She had a couple of segments. She's around. Maybe they'll bring her back for something. That'd be a sneaky way of getting Paige Van Zandt on an AEW card.
She would be smart to go there because we've seen the bare knuckle boxing ain't doing it. She's a better UFC fighter than she is a bare knuckle boxer. So
yeah. Well, right now she's a personality on top of all else. She wasn't a bad fighter, but she was an inexperienced fighter. Like she was pushed to. She should have stayed in that. Like UFC had that working agreement with Invicta. Paige Van Zandt would have been perfect for Invicta for a while to hone her skills, get better, but she was too marketable. They just looked at her like we can sell fights with her in it easily. So it's like you go to the big time. It's like she's not ready. She's okay, but she's not ready.
That poor fight against Rose. I mean,
she had no business being in that fight. Rose Namajunas is much better than she is.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right. But I understood why they did it. But then they get overly excited. And a lot of these MMA fighters have pretty short careers in the UFC. So there's like a very small window to capitalize. Because as soon as they start losing a couple of fights, they lose their luster. Unless they get into wars constantly. That's basically the only thing that keeps them around. It's like you either win or you're really entertaining. That's all you can do.
That's one of the things that worries me sometimes about UFC cards is just the fact that a lot of the shelf time could just be a couple years. And then, like you said, when they lose one, they seem to lose there's not a lot of people like Max Holloway that will lose, but then go win against everybody else and then, lose again and then win everything and then win against everybody else. A lot of them, once they lose, once that chin is a little soft, it goes downhill fast.
Yeah.
Quick turnaround, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always going to be the trickiest thing in building stars in that sport. It's not that somebody can't become a star. Conor became a star. But it's almost one of the things like Conor will make money for his next fight, but if he doesn't win, he'll be sunk as far as that side of it goes, because he's got enough star power at this point with the other stuff he's done and all the rest of it that he can probably milk one more big fight out of the UFC. But if you don't win, Ronda basically left at the right time. She lost 2 fights and she wasn't tracking to do better going forward with anybody else, and that the division got better and she was about the same and it wasn't going to get better for her. She will get the appreciation down the road. Walking away at the time she did was actually good for her. Because down the road, they'll be like, well, you know what? In the early days of it, you were the star that we were able to make a pay-per-view around. You were in the main events. You were marketable. She'll get credit later when it's her UFC Hall of Fame time, that kind of thing.
She got into the movies and stuff too, right?
That's right. Go ahead, Billy.
Bill.
Sorry, I didn't. Ronda is the Royce Gracie of the women's division.
Agreed, 100%. Yeah, I think we had that. Discussion offline a little bit, and I agree.
Those are big shoes. But I agree.
But what I found to be most remarkable about her is, she was getting the same type of publicity as the men. People were buying the pay-per-views to watch her.
Yeah.
She's pretty hot, man.
Well,
but that's why UFC though understood that she was the marketable one they could. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
So's Paige Van Zandt, but Paige Van Zandt can't actually win fights against good opponents. And at the time, the reason the Royce Gracie analogy is given is not because we're exactly comparing them dollar for dollar, person to person. In the early days, Royce Gracie had an advantage over the opponents. The opponents were trying to figure out this mixed martial arts thing. Royce Gracie at least had technique. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Nobody else quite understood how to deal with
Royce
it.
Gracie was the man.
Yeah, until he faced off against somebody else who could do what he could do, but better, and then he was destroyed. He got
Yeah, of
demolished.
course, but
Yeah.
he plowed away, man. Basically,
No, but that's the problem. He didn't plow anybody. He beat a couple of guys, and
On
then
the ground all the time.
Dan Severn lost because he had
it was
no
a
idea
whole
what
other
to do
style,
next.
Carlos. But I agree.
No, I watched all those fights, Yannick. As soon as Dan
From the first
Severn
one.
would have won that fight if he was anything, if he knew how to strike, because
I
he
know,
was like,
I
"I'm a
agree.
wrestler. You can't beat me like this." But he just the fight just went on, and they had no rounds. You just kept going. There was like an unlimited clock. So Dan Severn eventually got tired, and then Hoist Gracie was able to win the fight. If Dan Severn had any striking, he wins.
My buddy's a good friend of Dan Severn and brought him to the bar that we were at because he is in Michigan all the time, and he talked about that fight, and he said, "Yep, as soon as that fight ended, I went and tried to learn whatever the fuck pardon my language, sorry. I learned whatever Royce Gracie was doing. Like I went in and started learning jiu-jitsu because of that fight.
Yeah,
100%.
The reason the analogy works is that with Ronda Rousey came on the scene for her, yeah, she's super marketable. Like she looks great. You can put her on the headline, no problem, easy sell. But she was a judoka. She actually knew how to do something that was really effective. Her armbar was very effective at getting people to tap. So she was able to win fights. She was able to win certain fights quickly. So it's like you don't know how long this fight's going to last, and she was able to win some fights. She faced the best opposition they had at the time, but they weren't on the same level. But very quickly they caught up. They started watching the video footage and going like, okay, so don't let her do this. Learn some techniques here. Figure this part out. And then as you went along, eventually people started coming down the pipeline. They said, okay, so I can do what you do, and I can do it better, and I can do this other thing and this other thing. And by the way, I can kick your head off. And that's basically what happened. Ronda Rousey got her head kicked off, and then Amanda Nunes showed up and demolished her.
Yeah, Holly Holm knew about distance. She's a boxer.
Correct.
She knew about distance, and she kept Ronda away from her. And Amanda Nunes knew, I can't let her take me down, and she didn't.
Yeah, that's right.
Holly Holmes was kind of tall too, wasn't she?
She was, and she did. And she had a little bit of a kickboxing style as well. So she was more of a striker. But what happened immediately after? Holly Holm won, became the champion, and then lost it to Miesha Tate. Because that matchup was better for Miesha Tate. Miesha Tate knew how to do certain things that could counteract that, so it helped. So there was a little bit of bouncing around with the title until Amanda Nunes took it, and then she ran with it for a while. But that's how that was.
Yeah, I remember watching the Hoist Gracie and what have you. I was getting kind of bored because it was always on the ground. It was just lacked adventure. It was sort of like, here we go again. Okay, on the ground for 10 minutes. It's just like, okay, this is so exciting. And then it kind of morphed into a little bit more. And now it's at a really good point. There's a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
so
that's why I say both of them deserve credit for being pioneers in their respective divisions, in their respective categories, and it forced everybody else to learn. They say, okay, well, so then me running at them isn't going to work. Okay, so what do you need to do? Learn what they're doing, get good at it, and then learn how to counteract it. Because if you get good at that, then you can counter it. Okay, now that doesn't work anymore. What else you have? Hoist Gracie was not a great striker. He didn't know how to do it very well. He was a great Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. They have the school, the Gracie family. They know what they're doing. But they're not fighters. They're not boxers. They can't strike.
Billy's right. Like it seems almost like Randy, not Couture, but Chuck Liddell when he lost his first one, then right away, boom, number three came. Tito Ortiz, the same thing. He lost his first one, and then number 2, number 3 came right away. So.
Yeah, and that was always the way. When Hoist Gracie's most famous fight that he lost was against, I think it was Matt Hughes.
Yeah,
I think it was Matt Hughes who basically broke his arm and then beat him. And Hughes was great, but then Hughes ran into GSP. And this is the way it always works. It's an evolution. Matt Hughes was a better version of what Hoist Gracie was because he could do more things. But then GSP was a better version of that because he could do more things. So you keep evolving the game as time goes on.
GSP was great. It was like watching Bloodsport with Van Damme.
Yeah.
They're all similar, in a certain way. So.
And GSP knew when to go away.
Oh, he did.
He found the right time. He goes, I'm a champion. Everybody acknowledges me. I'm out of here. See you later.
That's actually, when you leave the top of your game, it's kind of good, because only the fall is coming.
Yeah, he is the one who gets to retain his leg. But these other guys will get their credit as time goes on because they were all instrumental to building the sport to this current position. It has to get better. Ronda Rousey can't go back to UFC because it's like you are like 1.0 version and they're already on like 6.0. You're not going to match
No,
up.
she can never go back.
Yeah. So it's like stay away. You will get
Why
more
would
credit.
you want to?
Yeah, you will get more credit. She would get a lot of money, but it wouldn't be worth it. It would be like you're going to get crushed, and it's like right now you're a legend in the sports. You still get credit for being a founder, for being a builder.
And she doesn't have cauliflower ears yet. So
That's right. So it's like right now WWE is perfect for her.
What did you
Go
guys
do
think
that
when? What do you guys think when Brock Lesnar came UFC?
I was fascinated to see how he would do. It helped though that he was a legit wrestler. Like he was an amateur wrestling champion. It's like it's not like he didn't come in without skills, and he was also a physical freak. Like,
He's
dude was a monster.
I've met the first guy who beat him, Frank Mir, live, and that's a big guy.
Yep.
I'm a big guy. That was a big guy.
Yeah. And Brock dwarfed him. Like Brock was able to like physically, and he was lucky.
Time,
He was able to. He was smart. He was able to get the submission the first time. The second time, Brock learned his lesson. He goes, okay, I figured it out. We're not going to do that again. So real quick, I'll zip through a couple of these. Didn't look bad in the bare knuckle match. Like I said, I think Paige Van Zandt is okay. I think she would have done better if she had been able to train more before being featured so prominently. I actually think she had some talent, but they never refined it all the way. They just never did it. The Diaz brothers and this is a good call out, Chris. The Diaz brothers, though, are entertaining. They're trash talkers. Like even if they lose, they're still entertaining.
Package.
People still like seeing them. They're fun. Yeah, Porter's shorter shelf life. It's hard to be a legend and stay a legend in that sport. If you stick around long enough, all the legends get beat. That's why I say GSP walked away at the perfect time. Stay away, buddy. You're doing so much better. You get to kind of be the one who's like unscathed. You get to do commercials and do whatever you want. You're good. What does Bailey know about the Women's Pro Hockey League cards coming out? Does Upper Deck have a license for that?
Yeah, we actually just got it. We did a e-pack, we did a 3-card e-pack set.
Gotcha.
And I actually didn't build that set, so I'm not exactly sure what the product manager who is in charge of that is doing, but there will be something, whether it's e-pack, physical. Well, there's physical attributes to the e-pack cards, but I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. But yeah, we're pretty excited about that league, and there's already some big names just from the Olympics that are involved in that league. So that's some nice publicity there.
That's a good
Olympic inserts.
Yeah,
we can't.
I don't think
we can't do anything Olympics. Right? That's a whole other license. Yeah, Tops has Olympic licenses, I believe.
And they're stingy with their licenses. Yeah. Olympics are. They're very, very particular about who can use the rings.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I believe it. So here we go. 13 major golf companies are based in Carlsbad, California. There you go. There's the stat.
We used to be right by Callaway. Our old office was like literally, a driver, a 1-iron, and maybe a pitching wedge away.
Look at you.
Not bad.
Look at you. Yeah, Ken Shamrock here. UFC specific, GSP and Anderson are two biggest. They definitely were. I would say Anderson needed to retire a couple of fights earlier. Like he was a guy who already was a made man. He had done everything he needed to do. He was great. And by the way, long term, his legacy's fine. He beat so many great fighters. He was a champion for a long time. He had a long undefeated streak. He's fine. But like a couple of the fights there at the end were completely unnecessary unless he just wanted a payday. Like it really wasn't required. Yep, Dan Severn definitely. Runner Roy supposed 4,000 fighters to actually be knowledgeable about mixed martial arts and not just out brawl. That's exactly it. The older days of UFC were almost hard to watch. They don't hold up, especially compared to what would come later. I always envision kids sliding down the attic slide above Yannick's head. There you go. Yeah, except for Khabib. Yep. And Khabib also kind of walked away. They would need a lot of money to drag him back out. Forrest Griffin is the most famous loser of a fight. He basically got the UFC on the map for like fighting a war. And it worked out. And because it was the Ultimate Fighter. Forrest Griffin was in that fight that put the Ultimate Fighter on the map, which in turn led to UFC taking it to another level after that. But it was because those two guys fought a war. Watching Gracie fight from early cage fighting on TV against Ken Shamrock in the early 90s. Yep. And Shamrock was a bit of a prototype to what would become later. He had a lot of the style that they would use later on. Sakuraba, there you go. Getting all the references.
There was a few great fighters too came out with that reality TV series. Remember, like a decade or so ago?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like that show actually launched the UFC into more of a pop culture thing because I think it was I want to say it was Spike TV that initially had the Ultimate Fighter when it really took off. Yeah, it was called Spike TV, and that was like a big hit for them, and that got it into mainstream. And people were like, "Oh man, did you check out this UFC thing?" That's when Zuffa kind of took over, and they started coming up with these ideas. And it's like, "Oh man." So then eventually down the road, it led to them getting their ESPN deal and all that good stuff, and getting bigger and bigger, and made them a lot of money.
Used to be Sportsnet, I think, at some point had a even 24-hour UFC almost for a few years. Like it ran all those the Ultimate Fighter series and all that stuff, plus all the pre-cards.
Yeah, the specials.
Right? Pre-cards,
all the specials.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Do you think Israel will become an all-time great? It's always possible, but you have to kind of take it. It's going to be hard long-term to see who becomes an all-time great, because you got to have classic fights. You got to have a resume of beating great opponents, and it takes us time to figure out who the great opponent is. Sometimes it becomes clearer later on. Actually, it turns out you beat a lot of really good fighters who afterwards is like, and before it's like, actually they were great. They just happened to face you and it was a bad matchup for them. But otherwise they had no problem with a lot of other top fighters. Amanda Nunes will get a lot more credit after she retires because she cleared out a division. She actually cleared out 2 divisions. And then eventually they were able to find somebody who had a good day. And it worked out. I think it's Juliana Pena, I think, beat her. But it's one of those things like, Amanda Nunes' status is already cemented. She had 2 titles. She's good.
The bare knuckle's kind of interesting. I remember watching it was from the UK, I think, or maybe it was Ireland, or Scotland. I'm not too sure.
Was it after the bar? Was it after a lot of Guinness?
Yeah, they would do bare knuckle fighting. There was little clans of people that would kind of go against each other. And man, that was some pretty tough stuff. What we're seeing now, these guys I don't find it as entertaining.
Bobby, have you ever seen shin kicking in Thailand?
Shin kicking
from Thailand.
So what
is that where your truck is rolling through right now? You're rolling through Thailand. Is that the current location, Eric?
Possibly.
You walk outside and there's some shin kicking.
You get the shin kicked out of you.
Go look it up, man. It's on YouTube. Professional shin kicking. It is horrible.
Do they break their shins on?
Yes, they'll break their legs and stuff.
I can't. That's a Theismann thing. I can't.
Yeah. No, if you're gonna do shin, I guarantee you somebody's gonna break a leg that way. Good old. Here's your favorite, Bobby. Good old Kimbo Slice.
Kimbo Slice.
Yeah,
it's your boy, Kimbo Slice. Come on.
Did they make a card of him?
Nuts.
I don't know. I'm not sure if there probably should be.
If it was a signed card, it would be something.
There's Kimbo cards.
There's Kimbo. Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
Is there signed?
He was in the UFC for like 1 or 2 matches.
He was very short, but I think he was in another. Was he in Affliction or something like that? I feel like
he was in that little. What was that?
Yeah, I know about the street fight. I know about like the bare knuckle fighting thing that he did for a while. But I'm pretty sure he was like in an MMA promotion a couple of fights before he did the UFC thing. I feel like there was a promotion.
I think
it might be I feel like Affliction is ringing a bell for me.
Nah, it doesn't ring a bell.
Elite
for
FC?
me.
There was an Elite FC.
He was in those where they had the 2 teams and then they were kind of going so they could go on to the UFC.
Oh, that was the Ultimate Fighter. That was the Ultimate Fighter. He was in that.
Yeah, that's where I really caught up.
He fought. Was it Bellator where he fought like a couple gimmicky fights at the end?
Yeah, it might be Bellator.
Yeah, I think that sounds more.
Oh, you know what? We're both correct. He did do Elite XC because that's the one I remembered that one, and then he did do Bellator after UFC. So he did both of those. He did both of those.
That's what I remember. Yeah.
Okay. So 3 organizations: Elite XC, which I think also had Gina Carano and a couple of other folks early on in the early days, and then UFC briefly for the Cup of Coffee, the Ultimate Fighter, and then also a couple of fights, and then Bellator towards the tail end. So there was a lot of these weird little companies that had these folks. Again, you're bringing in names. You're just trying to be like, you're famous for something. Here, come into our cage and fight.
Yeah.
So Diego Sanchez, yep, and Clay Guida, yes, absolutely. Slap fighting, yes, that's another.
Oh yeah,
it is another thing. Yes, that's true.
That is a thing.
Yeah.
That is a thing. That's kind of the best you can say about it. It is a thing.
It is a thing. Toe to toe, just sit there and unleash.
It's one thing getting punched in the face, but getting slapped is kind of embarrassing.
But the thing is, like, you're literally, I think as part of that, they literally have to stand there and take the slap. And the idea here is they're allowed to slap you as hard as they can, but then you slap them back as hard as you can.
They do it on the arm wrestling tables. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I don't know why you would want to do this on purpose.
Do you want to slap first or get slapped second?
Yeah, it's like whoever wins the coin toss gets first slap.
If you knock the guy out in the first slap, you're good.
Right? That's what I mean. Like you're hoping to win the coin toss. It's like let me take a stab at it first. Bang.
Yeah, I could handle the first couple, and then after that, I'd be like, all right, I'm done with this.
I start punching after that.
Yeah,
it's like it's not a good time at that point. Yeah. So let me kind of ask you an open-ended question, Billy. Like I said, we'll get off the. For the most part, we're going to venture around. We'll weave back and forth and in and out. Is there any? Because there is some of the hockey stuff coming up. I think Series 1 should be coming up or sooner or later if it hasn't already. I don't remember if it's come out or not. Is there anything you're excited about? Anything you're kind of looking forward to that's kind of on the horizon, or
hockey products?
Yeah, like, but any in particular, or like any especially?
I honestly there's been I read the boards and everyone just keeps cracking, thinking they're the funniest people in the world, that they're making jokes that stuff's going to come out. The 2021 stuff will come out in 2028 and stuff like that. And it's so frustrating because I know these products have been built on our end for months and months. And it's just a matter of vendors and shipping and materials and all this stuff. And they don't believe us, but the people that are in the know have not just like the company, but like people that know about materials, people that know about vendors and everything have been preaching that, it's tough right now. And it is. Well, how does this company get their stuff out? Well, this company might not get their stuff out because their print runs are small. And so it's easier for vendors to take on those products, or, maybe another company came in and took their time because there's only a couple spots and a couple of, places that can do the stuff that everybody wants them to do. So I'm really excited about UD1. It's got one of the hottest rookies in the league right now, Zegras, in there. It's got a number of other, secondary, not secondary, but other strong rookie candidates in there. Yes, Lucas Raymond and Sider are not in there, which I would love to have, being a Red Wings fan. I think Veleno's in there. But Series 1 is basically all holdover rookies, guys that haven't skated in the beginning of the year. And people are like, well, why can't you get them in there? Because the set's been done for months. The set was done before the season started. Like, I'm sorry. But people have been just waiting for it. And I'm finally happy to get this product that I'm pretty happy about out to the public. Because, as much as I'm sitting here complaining that people are complaining, they've also been extremely patient. There's a number of people that have been extremely patient and understand the process. And I just want to thank all of them for being so patient. And hopefully we can get Series 2 out a little quicker. And hopefully, I know everyone's like, oh, now extended. And they're, we had planned on doing extended too the whole time. And people don't understand extended isn't the Upper Deck Series 3. Extended is a rookie set. It's a chance to get a bunch of really cool rookie inserts and cards and stuff. So, but I'm just excited to get Series 1 out, and the end of 2021 is coming soon also. So that stuff's been coming in, and so I believe we have like SPA and Ultimate and Premier and a product that we can't talk about that still has to come out. Sure. And those products are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. So I'm happy about that, but I'm really excited about Series 1. You guys will get a nice little taste of it with O-Pee-Chee. Tony always does a great job with O-Pee-Chee these last few years.
Yeah, Josh just mentioning here the O-Pee-Chee as well. Yeah,
it's O-Pee-Chee's on Wednesday, okay. And then UD1 should be next Wednesday. So, and if you guys ever wanted to try to figure out when stuff's coming out, like, we don't really release, like, a lot of times the distributors, the shops might release dates and stuff gets changed around. The easiest way to figure out when the product's coming out is we release the checklist 2 weeks before the set coming out. That's our goal. Okay. Does it always happen? No, but that's what we try to do. So I've been like sitting on this checklist for quite some time. Like, can I release it this week? No, we got to delay. Can I release it this week? No, but I finally got the okay to release it. We released it on Wednesday, so that's pretty much telling you you're 2 weeks away.
All right, that's a good little tidbit, kind of put in our back pocket.
The edges are sharp on those O-Pee-Chees.
And that's another thing. not to whine a little more, but we got one series of one set where the vendor did not tell us they had a new way of cutting corners on the cards. We caught it like mid-process and had them change it. And everybody now, every single set that comes out says, are the corners rounded? Are the corners rounded? It was one set. It wasn't even a full print run.
It was Lafreniere.
I understand.
I don't know. That's all I remember.
Well, Billy, Billy, I touched on this real quick. I just wanted to stop you for
the same as the regular corners. I've seen Gem Mint 10 Lafrenieres with the quote unquote rounded corners.
Yeah. No, I was going to say that we've had this discussion like in the stream before, and it really came down to like, as soon as a thing happens, people remember it forever. You could do 1,000 products before that are perfectly fine, 1,000 after that are perfectly fine, and in 12 years, somebody will be like, do you remember when you guys did the rounded corner? He said, "This have rounded corners?" Like, I remember that thing from 12 years ago, and he's like, dude, I don't even work there anymore. Leave me alone about the rounded corners.
Yeah. So, and I get it. If I was in their shoes, I'd probably be making the same. That's the thing, is I probably would be making the same jokes that some of these people are making. But yeah, the corners are fine. You don't have to worry about that again, guys.
There you go. Sounds good.
But like I pointed out, I mean, sometimes they look great with rounded corners.
I think if it's intentional, it's okay. Like,
the corners weren't rounded like that. They were kind of like cut differently, and then instead of the point, it was a little bit of roundness to it.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, it was very slight. You could see it, but it was like it wasn't like damage. It was like you could tell it was cut that way. That's just the way it was cut.
Eric, is that Tops or O-Pee-Chee? Tops. Yeah.
So Baz gets in the lacrosse reference. We've got to have one. We're contractually mandated by Canada. I don't think anyone actually wants lacrosse cards, but it is true. It is a national sport for Canada.
I don't know whoever made that up.
Yeah. You have your all 2022 Wanders. I'm getting like 1,000 sent to me right now. So Bare Knuckle, Veil Tudo is insane. Yep. Rampage Jackson and Vanderlei Silva. Yes, no doubt. Product will be released on July 1st. We can only hope.
But it all ends on July 1st, so it doesn't matter.
That's what I mean. But we could get it released on the same day it all ends.
We can talk more about
the beginning of the end, right?
We can talk more about that. That's fine with me.
So what Eric is trying to tell us is that the hockey products are what ended.
That's it. It's an omen.
Interesting.
I got more ammo to prove my point. So
there you go. What's the main issue with delayed products release at the moment? A lot of it is logistics. Is there anything other, like logistics is kind of the main one that I think of it, Billy, kind of in the category of logistics. Is that things are getting stuck in the different levels. Is there anything else that we can kind of attribute it to? But logistics is a big piece.
The biggest one is the vendors are some of these vendors are behind because COVID has limited the number of employees and stuff like that. And we got behind a year ago, and it's just catching up. And then you've got, like how much Prism do you think they're printing over at one of the vendors? That's going to take a long time printing all that Prism. So, that takes time. So then all the lines are busy printing that. So finding the spots in the calendar to be able to print stuff. And, obviously we're all looking different places to try to print cards. We've ventured out to Italy to produce cards.
Yeah, that's what MVP, Josh is referencing here.
Yeah. MVP most recently, that's our first venture with using our friends in Italy. And I think they did a great job. I think the cards look gorgeous. So, there might be some there. We do have vendors in Canada. I keep hearing that there's supposed to be some big vendor getting built in Mexico. I haven't heard anything about that, but I hear other people talking about it. That'd be great. It's hard to find. What people don't understand is, yes, you can print cards. Like anyone can. There's a lot of people that can print cards, but can they sort them? Can they wrap them? Can they, package them? Can they do all that? That's where there's only a couple places in the United States that can do all of that. And so there's only a limited amount of time. And with the card business booming and all these sets coming out, there's only a limited amount of space and time for it. And then obviously these vendors are also getting delayed because they're waiting a long period of time for materials to come in.
Right.
So I sit here and say vendors, but the vendors are also crippled by materials.
Now, I think this is something more general, but what I'm thinking and I'm wondering, and this is something obviously they got to figure out for themselves. We know that Fanatics did their big play, then they bought Tops, so then they've got that going on with them, and they're making acquisitions and stuff. If I was Fanatics, I'd be curious. I'd probably just look into buying my own printing facilities. Like Upper Deck wouldn't necessarily be in a place to do that, but in a way, if they did buy their own and that was their exclusive printing facility and that was just for them, at least then Upper Deck and other vendors could then focus their business and attention on the other printing facilities.
I'd love that.
That's what I mean. Like I'm just thinking like it would almost be beneficial for everybody. Like if Fanatics had their own dedicated printing facility and they could print all their top stuff in their own, but that's theirs, they own it, lock, stock, and barrel. Then those other vendors then become available for Upper Deck and for Leaf and for whoever else.
Yeah. The thing that I don't know about I know Upper Deck used to make their we printed the cards and other companies might have done that too, and nobody's doing that right now. I don't know the logistics of why nobody's doing that. That's just not my part of the job.
Yeah. But it would almost be like it would almost be a worthwhile investment because then at least you have a little more control. It's like if it's in house, then if there's any quality control issues, if there's any specifics that you need, like it's your people, you can at least, hey guys, can we fix this?
Yeah, there must be a reason that doesn't happen. I just don't know why that isn't happening, and maybe because, like you said, having 3 licenses. That might be something that Fanatics looks into. And if they do, like you said, that's great for us. That's great for, don't think Panini's going away. That's great for Panini. That's great for Top, or like it's not Tops because that's Fanatics. But yeah, that's great for Panini, us, and Leaf. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's just kind of a thought that I've had, the last while that I kind of percolate on. I go, I almost feel like that would work in everybody's benefit. Like if they've got their own thing and that's their business, great. Then you guys at least have a little bit more access. You don't have to worry about, Fanatics Tops. They can do their own thing, and then you guys can figure your own thing out with the deals and vendors you have.
They can print their vintage jerseys there now too.
Ooh, fancy. I like it. So Chris here says Fanatics instead of building their own printing facility from scratch, they'll acquire and vertically. It would make more sense for them to acquire. But regardless, if they did acquire one and had that as their dedicated, then that means those other vendors become available to the other manufacturers who can then strike whatever deals they have. It's one less person in the queue, basically. And they're printing a lot of cards. So like if they're out of the way and you have access to these vendors directly, maybe that's something you can work out.
But it might take them out of the queue too, right?
It could. You never know 100% what it's going to look like. And it's based on the deals, based on the vendors, based on the situation. But
you would think you have better quality control?
If it's in-house, it gives you a possibility. I think regardless, the current system of relying so heavily on vendors makes things tricky for everybody. Because the same vendors could then be working for multiple clients, and it's like, okay, so how do we prioritize you? Oh, you're paying more money? Front of the line you go.
That's it.
So it's
a misconception, too, is people think that everybody that works at a card company necessarily knows everything about trading cards. Like, I know a lot about trading cards and values and stuff like that. But, designers know design. Photo correcting people know photo correcting. They might not necessarily know how much a card sells for on the market. I don't know how to photo correct a card. I don't know how to design a card. My designs are stick people. But, there's different aspects of the stuff. Like, people that cut memorabilia, they know what good pieces of memorabilia go for, but again, they don't necessarily know everybody doesn't know every little bit about making a card, and especially like vendors. Do you think they know about all the little ins and outs of trading cards and values and stuff like that? Not even close. So
some would have to think that.
Yeah.
So you're asking, even if they get their own like vendor kind of thing, of their printing themselves, they still might not necessarily have people in positions that necessarily they might know packaging, but they don't necessarily know certain aspects of what cards should go in the box where and that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll quickly touch on DR's comment here. Why would Fanatics want to make it easier for Panini, Leaf, and Upper Deck? It's not so much them making it easier for Panini, Leaf, and Upper Deck as it is making it easier for Fanatics. Indirectly, it could, again, we say potentially, it could benefit Panini, Leaf, and Upper Deck because if Fanatics takes it in-house, then they control. They don't have to rely on these vendors and then figure out what combination. All right, I need you to print this. I need you to print that. We'll figure it out like this. And then, are you guys ready yet? If it's in-house, you can pick up a phone and say, hey, are you guys ready yet? Because it's in-house. So it can be to the manufacturer's benefit to have a little bit more control over it, especially since it's their product.
And they can foresee things down the road if they're having paper problems or production problems. They know this in advance, so they're going to back off a little bit or go forward faster. One of the two.
It just gives you a little bit more visibility and a little bit more control just from that manufacturer's perspective. And Fanatics has resources. So again, I'm not suggesting anything's imminent, but I'm saying like logically to me, I'd be shocked if they weren't at least talking through the idea. It would make a lot of sense, I think, for that. And it could indirectly help the others. Just naturally.
Watch this show, maybe.
There you go. We'll have to get our Fanatics overlords. Hey, watch my damn show. I'm telling you what to do. Yeah, that's for everything in life as far as the one wrong thing in a big line of things. Yep. Nobody talks about the pink dot anymore. Yep. And Australia has printing machines. Select Australia, so they do their own in-house printing there. A little bit easier when it's in-house and they're selling it to the local market, but
shipping is a killer.
Shipping across the world would be put it on the container ship and see how long it takes to show up. So was MVP yours this year, Billy?
Yeah, I built MVP.
There you go. Paul's giving you the credit there. I enjoyed the superscript design, so kudos to you.
Thanks.
So select cards here have pretty good quality. I've seen some breaks. They actually look like nice cards. I do like them. But you see Aussie card there. That's why I say I gotta get the hookup from some of the Aussies. I need my Aussie rules because they won't sell me the damn things. They canceled my purchase. I should have told them I'm not Eric. You can't do this to me. So preach, Billy. Yep. eBay showing they don't have card collectors running the ship. Yep. A Stickman insert set would be cool.
Okay. I see, Chris is here in the comments.
Yes.
Chris, are you going to Dedham on Monday?
There you go. So that's a question for you, Chris. TSN did a test of top 10 Boston goalies. Did not include Peter Slenderman. Did the top 10 list stop at 3?
Pete Peters had the lowest goals against average.
Except against the Leafs.
Of the 1980s.
Wow, disqualified. Disqualified from everything.
Denied.
Shots fired.
Pete Peters had the lowest goals against average of the 1980s decade and won the Vezina in 82, 83. The fact that he's not on a top 10 Bruins all-time list is ridiculous.
The fact that there's a top 10 Bruins goalies list is ridiculous.
Well, wasn't that when Daryl Sittler scored 10 goals against them?
It was 10 points.
It was 10 points.
10 points, sorry. He got 10 points, yeah.
I think he had 6 goals.
Only 6. Come on, Bobby. Don't exaggerate.
That was 1976, and the record still stands today.
And that was not in 1982. It was in
the 70s. It was like 76. 76?
Yeah. So Peters' rookie year was 79 with the Flyers.
All right. So you're saying if he had been in net, Sittler would have gotten like 7 or 8 points instead of 10?
Yeah, probably.
It would have been a little better, right?
But the Lemlin thing, obviously I'm prejudiced. He broke the curse, finally beat Montreal. That playoff series against New Jersey is still probably one of the greatest ever. So I'm prejudiced with Lemlin. But Peters, I mean, come on. I mean, the numbers, he won a Vezina, lowest in a 10-year span of goals against average. How could you not include him?
Yeah. How many Stanley Cups did they get in the 80s?
About as many as Toronto did, you jerk.
Well, I'm sorry.
If you wanted to retort, you could have said as many as Toronto since 1968. You could have actually gone all the way back.
I was focused more on calling him a jerk.
Fair enough.
It is easier. It is easier when we have, more Stanley Cups than you guys do.
At least you earned those, unlike other teams.
There you go.
Ooh.
Toronto earned every one of them.
Watch out.
There you go.
Shots fired.
So Chris says no on that one. By the way, I'm curious about this PC card. Hopefully you make a video about it. That'd be cool. Be interesting to see.
Up a big PC. Okay, well, good
big
luck,
PC
Chris.
card. It's got extra G's, man. It's serious. It's got extra G's. It's big. Cheevers was 4th in the list, apparently.
All right.
Cool.
Well, I mean, who? I have to look at this list, I guess, because I haven't seen it.
I think
but
that's
a guy
who
who won
what
two
Baz
Stanley
is
Cups. I mean, two Stanley Cups, and he's 4th. I mean, come on. He's the Hall of Famer and 2 Stanley Cups. All right, sure.
He had Bobby Orr.
There you go. I like that.
Mike Vernon won 2 Stanley Cups too. He gave up a lot of goals in Calgary.
That's it.
Is Mike Vernon in the Hall of Fame?
I don't think so.
He can suck it.
There you go.
This isn't Clubhouse, guys.
I know. Decorum, gentlemen.
Eric knows the
Decorum.
rules here.
No.
Decorum.
Billy, if this was Clubhouse, this would be the most behaved Clubhouse of all time, wouldn't it
Oh my
be?
gosh, yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like decorum. We are not the Wild West nonsense that you do in your
This
Clubhouse thing.
This isn't even close.
I'm not trying to run a Clubhouse thing. It's like at that
You
point, it's
shouldn't.
like y'all get bounced.
Yeah, you
All of
shouldn't.
y'all.
You
While
shouldn't.
he's on a Bruin run, why don't you run with your stuff there, Eric?
Yeah.
Maybe we're
If
gonna
you want to
talk.
show off some of that stuff that you got there, I think now's a good time. But let me read a couple of these, and then you
Yeah,
can
all
bring
right.
it all.
It's up to you guys. Whatever you
I
want.
think that's good. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if someone probably kicks around the idea. You could do a lot of that stuff, especially with you could do streaming like a sports card trivia thing. I'm surprised somebody hasn't kicked around the idea. It's kind of easy. You could do that. Was anyone even alive the last time Toronto won a cup?
Come on. Yeah, I was. I'm the only living survivor here.
Yeah, you're 106.
Yeah, I was gonna say like and a feisty 106. He's holding in there. Last time Canada won a Stanley Cup, 106 years. So 39 play ball Ted Williams. That's a big card.
Oh,
Multiple
awesome.
G's. That'll do. That will do.
Oh,
that's
Graded or
30 Gs.
ungraded, and which grader? Curious. So here, yep. Bob Lewis's chair is just not
I
appreciated.
didn't mean to upset the chair. I'm sorry, chair.
And chair is legit, man. You got to respect the chair.
I apologize.
Josh likes feisty Eric. There you go. Nice. Yeah. I think so we agreed the Montreal, but as per our agreement, the Montreal thing's out. So before Montreal, I'm trying to think. Before Montreal, it was Calgary. No, Edmonton. Edmonton, like 1990, would have been like the last Canadian Stanley Cup, I think.
Canadian, yeah, I would
Yeah.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah, because we threw out the other one because I don't care. Small sacrifices for more important things.
Sorry, you mean Edmonton? No, what Calgary was the last one before Montreal.
No, 1990. They had the one with when Gretzky was already gone. They had the one more.
Against the Bruins, thanks.
Yeah.
It's just keep.
Hey, look,
keep
their
solving
sacrifices
the
have to be made. Eric, live with it. We disqualified the other one, so you're gonna have to
One
deal
the
with it.
power went out.
No, see,
call it
Carlos,
out when we see it.
I appreciate you being a gentleman and sticking to the rules, but of course, I told you they do have two. They won in '86 and they won in '95.
93. It was 93.
Yeah, so those are the
93,
two that they actually have.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, 93. It was the same year. So the Jays had that. Montreal had their thing, and then that was it. And then Vancouver rioted multiple times since. That was great. That was kind of fun. Okay, so PSA 1. Very good. Nice.
Excellent.
Look forward to seeing that.
Excellent.
That's cool.
Yeah.
39 Ted Williams. Sounds good. All right, so let's see here. Well, I got charged up today, so that's good news. Sounds good. Like a Boston Grandpa Smurf. Love it. Orioles lit up the Bruins in 1990. Paul's there to help.
Thanks, Paul.
I like the one of the best Bruins player ever. Had to win a cup in Colorado.
Yeah.
We threw him a parade when he got back.
Deservedly so.
I was there.
Deservedly so.
He left, went to Colorado, won a cup.
You mean Eric threw him a parade or Boston threw him?
Well,
Boston.
but Eric threw him a parade because he wasn't invited to the other one. There was a restraining order in effect.
Eric all by himself. Hey, right.
That parade lasted for weeks at Eric's house. It's very awkward.
And then the restraining order.
Yeah. So here we go. Hockey is talking about my most recent video. I actually think the feedback's been good. I actually think most people were all right with it. Because all I was saying was kind of reality. What it really came down to is that I was just getting out ahead of the complaints about the overproduction thing. That's
Hey,
really all it
Carlos.
was about.
Congrats on the 4,000, buddy.
Thank you. Yes, the channel crossed 4,000 subscribers. It'll bounce up and down a little bit, but that's where it is now. So pretty good. Pretty
We
good.
didn't have a 4,000 party or something.
But with Billy here, it's going to go up to like 4,003 by the end of the night.
Billy's here to
My
celebrate
family
the
loves
4,000.
At least, man. I like it. All right, so here you go. And thank you, Baz. Appreciate that. So there you go. So at least Baz likes the video. So that's good. Crack out and sub to HGA. Settle down. Settle down, Paul.
Absolutely.
Settle down.
Absolutely.
He doesn't need a coaster. I saw Criminal Minds and Bobby were chirping each other hard during. Oh, okay. Sports Card Live. That show's still on? What? Crazy talk. Are you chirping each other hard? Is that the deal? Well, Criminal Minds likes to instigate. He's been benched around here, so I haven't seen him in a long time.
You won't see him. No, I think I said he was offside or something, or tilted or something. I don't know.
Well, he gets mad about it. So, like, and I've talked about a lot of the regulars already.
Why
know this.
Jeremy entertained him is beyond me. So
Well,
I
He's got
I just got frustrated and I just put it. I don't usually create crap, but I just got tired of him. So I just
he got he used to be around here a little bit. But I joke with Eric earlier where I say like everybody's live stream, everybody's channel, it's like their house. When you come into somebody's house, you are an invited guest. But at the same time, it's like follow the rules of the house. We'll have our fun, we'll do whatever. But sometimes some people like to really just, start acting up for the sake of acting up. And it's like, well, different people have different tolerances for it. I entertain a lot of it. A lot of us are just here having some fun. We're tripping Eric. We're having fun at the Bruins' expense. Bobby's taking his shot. He'll get his shot for the Leafs thing. Yannick over here will call him an English muffin. Like, it'll be a good time. But occasionally, somebody likes to actually take it seriously when we're just trying to have some fun here. And if that's the case, well, then you get benched. You get quieted and you get to sit in the corner.
Criminal Minds came back. He said, Bobby, don't you have some cereal box to buy or something? I said, is that all you got?
Yeah. He's been around a lot of the live streams, and it's always the same kind of stuff.
Can't find anything else on me? Come on, brother.
Yeah. So how do you guys think the MLB delay will impact on the sports car market? Well, according to Eric, it'll doom us. That and the hockey cards.
It's on the list.
It'll doom us. It'll doom us all. 4K sub box break 80 bucks from 1991. There you go. I like that. Yep. Criminal Mind is irrelevant anyway. Yeah. Sometimes there are commenters who do it.
And then I put CM.
I believe I did.
I put CM in the
chat.
response back. Yeah. And there's a friend of mine, Colin Murray. He goes, "Was that about me?" It's like, oh,
you should have rolled with it. It's like, yeah, about you too. And the other guy.
Calling, going, "Did you? What's wrong with me? What I do? It's nothing. Get whatever."
Bobby.
Fair enough. I'll leave the comment. I'll accept it, but I won't read it. Moving on. So I do like a good English muffin with butter and Vegemite. Yes, you are Australian. That is the thing over in Australia. Vegemite is Australian. Yep, Vegemite is very much.
It's the Marmite of England.
Yeah, so. It's like Australian confirmed. Confirmed.
Have you ever smelled that stuff? Open it up and just...
It's
smelling salt. It's smelling salt.
I tried it. It's disgusting.
It's a salty mess of... Yeah, and they love it on their toast. It's like, no wonder your teeth are all jacked up in England. I don't know.
Nice.
They put
it's
it on obvious things,
right?
It's funny. I've had a chance to work with a couple of... when I did do the Canadian Tire gig for a while, our project manager was Australian. She came over to do a lot of project management work. And then, I think she had stuff imported, though, from Australia. And she's like, oh, do you want to try it? Absolutely not. Nope.
You got the weirdest food.
Yeah, I was like, nah, I'm good. Thank you. I'm good.
I had kangaroo jerky once, and okay, I'll try it, but no thanks, not again.
Being a kid from the 80s, there was a period of time where the hottest band in the world was Men at Work from Australia. And one of their songs, in the middle of the song, they talk about a Vegemite sandwich.
Yes.
Nobody knew what the hell they were talking about. And we're singing along, and we're like making up words because it's like, what in the world are they saying? We had no reference point. I mean, we're kids, right? And we're singing along to Men at Work, and no idea. I didn't know for another 20 years what Vegemite was.
I didn't even know it said Vegemite in there because I just heard sandwich, right?
No, it's like Vegemite sandwich.
Sandwich, yep.
Well, Vegemite is kind of like blah, blah, blah.
And it's like, right, but we had no concept of what he was what Colin Hay was trying to say.
Right. See, I knew what Marmite was then. So if they said that, I would have been okay, but
there you
go.
No idea what Vegemite was back then when we were singing that song.
We don't have anything like that here. It's just, I don't know.
I think in Canada we settle on the maple syrup. It's like, we accept this. This is a vastly superior. It's like, we're going to be associated with something. Maple syrup's good.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'd much rather have that.
Seems solid. We can stand behind maple syrup. We all agree? Yay.
And we jumped on board here in New England, so we're
Listen, there's nothing. I don't think anyone has any moral objection to maple syrup. I think everybody's like,
it's all good.
Good. So Baz is just trying to cause fights with Eric, which I'm enjoying. I'll just leave it at that. Vegemite is what the color brown tastes like. There you go.
Nah, well, that could be debated.
Yeah. Hockey saying Tony Khan becoming TNA. Not that bad. I will say, though, and this is just, I'll touch on it briefly. I like Tony Khan. I love obviously, I've said before, I like the AEW product. I enjoy the show. It's fun for me. But the thing that always somebody who's in that position of power has to be very careful of is they have to learn not to be overly sensitive about things. And I had a chat with Billy. I won't reveal too much about that, but I had a chat with Billy about it. He has reacted to things sometimes that he shouldn't. He takes certain things very personally. And sometimes that can get in the way because how you deal with other people then is going to translate into some of these other things. We'll see. We'll see what happens long term. I still enjoy the product, and as long as the product continues to be good, I'll be good. But Tony Khan is still a relatively young guy. So sometimes if he gets, and he grew up a wrestling fan. Like, he is legitimately a wrestling fan. But the problem is that means he grew up in like forums, and like in forums, it's like these flame wars yelling at each other. So it's like, my friend, you are now the owner and CEO of a company that has a television show that is on a major network. You cannot be doing internet flame wars over your Twitter and over your social medias when you're the head guy. You got to hire somebody whose job it is to control your Twitter and get out only the details that you want out, and that's it. You got to pick your fights, not always. Ozzy Gardez to put hair in your chest. There you go. That's kangaroo to the bucket list. What was that?
Hair in your chest nuts.
There you go. So, kangaroo list of animals to eat. There you go. We like sugar too much to eat anything like Vegemite or Marmite. Facts. Came in late tonight. That's all good. Billy designs cards. So it's not really design. It's what's the terminology that would be appropriate here, Billy?
I build sets.
Yeah. You build like the spec sheet, so to speak, like details related to it.
The outline and what everything is supposed to like. Basically, the ratios, the number of cards in each insert, what the inserts are going to be, and all that stuff. And then
he's the guy who knows all the numbers.
Design it. Make sure everything I'm doing is legal. These are the pictures I want. These are the autographs and memorabilia I want. Put it all together.
Yeah, absolutely. These are facts. This checks out. So this was the big story this week with the AEW thing. Cody Rhodes, maybe, potentially heading back to WWE. That's been the kind of the thing because his contract ran out with AEW. Now, it's going to be kind of interesting. Now, this is kind of a general question, Billy. Obviously, the checklist's already been made and everything's been done. So we had the AEW set that came out, and then Spectrum's going to be out. I'm pretty confident Cody Rhodes is in the checklist. It's going to be kind of interesting then by the time it comes out that we're going to have, obviously there's going to be some characters. It was going to happen. Like, it's natural. But we're going to have like some Cody cards probably in the set where he could be in WWE by that point.
Yeah. And what's funny is I mentioned that I've talked about AEW to a number of people and a number of groups and stuff. And, a lot of people are like, oh, it's kind of funny that Adam Cole's in all these WWE products and that Ruby Rose is in all these WWE products. And I'm just like, it's a timing thing. It takes a certain period of time to build the sets. I go, the first set that we build, it's like those are all the current people because it's new. I guarantee you down the road, and it didn't take long, but I guarantee you down the road, we're going to have cards of people that aren't necessarily in the show. We're going to try to, jump on it as quick as we can. Mm-hmm. As I said, we've already built 5 other products. Yep. Or we built a total of 5 products, and more than likely, Spectrum will be the last set that has Cody Rhodes in it. Yeah. From a main character standpoint, we probably could still make like some inserts like greatest matches of all time and stuff like that. And some of Cody Rhodes' matches fall into that category.
They would, yes. And that would be legitimate. I do agree with that.
We could definitely, from what I've been told, we can still use them for a little bit. So, but from a standpoint of, being in products, I'm pretty sure he's going to be in Spectrum, and, it is what it is. That's why I wasn't knocking. That's why I wasn't knocking our competitors for having older people in there or other like people in it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Just as a side note, as a collector, it creates this interesting dynamic because I know that I have purchased some cards from your competitor. And I think I've shown you 1 or 2, because they're characters who then came over to AEW because I'm enjoying their work in AEW because at the time the available card was with one of the other manufacturers. That was fine. Because they're still the same name. They're still the same character, and they've just transferred over. So it's still an interesting kind of character niche, a collecting niche, if you will. It is something you can have as kind of an intermediate.
Yep.
And it can work the other way around. So there could be some fans, if he does go to WWE, and they still want some of it, well, there's an opportunity there. He has older WWE cards as well. But then you can also have this in between because he was very prominent. He was a big character in it. It's not like he wasn't just a random dude that happened to be around. Yep. I think he's card number 1 in the AEW set, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably.
Yeah. So it's like
we had a whole insert.
Yes, that's right. Exactly. So it's like you can't gloss over. He's a big part of what they were doing. It did make it interesting though, and I'll kind of show. I think you'll appreciate this. I've mentioned before that from the main features insert. I'm a fan of those, and I enjoy some of the numbered ones. And my big coup was getting the Britt Baker as inexpensively as I did, but I've started to get some of them in, and I'll quickly just shuffle through a couple of them. So I've got a couple of them.
Ooh, look at those.
So these are all the reds. These are out of the out of 50s. And I've got 3 more that are coming in. So, and these are tough. The out of 50s is going to be on the tougher side. But what's going to be interesting is that the checklist is 40. I'm not really going to do the checklist. It really wasn't interesting. I kind of would pick and choose ones that became available, opportunities, and also characters that I like. So a combination of there. Ironically, one of the reasons I wasn't thinking about doing the set is I didn't particularly like Cody or Brandy Rhodes. So I was like, do I really? I don't really want to pay for those. And now it's going to be interesting to see if the secondary market takes the opposite approach. It's like, well, they're not going to be in a lot of AEW sets going forward, to your point. Then maybe those could get a little bit of a boost in the secondary market. It'd be kind of notorious.
And something to keep in mind. It'll be coming out on EPAC soon, and it's going to be another great way for a lot of these people that have been trying to find AEW cards and can't because they don't have a local hobby shop that got them, or they don't have a Walmart or Target that has them, and so it'll be coming out on EPAC. And there's different kind of characters that go on EPAC. There's going to be the collectors. There's going to be the people that want to get their favorite wrestlers and stuff. And there's the pumpers and dumpers. I mean, just like when in buying stuff, but there's people that will be buying a bunch to try to get the autographs and because they've been seeing how much the autographs have been going for. Again, I thought that was a great idea. It wasn't my idea. I can't take credit for it, but limiting the autographs for the flagship set. But there's going to be people chasing those. And in the process, they're going to be getting some other cards that, are nice cards, but not the cards that they want. And then they're going to transfer them over to ComC. And there's some of these 50s that you're talking about, you got to just keep your eye out for them because they're going to be available, and they're going to be available for some of them will probably be available for some decent prices.
Oh, that's very good. That's a good point to make. I think it's going to be interesting. I'm gonna play it by ear. But for me, I looked at those numbered ones. I looked at the UD exclusives. I picked up a small stack of those as well. So I looked at a lot of those numbered ones, and those are kind of that's the direction I focus my attention on. I wouldn't mind getting a couple of the autographs, but obviously they came out pretty hot, in terms of pricing and stuff like that. So yeah. It's I would still like to grab one or two, but it's like if I can get a couple of these numbered ones for a good price of characters that I like or characters that I think are pretty good, might not be the worst idea.
I'm gonna try to collect a full Pyro and Dynamite set. That's kind of my my goal is to go for that. And it's kind of funny. I do this in a lot of stuff. I don't necessarily go for the best inserts, but still good ones like in Metal Universe. Like I can't go out there and spend all this money on these on the precious metal gems and stuff. But what I've been doing is I've been picking up a lot of the Spectrum parallels, the EPAC exclusive Spectrum parallels that you have to stack 10 base cards for. And what's happened is I bought a bunch early, and what I'm seeing is those prices are starting to go up because people are starting to realize, these aren't as common as people think, and it takes a lot to get them. And then, in like the Black Diamond, the Marvel Black Diamond that we made, I bought a lot of the regular base cards and a lot of the exquisite base cards. And I didn't chase the parallels out of 23, and I didn't chase the red parallels out of 35. And yes, those are worth more money, but I'm pretty happy with the parallels that I've gotten for those set, or with the base set cards I've gotten for that. So just like that logic and thinking, I'm going after the Dynamite and the Pyro parallels. I'm not necessarily going to jump after the numbers. I'll leave those all to you, and but I'll be happy with what I got.
No, I think that's fair. And I think there's enough room to take different tacks. It just depends on what you're looking at and what interests you. And I think there's some fun stuff. I ended up buying a set of the golds, and then I put it into a Z Folio. I don't have a base set yet, but I had our buddy Bob Lewis came on. We had Bob Lewis's chair on earlier, so infamous company. But basically, he actually opened up 3 of the blasters because stateside they've got the blaster boxes. Yeah. He ended up picking up 3 of them, opened them up on the stream. Originally, he was going to open 1 just to check it out, and I talked him through some of the stuff that was in it. He opened 3 blasters and was able to build a complete base set. He got almost perfect
Nice.
collation. It was very impressive.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. That
Yeah.
was
Don't
something
call it
else.
impressive. Call it lucky. Let's be
Yeah, no,
honest.
it was because with the amount of cards he had in there, I think he had 6 duplicates.
Wow.
Like it was godlike collation for 3 blasters. It was almost the best, and he beat the odds on some of the inserts too.
Nice.
So it's like you got almost godlike collation. We said it's like don't expect that to be the norm, but
Yeah.
he killed it. He killed it on those 3 blasters.
And the blasters, if you can get them at, here's one thing about retail stores is the retail stores has an SRP, and if you can get them at the retail store, they sell at the SRP level, and so people are like, oh my gosh, these blasters are loaded compared to the price of a hobby box, and
Yes.
it's kind of like, well, no, it's what it's supposed to be.
It was supposed to be the price, yeah.
But you're getting it for the price it's supposed to be at.
Yeah. But Billy, I'm trying. I need you to forward them over to Canadian. Can you like push them up against the border and push them over the line? Like I need this stuff.
What was it? The old when Newman and Kramer were gonna go over state lines with a bunch of soda cans and stuff and get extra money per soda can because in one state it's worth more.
Yeah.
We'll have a whole car full of AEW blasters.
Yeah, like I'm sitting here waiting, buddy. Like all I've got is Walmart around here. Like we don't have Target. Like I'm working with what I got. Give me what I can get. Work with me here. But it is what it is. It's what you're gonna do. Let me grab a couple of these comments here. The one trait Tony Khan can take from Vince is not promoting surprise on social media. I understand this point, but I will say there is a time and a place. Sometimes you do, especially when you're a newer company. You do want to encourage, because sometimes people like need extra encouragement. Maybe they'll watch it, record it on, PVR or whatever. And it's like, if they anticipate a surprise, you don't have to spoil the surprise. I get the idea of like, oh, well, if you just do a surprise, it's like, but yeah, if less people see it, then yeah, it'll generate buzz for the next show. But you want a buzz for this show and you want it to then take advantage of the surprise. If you're able to deliver, it's not a terrible idea to have a surprise. If you can offer it and then deliver on it. That's really important. The delivery is the key. And on the whole, he's done okay with delivering it. So this one's kind of a general question. Do you have a favorite set that you've built? Any sport, any genre, a particular favorite?
Ooh. I was really, I'm going to be honest, and I was really excited to build AEW. I've told the story a couple times, but man, I was in their ear for a long time. I'm like, can we get any wrestling? I go, can we get the TV show Glow license? Because I want to build a wrestling. Like, I don't care. So that's been a whole lot of fun. I'll tell you what, it's fun to build. It's some of the sets that I have enjoyed building. There's one that's coming out that I can't talk about yet. That's fun. But like Metal Universe is fun because I get to go back and use some of the nostalgic inserts and then kind of create some new ones too. Like we don't want it to be like we don't want it to be, Metal Universe retro. We want to like build some new stuff too. And this year we got a little bit of it. Next year there'll be even more. That's a fun set, just coming up with quirky inserts. And not to sound cheesy and cliché, but man, when you can build cards like from the cup, and that's always fun because now you got some money to play with to make some nice cards, and that's what I think we do, and to kind of keep that tradition. Basically, I've built some sets, but a lot of my job has just been to keep the tradition of a lot of sets going also. So there's a lot of pressure on that. I think one of my favorite sets I ever built, if you're saying a favorite, but it's only come out once, is Splendor.
All right.
I think and I'll get in arguments with people if they want, but I still think that's one of the greatest hockey products ever built. And from a standpoint of just, it's not anything like legendary. I'm just saying from a standpoint of content and just the cards, like you've got legendary players, memorabilia, autographs. You've got some of the top rookies and stuff, and there's some of the top players in the NHL. I think it's a beautiful set. I think it's very underrated, and it's still doing well. But I think the cards in the set and everything were just absolutely gorgeous, and the checklist was great. There are better sets. I mean, like the first year of the cup, or not better. There's like the first year of the cup is just nostalgic. That's a whole nother level, I guess. Let's exclude that one because that's an amazing set.
We'll get a little cup callback in a comment here in a second. But I think that's a really good list. I think it's a really good list. And I remember Splendor. I remember it a little bit. I have to kind of visualize it a bit. I'll see if I can find a picture for it and bring it up here in a minute. So Aussie Card Dad says, I'll be sure to pack a jar of Vegemite. I won't be at the Nationals, so that sounds like a threat. As if Atlantic City wasn't enough of a reason to be concerned. The Aussies are bringing
definitely
contraband.
not going.
The Aussies are bringing contraband. Settle down. So this is the comment I was saying to Chris here. And do you take offense to Carvin referring to himself as the architect? You should just say yes. Just nod your head.
Carvin has been amazing to me and my growth as a product manager.
Carvin's a great guy.
So I, he definitely is out there, and he's very knowledgeable. He will tell you he will tell you what he's done, why he did stuff, and all the other stuff. His stories are great. So I can't knock the guy. He's done a lot for me. He's one of the main reasons. I mean, Grant Sandground's like hands down like my mentor, but Carvin has given me some advice that helped me turn the corner from just being a regular product manager to someone that builds sets that people want to collect.
Yeah, no, Carvin's earned a lot of the praise he gets. It is kind of fun though to have a little bit because he's done a great job, and a lot of it in the conversations that I've kind of had with him is that the whole architect thing is because it's like a branding thing, but it's also like he has the pedigree of having built some big sets that became huge in the hobby.
Yeah,
and it's also a legacy thing. Like he's got his daughter, and then going forward, it's like it's kind of a cool thing that he can be like, hey, well, Dad did this back in the day and came up with this, and people love this stuff and pay big money for the cards that he conceived of, and it became a thing. And here you go.
Yeah, Carlos, you're right on the money on that. That is extremely important to him.
Yeah, and it's like, why not? Makes total sense. His legacy
to his daughter, and how she sees him as she gets older and sees that my dad was somebody in a in this niche, and it's he takes that very seriously.
Yeah, and that's good. That's completely fine. The whole architect thing that was kind of fun because he's also built it into like his own personal brand and rolled into it. He's got the Infinite, and then the thing with the Weekend. Like there's been a lot of stuff that it's like the next step in him doing another thing in the hobby.
I will say there were a lot of people involved in a lot of this building stuff, but Carvin was able to. A lot of people involved in building those sets.
Sure.
But he obviously was the ringleader of the whole thing and got his vision created, and he had some great people that helped him build his vision.
Yep. But now we need to come up with a cool nickname for you, Billy. You've got time. You got to start thinking of a cool nickname that you can.
Grant's got one. Grant has his office is the dojo.
Okay.
And he's kind of like the Zen master of the office. But no, I don't have anything yet. Tony's my counterpart too, and he right now we got another guy, Patrick, that just got hired in, and he was one of our coordinators, and so we're teaching him. But Tony does a great job also. So if I get a nickname, he's got to get one too.
No, that's fine. But the thing is, you guys have time. You got to think.
He just doesn't. He doesn't come on these things as much. He doesn't like the social aspect of it as much.
All right. No, that's fair. I get you.
I think we should just call you and Yannick, please don't take offense to this. I think Billy, we should just call you the Beard.
You know what's funny is I had a medical and I just shaved it off and it grew back pretty quick. But I had a medical procedure done this week, and I'm sitting there, 3 nurses, different times, all said, "Did anyone tell you look like the guy from The Hangover?" I'm like, Zach Galifianakis. Yes. Only one of them was nice enough to say, but skinnier. I was like, oh, thank you so much.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Where's Zach now?
He's between 2 ferns.
See, yeah, that's a good one.
There you go.
There you go.
Seems good. So Julia's here, having a little fun with you. But the second part here, seriously, the last time Billy was on was great and gained some great hobby knowledge. Good stuff. I like it. Cody and Brandy overvalued themselves and AW moved on. That's one of the prevailing things out there. We'll find out, I think, the truth in time. I think there were a lot of little components of it. I won't go too deep into it, but I believe there is a combination of Cody and Brandy have an ego. Tony has an ego. That's normal. but they weren't able to come to an agreement on kind of what that was going to be because Cody was a big part of building that company as well. But Tony is the money. Tony is the, the driving force. It doesn't get off the ground because he's financing it. And he's obviously involved in everything. So they both deserve credit. But if we both think we deserve more credit and we, kind of bump heads, it becomes tricky. Go ahead, Billy.
Got a question for you, Carlos.
Sure, go ahead.
So if he does go to WWE,
yep,
how do you think they're going to use him? Because they have potential to do some really cool stuff.
They could, yep.
But WWE also has the track record of bringing back Goldberg again.
Yes. Yes.
So,
right.
What do you think they're going to do with him?
So this is where it gets interesting. So thank you for asking. I'll give everybody the short version, and if we want to elaborate, we can do that later on. But here's the short version. I think if he comes into WWE, it's going to be with some kind of an assurance. By the way, it won't be in writing. Vince won't do it. Like he'll like, oh yeah, for sure, we'll do that. It's like, can you put it in writing? Absolutely not. No guarantees. Nothing that's legally enforceable. However, I would think that Vince's plan then would be then to make it, give him a hero's welcome and immediately push him into the main event picture and give him a couple of opportunities. However, this is where if you're Machiavellian, if you're in Tony, this is where like Tony Khan needs to be in the inner circle. It's like, this is the Machiavellian moment. This is where you can take advantage of this and use the momentum against Vince. Because if he does that, what has Vince just done? He thinks he's got a trophy. Oh, I got an EVP of AEW, one of the founding guys. And if AEW is so good, why'd he come back to me? You flip it on him. But he was a low mid-card guy that you couldn't do anything with in over a decade. Now you needed me and us to elevate him, make him a main event caliber guy, and now you're treating him like a big deal. So you couldn't get the job done, and now you needed our talent because you can't build anybody anymore. Damn.
I have a problem believing that Vince McMahon will make someone of Cody Rhodes' size and stature a big name.
I agree.
But he doesn't like small guys.
I agree. But here's the irony. It's almost like Vince brings him in, the best move if you're Vince is actually doing nothing. Even though, like, on the one hand, you want the optics and the whole thing, but like I said, it almost works against you. It's like conceding that you were wrong to let him go in the first place because you let him go for nothing. You literally let his contract run out. You let him walk out the door because he was worthless to you. And now you have to pay him a truck full of money to come in. You have to suddenly acknowledge he's a bigger player if you're going to go that route. So you either pay him way more money, which you're acknowledging it. All the guys that are already on the roster sitting there like, I've been here the whole time and you didn't let us have anything. And now you're bringing this guy that you rejected the first time and let him leave. And now you're going to treat him like he's a big star. Maybe I need to go to AEW and become a big... Like, it can work in reverse the very same way. Or the alternative is, you bring him in, you treat him like garbage, and you're just reinforcing the narrative that, okay, so if we want to become stars, we need to leave you. Because you can't do it. You can't build stars anymore. You're not good at it.
Yep.
There you go, Eric. That's why we have Kaboom.
That's right. But that's the thing is that like this is almost like a game of chess these guys are playing now at this level. You've got personnel. As an AEW fan, the Cody thing, it's not really a big deal to me. I acknowledge it as a deal because people are talking about it. It's newsworthy. But it's almost like the company has built itself up to a level where it's like it doesn't need him anymore. He's an asset, but like he's not necessary. They've got enough other things going on. It just creates room for other people. And Vince is kind of playing this weird optical illusion chess game. It's like you fired 200 people over the last 2 years. Like it's really hard to say like, oh, well, we brought back one. Great. You fired 200. And almost everybody that leaves leaves with a sour taste in their mouth. It's really hard to wash that away. Like you can't undo it all. But hey, the company makes money, so he can hang his hat on that. So that's good, I guess.
Bobby, I grabbed a screenshot of this and to show tonight so I could have yet another rant.
He's got a screenshot.
But
for the kabooms?
Yes, put that up, please.
All right, hold on. Before I do, so okay. Billy, you're a wrestling card god now. Yeah. We got to refine it into a proper nickname, but it's a start. Go ahead, Eric.
I just, Bobby brought it up. On what planet is this cool? This is utterly ridiculous. And how much money do you think this thing is going to go for?
The Kobe? Oh.
This is the dumbest thing I have ever seen in the hobby, and I've been in it since 1988. This is utterly ridiculous.
Eric does not like the comic books.
Are you talking about the Beckett slab?
It doesn't help that it's a piece of crap.
Yep. I was waiting for that one. I was hoping. Billy, thank you. I was hoping. Like, please.
Eric.
I don't need to be the only one. Come on, help me.
Eric, did you hear? I think I've said it a couple times, but did you hear how it got the name Kaboom?
No, tell me.
Okay, so we get pattern foil books. The name of the pattern foil board on those cards and the pattern that they have for the outline, it's the same pattern actually as the I believe the Pyros, or no, the Dynamites, the Dynamite Parallel. It's called Kaboom.
Yeah,
like they really thought hard for an insert name. It's the name of the pattern foil board, Kaboom.
Yeah,
but my favorite part is that on the lunchtime thing, you actually had the book with you, so so you're able to bring it. You were able to bring it up, which was a good bonus, by the way. So, like I said, allegedly there are other videos on it, but if you want, you can check the one from today, and then Billy's actually able to bring out the pattern book and actually show the pattern for the Kaboom, which is it's kind of a fun little
more
thing.
So it's the Starburst that it's the Kaboom.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah, and it's that's the point.
Stupid.
There you go. So hockey, I'm going to leave this one go. I like general debates, but there's a lot of good comments, so we'll come back to that one later. So 661 Fish, good evening. Don't collect hockey, but if I did go for 54 tops, not a bad choice. It's a great set. So Baz, no offense, never heard of AEW before the set came out. That's perfectly fine. Never knew about WWF and WWE, but I had old 90s pinball. Yeah. Right now, they're doing a little bit of a different thing. I would say there's elements that call back to it, but it wouldn't be like the 90s WWF. I wouldn't call it that. I would call it a blend between some of the things they did, but also WCW. So if you remember WCW, they borrow some elements because Tony Khan was a fan in that era. So he's borrowing bits and pieces from it. And that's kind of what the presentation is with some modern stuff thrown in. You want to say something, Billy? It looked like you wanted to say something.
No, I was agreeing with you. I was 100% agreeing with you. The WCW.
Yeah, I feel that influence. I feel that influence very strongly in the way they do their thing. That's the most likely, Bob. I would say so. Yep. Yeah, Vince has a long-standing history of kind of messing with the Rhodes family. It's like, oh, you want to come back? This will be fun.
Oh, the polka dots. I remember that.
That's right, yeah. And the thing is, Dusty Rhodes made it work for him. He was still able to get a reaction out of the crowd. He goes, whatever, I don't care. Whatever you do, I'll make it work.
I hope they do at least if they do like a Royal Rumble, I hope just for fun, Cody Rhodes comes out as Stardust.
Well, I feel like there'll be one callback at the bare minimum if they do that.
At least once, yes.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't know about that one. So let's see here.
Don't just block him. Just block him. He's a bully, and I want him. I demand.
Which one of all? There's a lot of bullies. Could you be more specific?
You know which one.
Everyone.
Yep. Canadian grandparent. He's not Canadian, but I like it. I still like the general idea. You know, it's Boston. It's like wannabe Canada.
Yeah, right. As soon as the heat is free, I'll turn it up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a heater. I have the HAL 1000 over here. That's my heater. So it's like it's pointed at me for a reason. Goldberg is back because of Saudi Arabian money. Yes, correct. And you never know, they might bring it in. So Paul here, good evening. I was tuned in the right time. Tony realized Omega and others are 5 times what Cody provides. I just think, like I said, long story short, when Cody started with the company, they were just starting. They brought in Chris Jericho because Chris Jericho is a name. He's a star. He already had name value. He became the first world champion. He was the perfect guy to be the first world champion. But since then, he has not been world champion again, correctly so. They brought in a bunch of these other guys that have been built up. And now you've got this very last week, Cody wasn't on the show. They didn't skip a beat. They had a lot of good stuff going on and a lot of things to go through and other storylines. My idea here is that right now, if you're Tony Khan, it's like, oh, so I don't have to book a Cody Rhodes segment or a Cody Rhodes match? Oh, so I got a lot of extra airtime. Hey, you haven't been on TV in a while. You want to come and do a match? Hey, you want to talk in the microphone? There's plenty of people to fill in the gap because now they have a pretty sizable roster of some talented people. So it's like, sounds like an opportunity to me. Take advantage of it. Serious question. Which legitimate stars WWE actually built themselves that wasn't poached from another promotion? So The Rock, but you have to go back to the 90s for that. Austin was in WCW.
I remember when The Rock first came out.
Yeah.
Oh boy, if he's not embarrassed looking back at himself as a young person in his
He did
debut.
a YouTube video. He did a YouTube video doing a reaction to it.
Oh my Lord, was that bad?
Yeah, it was very bad. But I will say, so The Rock, yeah, but The Rock, obviously it's been too long. Austin was a WCW guy before, and he was having some success, but not to the level, obviously, he would become.
Stunning Steve.
Yep. Shawn Michaels, but again, that was a long time ago. Brett was already in Calgary and Stampede, but then obviously became a bigger star once, kind of on a necessity because Hogan was gone, so they needed to force it. Hogan wasn't even, not even Hogan was technically built by Vince. Hogan actually started, there you go, exactly. Hogan actually started getting a little momentum in the AWA, and he left because he wasn't getting an opportunity to get a bigger payout because he was already calling it Hulkamania. He was already going by Hulk Hogan. Some of the mannerisms and stuff were, he was already a good guy in the AWA competing for their championship. And then Vince took it over, carried same gimmick, same general idea. He goes, now you beat the Iron Sheik and become my champion. And then they went, the rocket ship from there.
Now, here's something funny is you're talking about all male wrestlers. I will say they have built a lot of female stars.
The Four Horsewomen.
Yep.
But outside of the Four Horsewomen, who do you want?
Bliss.
Okay. I'll give you that one. But I think they all came from a lot of the same class. So, and the thing is, they don't really regard it. So here's what I'll say. I agree with you. But at the same time, think of where they're sitting right now. They've got Becky with the title. They got Charlotte with the title. Sasha Banks is kind of hanging around there. They're trying to do something with Bianca Belair and some of the other ones. But there's a lot of them that are just kind of there. Or they haven't.
They're doing, I'm sorry to interrupt, Carlos.
Go ahead.
They're doing what the men are doing. They get these top names, and then there's great talent underneath, and then they just keep them there.
Yes.
And and then it's just going to be it's going to be the Four Horsemen just fighting each other, and then one person will step up, they'll lose, and then it's back to it's just kind of back to just sitting in the lower level. They haven't let Bliss is pretty much one of the only ones that has fought through that, I guess you could say.
Sure.
And now it's still just her problem is she's had her concussions and her injuries, so she hasn't been able to come back and be legitimate champion in a while. But for a period of time, she had fought through those four. But other than that, they're doing exactly what the men do: is they have their top few guys. A couple guys get to compete for that belt, and they usually lose. And then it's like I was shocked when Big E won the belt. I'll be honest. Yes. I did not think they would let that happen because it's just he's not the big name. Yeah. But yeah.
But then he barely won a match as champion.
Yeah.
So like you make him a champion, and then remember, wrestling's a show. You can do whatever you want. You can have a guy win 1,000 straight matches if you want to. You can have him lose 1,000 straight matches if you want. You can sell this story. Unlike regular sports, you don't have to have somebody run up the score. You can make something incredibly competitive. You can make it back and forth. You can make it very dramatic and make the result dramatic for the audience. Completely, however you want to do it. It's fine. Because you have that control, it's almost inexcusable that you can't make it dramatic. That you've removed all the drama or any intrigue from it. And to Billy's point, he's right that they were able to build these. But the only reason I push back on it a little bit is that yes, but none of them are ever going to be able to be the star that they could be if the division was stronger. With so many weak people in that division, they can only really fight each other. And it's kind of even, and then nobody elevates. And the way I know this is that with the 5 that you mentioned, and the 5 available, and Bailey's off injured, but she may come back at any time. And when she does, she'll be in the mix again, and, great. But the thing is, they're doing the Saudi Arabian show for the Saudi blood money. We love our Saudi blood money. They're doing that. And they've got Becky Lynch on there, one of the few stars they've made, so one of them. And her big match is with Lita. Lita was a star back years ago with Trish Stratus and that, but the problem is she hasn't wrestled a full-time schedule since 2006. Lita's 46 years old.
I'm about to say, I know who she is, so she must have been in the 90s.
She's 46 years old.
Yeah.
She started up in the 90s and in the early 2000s into the mid-2000s.
Red hair, right? Red hair?
Yeah.
Hardy Boy she hung out with.
That's right. But the problem is though that let's put it this way. Lita was around long enough ago that she got her big start. I remember Lita in ECW. Okay, she was doing stuff in ECW. ECW has been out of business for 20 years. Like, it's been a long time. And again, she's in good shape and everything. That's fine. But I'm like, it's basically the Goldberg thing all over again. You don't have anybody current and that you felt was worthy of this match. That's an indictment on you as the person who can create stars, theoretically. You're telling me nobody's good enough. The only way I could make this work for this show that you're getting paid $50 million for is I got to take Becky Lynch and grab somebody who hasn't been a full-time wrestler in almost 20 years. That's inexcusable.
It's like bringing Hogan back all the time.
Yeah.
I agree with some of what you're saying. I will only defend the Lita part in the fact that she's actually one of like the trainers and stuff like that. So she's around the wrestlers. It's not like they're calling up who can I think of? Well, it's not like they're calling up Kelly and saying, "Hey, now come fight this match." Who's been sitting there on the Housewives of whatever.
But they did it at the Royal Rumble.
What I'm saying is, well, they brought everyone back for the Royal Rumble. Yeah. What I'm saying is, Lita's actually like in their training program, so she's like on the mats all the time still. But I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, I just Lita, like I would have brought like Lita's just she's a little bit better than what we're giving her credit for.
I'm not saying she's bad, and I'm not saying she can't do the job that they're asking her to do. That's not what I'm concerned about. My point is that I shouldn't be relying on you. You should not be the first person that I have to pick up the phone to call because I don't have anybody else. And I don't have anybody else. The Royal Rumble thing was the biggest indictment on their division. They didn't grab anybody from NXT, any of the younger wrestlers who were building themselves up. I did a quick math with my buddy. I went through the list of the Women's Royal Rumble. 13 of the 30 were all legends. Not full-time contracted people. 13 out of 30. And you have a bunch of women on the roster, which you're telling me none of them are good enough to even have a spot in the Rumble where they do nothing. That's what you're saying. They're not good enough for that. I have to call Kelly. I have to call Melina to be in there for like a minute. Like, it was pointless.
I don't know who those people are.
It doesn't matter. The point is,
I don't know what a Kelly is.
The point is, anybody in that audience who is under the age of like 35 also doesn't know who she is. That's bad.
Yeah. I know Sable, Trish Stratus, Lita.
I know you know
China.
who Kubler is.
Probably Molly Holly. Molly Holly was around the same time.
No, that one.
Well, she would have been around the same time. They were wrestled each other around that same period. They didn't bring back. What was it? Victoria. They could have, and they brought back Mickie James. So it's like, guys, and Mickie James worked for another promotion. They had to work out a deal so that she could come in. It's like, you fired her, by the way. That's the reason she's working at another promotion. And you brought her back in because, again, you don't have enough people that you trust in your own roster. So there are a bunch of the women that are working for you right now that are sitting in catering that you're like, no, not you.
If they bring Stacy Keibler back, I'll watch wrestling again.
It wouldn't take much. Give it time. At this point, she might be the next phone call they make.
I'll watch every week.
Just for you, Eric.
Eric, they don't do the pudding and Jello matches anymore, though.
I didn't.
No. Eric will take what he can get.
Listen,
no bra and panty matches either.
I'm glad because listen, I'm not a feminist by any means, but that stuff really turned me off, and that's one of the reasons I went over to WCW because I didn't like the direction that Vince was taking it. It bothered me that there was children in the front row, and these women were doing what they were doing. And not even just the women. There was a few, guys in their acts that were just, Val Venus and stuff.
I was literally about to say Val Venus, and I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I was disgusted by it. There's kids in the front row, and that's why I went to WCW as a fan back then during the Monday Night Wars because I'm like, this is gross.
There you go. So, Bob, I think overall, there's probably a couple we can think about. The problem is almost all the names I could give you. Outside of the 4 horsewomen, to your point, and Alexa Bliss. Outside of that, on the men's side of the roster, we still have Brock Lesnar. Randy Orton's still on the roster. They'll occasionally bring back John Cena. Here's the problem. All of those guys started off at OVW at the same time. Brock Lesnar's 45. Randy's in his 40s. Cena's like 45, 46. What does that tell you? These are the only guys they trust to bring back from time to time. They're like, oh, we need like a big match. Couldn't you use one of the guys you have? No, they lose half the time. That's your fault. That was your decision. You didn't make anybody a star.
Cena's a movie star now. He doesn't need to come back and never wrestle again.
So ironically, the reason why those guys are able to be held in such high esteem and be protected very carefully is that they don't need the money. Brock doesn't really need the money. If you tell him something he doesn't want to do, he'll go back to Saskatchewan and tell you to screw off. He doesn't care. Cena has got his TV show, like he's doing his he's got that superhero one, the
right.
Peacemaker, thank you. And he's having fun doing that stuff, and like he doesn't need the work anymore. He'll come back for a match or two. I think they're trying to get The Rock for WrestleMania. The rumor going around is that they're going to try to bring back Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin has literally not wrestled in over 20 years.
And he can't. His body's junk.
And it's like, again, you're telling me that you don't trust anybody you have on the roster now because you have no stars. What does that tell you?
Yep.
Good news, Cody. You might be a main eventer by default.
He wants to run down and punch somebody and smash some beer cans. That's fine, but he can't take a bump or anything. I mean, he could be paralyzed.
I'd be very surprised. I'd be shocked. Can't wait to do kapow and kabang. Ooh.
Pat's next.
Patent that.
No.
Yep. AEW's of ECW got legit wrestlers without over. So minus the second half of it, ECW did have a couple of legit wrestlers. It kind of snuck in there. They did have a couple of guys who. Dean Malenko was in ECW for a chunk of time. Like he's a legit dude. So does Eddie Guerrero and I think Rey Mysterio and a couple of the and Chris Jericho had a stint in ECW. So they did have some guys come through the doors that actually knew how to wrestle pretty well. But yeah, they're known predominantly for the gore. We know that. Cody Rhodes hated being Stardust. He might get to do it again. The Saudis want Yokozuna to, yeah. And if they can rise up from the grave, there's still time. There's still a chance. Seems like the 62,000, the third of all pro wrestlers were Canadian. There was a chunk of time there. They had a stable and everything. The Rock sucked at the Super Bowl, how annoying his intro was. It doesn't work. Here's the thing about The Rock. I like The Rock, but the shtick with the promos doesn't work very well 20 years after the fact.
He didn't even say his punchline, his catchphrase. He didn't even say it because Vince probably owns it. But, do you smell what The Rock's cooking? He didn't even say that.
If he had, it wouldn't have helped.
Yeah, it would. Because the fans that, I'm sure were waiting for it. His fans were waiting for, him to end on that. And even if you go and watch, an old timers game or something, and they bring this old guy up to hit or do whatever. It's like, you at least got to see them to do their thing. Like he didn't even do his thing.
I'll tell you what. If I was one of those players getting ready, waiting for this to happen, and I'm waiting to kick the ball off, and this guy's doing this thing, I would have been like laughing, just like Draymond Green when Fergie's singing the national anthem at the All-Star game. I'd be like, what is this person doing? Like, it made no sense to me whatsoever.
Sucked.
Yep, I agree. No, I agree.
And I'm not a fashionista, but his pants were a joke.
We got to find a way to get in touch with The Rock and let him know Eric does not approve of your fashion choices. That's very important. It's good feedback to give.
I did
good
not.
Feedback.
It's like Sean was in AEW before. Yes, that's true. You're 100% right. So Josh here puts Roman Reigns. So I'll tell you what, I'm with you. The only thing that I push back on Roman Reigns is that WWE made a hash of that for quite a long time. I don't know what happened. Somebody finally got it through their thick skull that they were doing it wrong. And they finally said, could you just let him be, exhibit some personality and don't script every word he says? What? What kind of an idea is that? We don't do that here. Try it. And now all of a sudden it works. They made Roman Reigns a main eventer for years where it did not work. And like they were trying to make him a star. They even had The Rock endorse him. They're like, would you cheer this man? And they're like, no.
He was hated.
Yeah,
he was hated, and he was supposed to be a face, and he was hated.
Yeah, they tried to shoehorn it in. So it's like WWE accidentally got out of their own way finally, and it's like, oh, so this works. It's like, yeah, you could have been doing that all along. The guy actually has a pretty good personality. He can be a dick. He's actually pretty good at it. And by the way, if he does that long enough, eventually the fans will cheer him, and then you can flip it.
Yeah.
But let it happen on its own. That's what happened with The Rock. The Rock, they told him to die. They absolutely skewered this man. But then he goes, all right, Rock, go and yell back at the fans. Sweet. And then it worked. It's weird. It's like they're cousins or something, and the same thing worked both times. Bizarre. Yeah. I got your message, Yannick. So anytime if you need to pop off, we appreciate you popping in as always.
It was short, but like I always appreciate it. So thanks for having me, girls.
Of course, buddy.
You guys
Get
have
the
a good
hell
night.
out of here. Go read a book.
I know, man. I got homeworks to do, and you're, man, you love whining.
You can send him profane messages while throughout the show now.
Yeah. English muffin. See ya.
See ya. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, so WWE is like the rich kid friend that has 50 cool toys and will only ever play with 3 or 4 of them. That's a good analogy. That's the great irony is that if WWE wanted to get out of their own way, they still, with everything they've done, have so much talent available at their disposal. They could very easily be extremely competitive in every way, shape, and form because they've still got more than enough talent. But they have downplayed it and downgraded their own talent. And it's like, well, if you're telling me they're losers for the last 5 years, so that's why the Cody Rhodes thing is going to be interesting to me, Billy, for one other reason. Even if they decide to do it and they say, okay, so now we're going to treat him like a big star. I'm going to be like, you do know you basically told me for a decade he was a joke because you treated him like one. And it's not like, okay, well, he was Stardust for a minute. We won't make him Stardust. He was also Cody Rhodes and he was treated as a joke. So it's like, so now he's a different Cody Rhodes? Like, did he is the neck tattoo do it? Give him superpowers or something? Like, what is it supposed to be?
He got rid of the porn stash, yeah, and
I guess, yeah. And now he's better. That's why I say, like, you almost have to. You're basically indirectly acknowledging that it's like, oh, so he had to go somewhere else to get better, and then came back, and now we treat him like a star. Oh, I see. Remember Lita in ACW? That's right. They just called Kelly for the Rumble. Yep. Surprised they didn't get Alundra Blaze. They probably would have.
Yeah.
I bet money they called Stacey Keebler. I wouldn't be surprised. They probably made the phone call. WWE have had a lot of stuff. They called the Iconics and they turned it down.
Yep.
Like they went through a whole roster of like, has any woman ever worked here? Here's the list. It's like, okay, can you call Mae Young? She's dead. Can you call Fabulous Moolah? She is also very dead. I see. Could you scratch them off the list for next time?
You've seen the documentary about Moolah, right?
I know. I'm aware. But Vince would have still called her. That's the point. It's Vince McMahon. He would have still called her.
Oh, my God.
The only reason she didn't get a call is because she's dead. That's the only reason she did not get a call.
Was Mae Young's baby with Mark Henry a girl? Can we get her?
No, we already established the Hand as a guy. There was an appearance of Hand as an adult later. They did call it back. Sorry, Billy, that's canon. Yeah, they've had a lot of awful stuff in the mid to late 90s.
Horrible.
They did. Some of it doesn't stand up. Like if you watch it later, it's actually kind of trash.
I listen, like I said, I'm not perfect or anything, and I'm not walking down the streets with my Now poster, but they turned me off. It was too much back then. I just walked away from WWF at the time. I couldn't do it.
There you go. That's fair. Gail can't believe the Seahawks didn't run the ball. Dunkachino, always consistent.
I can't believe Cincinnati didn't run the ball. They're on half a yard. You're gonna go wide out and pass. You couldn't run a half a yard. I can run a half a yard.
I feel like we need to see that now. Like with a head of steam? Or like from a dead stop? What are we talking about?
Running backs get a head of steam. So yeah.
Well, they couldn't do it against Sam Donald. Or not Sam Donald, Donald from LA this last weekend.
No, but that's the thing. The play before on third down, they actually made a half a yard. They needed 1 yard to do it. They only got a half, right? Because they could have got another half and got the first down.
Yeah, the Cincinnati head coach is a young guy. So it's one of those things. Sometimes they get a little bit cute. It's like, give it a try. It was Aaron Donald. But
yeah, I know I said Sam Donald. I'm like,
no problem. No problem. But yeah, I'll say this. Like, it's easy to now this play I'm going to question for all time. Try running the ball. Give it a try. But they were doing okay on some of them. It is tricky. So Paul here says, like, against Aaron Donald, it was like 3.5 yards against the normal D. But they were having some running plays that did work. It was spotty. You have to kind of be consistent about it and keep trying. But it's tricky. It's tricky.
Get a quarterback sneak for a half a yard. Oh, it's just, I don't know. which is crazy to me.
Yep.
So holding call too that was called that shouldn't have been too.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that. The
That was
referees
that
did
one.
stay out of the way for a good chunk of the game. Towards the latter portion, they started getting a lot more involved.
There's 2 flags all game till the end there, right?
Yeah,
And then,
exactly. They were staying pretty much out of it for the most part, which was
And that-
good. It actually helped the flow. It was nice.
and there was
And there should have
40
been a
flags in
call
the last
on that.
5 minutes.
And there should have been a call on that touchdown for Cincinnati when they had offensive face mask and just tore the guy's neck.
All right, so for the record, I agree with you, but I'm still good with them not calling it. And when I was in a Discord chat and I was talking about it, oh no, that's a veteran heel move.
Yeah.
I like that. It's like,
Yeah, that was
Crank his
something
neck.
else.
It was so blatantly obvious. It's like, no, I appreciate it. It kept the game competitive. It made it more interesting.
I can't believe they didn't call that back.
Nope, we don't have
Unbelievable.
replays or anything. You saw nothing. You saw nothing.
And
Yeah.
then there was holding calls where they were blatantly holding them. It's just like
They're always holding
guys, it
calls.
was too. Yeah, I know, but it was kind of obvious where
I
it was
know,
grabbing
I
them.
know,
It's
I know.
like, come on, this is the final. If you get a flag, you're fucked.
I get it.
And I got
I think officiating inconsistency is always going to be a problem in the Super Bowl. In a lot of these big games, it's like if you barely call flags at the beginning, then you kind of you should lay off it later on. If you're going to call flags consistently throughout the game, then so be it. If it's happening in the first quarter all the way through, fine.
They're going to go to AI soon, just like HGA did.
Ooh.
That's a callback right there. It's like this game we have 147 flags. This other one we have negative flags. You gave them yards.
Is there any updates on HGA? I haven't heard any bad news or good news, but either way,
Maybe the
I
AI is
haven't heard
broken.
anything from Beckett.
Maybe the AI is broken and it can't respond. I love the ECW, but they had to rely on
Carlos, Bobby said the B word.
What?
Bobby said the B word.
Beckett?
Ah,
Yeah.
he did. That's twice.
That was a really
twice.
slow reaction to that. I do appreciate though. I had to rely on half the roster being crap. At least every AEW at least has competent wrestlers. Yes, and I do think that some of them. Are going to we're going to see, and this will play into the future sets, kind of what we talked about with Billy earlier. Tony Khan's MO so far, unless somebody does something wrong, has been to let the contracts run out if they don't feel like it's going to work going forward. So there are going to be some folks that will be in that inaugural set that maybe that'll be one of their last appearances. Not because they did anything wrong necessarily, but because it doesn't fit. And that's kind of the Cody Rhodes thing that I mentioned earlier tonight. It's not that he's bad. It's that suddenly their depth chart got really deep. So all of a sudden he wasn't at the top of the food chain anymore because it's like, okay, you want to put him ahead of CM Punk? No. Bryan Danielson? No. Adam Cole? No. Even an incoming Keith Lee, who has some interesting possibilities. Like, there's actually a lot of guys you're bringing in that Miro has done so well in AEW that when he comes back from his injury, you could put him at the top of the card. John Moxley. Like, you've got this big old list of guys. It's like, actually, I got a lot of guys that can compete for the top titles. Cody, you can stick around, but it's like, you're not going to be at the top of the food chain, my bro. Nothing personal. I had a guy ask me to wrestle here in New Brunswick back in 2006. I declined. Should have done it, and they would have chanted EC Dub. Eric was straight edge before CM Punk was. There you go.
I don't particularly get the reference, but yeah, okay.
Well, straight edge was don't drink, don't smoke.
I know what straight edge means. I don't. Is CM Punk going through some kind of straight edge?
He's
thing?
been doing it for years. He's pretty much always been straight edge.
Couldn't tell you.
That was his whole gimmick when he was a bad guy on the indies. He actually used straight edge into being a gimmick because he was straight edge, but he would be like, I don't drink, I don't smoke, whatever. That makes me better than you. And then obviously the crowd reacts to that and, go from there. But that's he does the thing where he tapes up the fists. He puts 2 X's on here. That's the straight edge thing, apparently.
No,
So that was always part of his gimmick.
either.
That was always part of his gimmick.
All right.
Thank God for Malcolm Butler, but at least somebody appreciates him.
We all appreciate him here. The guy will never have to pay for a beer again.
There you go. But yeah, I think, and I got caught up on the comments, so thank you guys for a lot of good comments there. I think it'll be interesting. We'll have to see. I do, like I said, I enjoy the show, and we'll see what happens going forward with all that stuff. And I'll sit back and I'll wait, and I'll see what happens with it. I'll enjoy it in the meantime. It'll be fun. That's kind of what's been occupying me in the meantime as well, because obviously we don't have the baseball going on, so they got their own thing going on. Everybody's a heel on that one. There are no good guys. You want that rich guy or that set of rich guys? Although I did appreciate that Juan Soto turned down a 13-year, $350 million offer before the lockout. Yep. What's funny, though, is that in relative terms, the Nationals were trying to do it because actually, comparatively to what they need, That would be a huge discount. They were trying to be like, it's like actually compared to what the current going rate is, you guys are trying to do it on the cheap.
Do you remember when A-Rod made 250?
Yeah.
And I mean, that was on the cover of every magazine, start of every newscast, because the idea of a player making $250 million, and that's how it was never. Now, when A-Rod signed that contract back then, it was never ever described as 250 million ever. It was always described as $250 million, and now 250s, like, you know, they've blown by that. That's not even a thing anybody cares about anymore. You're telling me that this guy is turning down offers of 350, and then he probably could get more.
He'll probably get 5. He'll probably get 5.
$500 million. Oh, that's just, come on.
How else is he going to be able to afford his own cards?
Aaron,
they're going through the roof, bro.
40 million, like he said, 30 million. That the deal they were trying to do is about 30 million a year, maybe a little more.
Well, the thing is, it's over 13 years, so it'd be like 26 per year.
Yeah.
So Bobby Bonilla deal.
They think 40 million is a discount. The way that things are going right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I just shake my head. It's just for a sport that's dying, which they're not filling up their stadiums anymore. The TV ratings are down. Merchandise sales are down. How in the world are they putting out that kind of money still?
Now, here's what's interesting. I'm glad you bring up this point, and I don't disagree with it. But here, let me throw something at you. TV ratings are down. That is true. Our buddies at WWE that we were referring earlier tonight, their ratings have been going down for about 20 years. Their last deal, they get 250 million from Fox. They get 200 million from USA Network. And they expect that when this contract runs out and their ratings are still going down, they expect the next contract to get more.
Yeah, you told me something like that last week, and I was shocked.
2 networks, $450 million, not counting the $200 million per year they get from Peacock for NBC Universal for the streaming rights.
Yeah.
So they get lower ratings, and they make almost $600 million a year. Well, 650 between 3 different revenue streams. Baseball has got a multi-billion-dollar. Their ratings are going down. They should get trillions.
That makes no sense.
No, they're getting all that money now from Fanatics with the new deal. There you go. All that revenue sharing.
So you're saying Soda should be like $1 billion.
Yeah.
It's like, what? I want some of that sweet, sweet Fanatics money. Let me speak to my representation. It's like, wait a minute, Carlos, you had your chance, Fanatics overlords. Now you're going to pay one way or another.
No, it's just a small little amount of what they're going to be making.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, will Shane McMahon show up in AEW? I would doubt it. It would be very entertaining, but I doubt it.
Has he had a total break off from his father?
Well, he was basically booted after the Royal Rumble. He was in the Royal Rumble, and apparently he was helping book it in the back, but he was pissing everybody off. And they started having this chaotic thing where he was like, oh, well, I'm not going to go out right now. It's like, your music's playing. You better go out. So they had this internal argument. The Royal Rumble is a complicated match to run because you've got all these people and there's a sequencing, and then you're supposed to, okay, you eliminate you, and then you get out, and then you go do. They've got interwoven storylines. If you've got one guy mucking up the works and being like, I changed my mind. I think it would be better if we did it this way. I'll come in this time and then I'll do this, this, and this. It's like 5 minutes ago you said the opposite. It's like, well, I think this is a better idea. And then you come back later. It's like, you know what? Let's go back to the first idea. And everybody's like, we've got a show to run here. Like, we can't change our mind 15 times while we're doing this live. Like, now is not the time. So apparently Vince had to boot him out.
There's rumor that he stayed a little longer in the Royal Rumble than he was supposed to also.
Yes. Yep. He was right at the end. He was one of the final 4. And he's like, you're not a star, bro. You're a McMahon. Just because your last name is McMahon doesn't mean you're a star. Get the hell out. Why are you still here? So like, again, speaking of egos, right?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Again, it's a show. So we can do this however you want, but it makes your real wrestlers look bad when the son of the owner is like sitting there pretending like he's a real wrestler, and it's like, please stop whatever you're doing. You're like the coach's kid. You're only here because we have to let you in here.
Is he still fully gray?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he's basically, for a young kid, it's like an old guy beating up his heroes.
Yeah. Well, it's fun though because his shtick was also, for whatever reason, I don't know if it was when he came back initially, he's got like a major sweating problem. Like I think he walks to the ring and he immediately is like drenched in sweat, and I was like, "Do you need some cardio? Are you okay? Like, you look like you're about to pass out after like 30 seconds in the ring. What's wrong with you?"
This from the steroids he and his father take.
Something. I don't even know. I don't know, something. Yeah, so do the Yankees for $500 million. That's one of the ones. Well, the Mets also think they've got him. So it's one of those things like all the big market teams are like, "Wait, you rejected the 350? We're coming in with the offer." They've still got years left on his contract anyway. I think it's 2024 that Soto would be
disgusting. I don't know. Just gross.
It'd be interesting if a sport could come up with an idea where the top 5 to 10 players per sport aren't club employees and somehow get paid from every club. Like Soto gets $1 million per club. Well, that would still be a pay cut though, because you do $30 million per year. That's still kind of at 13 years. That's under 400. Isn't Trout like 426 or something? Something like that.
It's crazy.
There's always one owner who will alter the Albatross contract. More cringe. MLB lockout of Shane McMahon's punches. Oh, Shane McMahon's punches are way more cringe. Not even close. Way more cringe. They're pathetic. It was actually funny though that the whole idea there of him rejecting that offer is like, yeah, it's a lot of money by any normal person stretching the imagination. But the club only offered it because they were like, "Oh, this will be a discount in a couple of years," basically. And the A-Rod thing was funny because after he got the $250 from Texas, then he had to get traded to the Yankees because they were the only ones, although they did try to trade him to Boston and that was vetoed, which was kind of interesting how that worked out. So he went to the Yankees, but then at some point towards the end, he got an extension that actually bumped him up to $28 million per season, or 27.5 or something. Like he actually got bumped up from the 250.
Yep.
So it was like, who are you negotiating against? Who is offering more money?
The thing with Soto, at least they're doing this sort of like crazy deal for him at the right time.
Yeah.
As a Tiger fan, we paid Miguel, and you can say this for Pujols and stuff. They're giving him these 10-year deals that run out when they're like 42 years old.
Yes.
And it's just kind of like, but Tigers got what they wanted out of him in those early years.
Yes.
And he's a guy that still brings people into the stadium. People still want to see Miguel Cabrera play. So there is that. But are we getting the Triple Crown guy anymore? No, we're getting a guy that bats between 260 and 280 if you're lucky. Doesn't have the home run power as much anymore. Can still knock in some RBIs because he can still spray it to the opposite side of the field. Cannot really play the field anymore, and technically don't want him to play the field because I want Torkelson to come in and start playing first base. But at least Soto's getting that kind of deal now. It's the guys that are like already like 30 something years old that are getting these 10-year like $40 million deals that teams are just getting crushed at the end of it.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. What I would think, and this is, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not my money. I don't care. The teams can do whatever they want. But I would think, even if the player is going to command and ask for this kind of money, here's what I would wonder. And this is just something I'm throwing out there. I would think that a lot of these teams are going to start offering these guys these mega contracts earlier, to that point, that same concept. But I would wonder if it would make more sense for some of these teams. It's going to be expensive no matter what. So let's say you offer him a 13-year, $500 million deal, no matter how you want to structure it. Like, it's a lot. Traditionally, you kind of space it out. Maybe you do a signing bonus up front or whatever, and then you space it out over however many years. I would wonder if it would make more sense for some of these teams to offer some of these mega contracts to some of these young, great players in their early 20s to that point, so that the contract runs out in their mid to late 30s, when it's like, all right, by that time, it may be time for you to leave anyway. If you want to get one more contract, do it somewhere else. But if you wanted to give yourself some flexibility, you could always super front load the payments. Like pay like a ridiculous amount the first couple of years, and then it quickly decreases. It's still the length of time, but then in those later years, it actually becomes a tradable contract, and you have some flexibility if you want to do that later.
And what's funny is it's usually the other way around when they make these contracts.
But that's what I mean. Like, it actually becomes more difficult. It becomes more untradeable as time goes by. You'd have to eat it early, but if you were in a position to be able to, maybe you pay the guy 75, 80 million for the first 2 or 3 years, load up on the good chunk of that, and then space out the rest evenly so that's actually much more manageable going forward.
Tell that to an agent. That's it.
I agree. Well, the thing though is his client gets the money either way. Like if you get it up front, or they're guaranteed contracts. In baseball, you get paid either way. So it's like, does it really matter to you? If I pay you $499 million in the first year and space out $1 over the next 12, it doesn't make, you're still getting $500 million either way you want to present it.
Yeah, Players Association would not like to hear from me about that whole guaranteed contract thing, because I lived the Bobby Higginson years in Detroit, and I'm like, wait, we're paying him how much? And the guy didn't even play for like 4 years at the end.
That's still like the Eric referenced it, the Bobby Bonilla contract. They're paying him in perpetuity, almost, but not exactly.
That was brilliant by Bobby. I think more people didn't someone else do that recently too?
I feel like at least one more player did a similar type of deal, structure it. By the way, great idea for him. Long term, it's like this beautiful pension security for him. $1 million payout every year until like 2040 or something ridiculous.
And once a year, everybody makes Facebook posts about you.
Yeah, for Bobby
Bonilla Day.
Great. Hey, listen, I like it. But for me, again, it's not my money. I don't care. And the team agreed to that. So it's like, and they're the ones that approached him with this, trying to restructure it in some way. And they came back with this proposal. The team said, yeah, we'll do that. Sure. So it's like, all right, man, whatever works. Yeah. No, I'm glad. The idea was to get the thought out there, just to let some people kind of stir on it. So I don't know. So Billy, just long story short, I did a video talking about, because the Topps thing was printed so much, that it's going to create an opportunity for some folks. Some people complain about it, but at the end of the day, they had to anticipate what they thought demand would be a year ago, almost. Mm-hmm. So they tried to guess, and obviously demand is a little soft right now, but they're going to print a lot of that stuff. So it means some of the Wander Franco rookie is probably not going to be super crazy high price. The people that are buying a couple right now because they're impatient may be overpaying, because there'll be plenty available. There'll be retail available. There'll be complete sets available. There'll be a lot of avenues to get that card. But my point was, if you're the person who complains and says that you can't find anything to open with your kids, well, there should be plenty of the product available. And if it sits on the shelf for a while, maybe it'll get discounted. If you're just a collector who wants to open some packs and have some fun, that sounds great to me. Like, what's the downside here? This works in your favor. If you're worried about, value retention on some of those cards, then I get it. But it's like, look, that shouldn't be your primary concern if you're a collector.
Well, here's the thing right now is, there's still over this last year or whatever, there's demand for stuff, and I don't necessarily know if the manufacturers know what that number is yet, because there's still demand. And the thing that sucks is the demand has been manipulated by products not being able to come out also. So it's hard for a manufacturer right now to necessarily figure out the exact number of cases that should be made of a product.
Yeah. No, that was basically my point. I just said in general, you're guessing. You're trying to catch this, this moving wave, and it goes up and down. It's like, okay, so did you make enough? If you don't make enough, then secondary market shoots up in price. And we experienced that with the AEW thing.
Yeah.
You had a certain idea. If you had printed 5 times as much of the hobby boxes, then the price on the hobby boxes would have been a little lower, but you would have had to completely reconfigure how the inserts were seated and all this stuff. It creates another complication.
Yep.
So it's like there's always an issue that could be if you guess wrong. If you put too much product out there, then the price crashes early, and then people don't like that. If you make too little, the price shoots up, and then they question, it's like, oh, am I getting enough value out of my boxes? Well, it was never intended to be that price, and now you're experiencing the wrong side of this, and it's like, we didn't plan it that way. That isn't what we wanted. It's too hard to guess. So Tatis' contract with the Padres looks like it's very front-loaded. That makes sense to me. The Mets were investing with Bernie Madoff. Yes, that's true. Right around that time period for the Bobby Bonilla contract.
Yeah, I was going to mention that earlier, the Bonilla. I think they're still paying him.
Yeah, I think until like 2040. Like it's still for quite a while. Like it's actually going to go on for quite a bit.
It's unbelievable.
It was a great deal for him, man. Genius move. The Asian deserves like a nice bottle of wine every single year. Great job by you, sir.
Yeah, it's something else.
Does Wander Franco become the most graded rookie of all time? The potential is there. I think if grading becomes more viable at a lower price point, some people could try to send in a stack of them. I think paralleling is more of an issue than overprinting. Well, I think printing is printing, right? if you've got a lot of parallels, okay, so maybe this is a good question, kind of an open-ended one.
I'm against them, surprisingly.
Sure.
I just think it's ridiculous to have. I don't mean to cut you off, Carlos. I'm sorry, but I get so frustrated when I see the exact same card in 5 different colors and with the serial numbered, to different numbers. They're exactly the same, except this one's blue and this one's pink. I don't mind one parallel, like here's a perfect example. It's silly, it's cheap, but it's a parallel, right? This
You got a parallel.
Yeah, it's the emerald ice stuff back in the 90s. All right, they put a gold green foil over this. Okay, that's a fun little chase set. Okay, great. I don't need blue and yellow and pink and purple and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And tiger stripe.
And it's utterly ridiculous.
Elephant print.
I think it's lazy. I think it's absolutely lazy by the card manufacturers. I think they're being lazy, straight up. Now Bobby's probably Billy rather wants to
lean in. Billy, do it. Lean in, do it.
And beat my ass. But I just think it's lazy.
I will try to explain this a little bit for you. So here's one of the things. Back in the day when we bought trading cards, you could get a pack of cards that were all base cards and not have a problem with it. When I bought 87 Tops Till the Cows Came Home, it was base cards. Occasionally you get like maybe an all-star, which was still part of the baseball, which was still part of the base set. And nobody had a problem with that.
Yeah. By the way, that's the Topps reprint this year. Topps does the callback little insert set. Yeah. 87 Topps is this year.
I know. That was the first set that I bought a whole lot, and so I do like that set.
Yeah.
But the wood grain, was that the wood grain?
Wood grain, yeah.
Yes.
Homage to 62. It was the homage to 62.
Okay. Yeah.
And so that is nowadays in the marketplace, people are expecting a hit, and some sort of hit whatsoever, and you don't want to necessarily. You could do inserts, but do you want like thousands and thousands of the same insert card? You don't want to water it down. And then it comes to production costs. And I'm sure you've heard Carvin say this a million times because it's sometimes stuff gets repeated in those rooms because we have new people in there. But the easiest way not the easiest, but a cheap way of making an insert is making a parallel because you're using the same plates. And a lot of the costs are involved with those plates. You make the plates and then you print. And then the more you print, it gets cheaper because you already have all the costs of the plates. And then it's just sheets of paper, which is obviously a lot cheaper. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of parallels are made. The other thing is when I mention hits also, it's just like they want rare hits. There's got to be case hits and stuff. And when you're printing a whole bunch of stuff, you're going to have to come up with like low number cards that are a box hit or a case hit or whatever. And like what the Tiger prints are 1 per case. So everybody knows like this is a case, they call it a case hit, which blows my mind because I have in hockey cards, there's so many cards in there that come 1 per case, but they don't get as much excitement as a Tiger print card in other sets. But so that's one of the things. And then if you want to do more inserts, when you say get lazy, I understand what you're saying. Like we want to make inserts and stuff. It gets more and more difficult because having to come up with insert names and concept of inserts. Like these people have been making cards and different companies have been making cards for so many years. And there's copyrights and this and that. It's getting harder and harder to come up with insert names. I'll tell you that much. But the thing is those photos cost money on all the inserts. So, each photo costs at least between $100 and $150 for someone to do color correction and stuff. Sometimes you got to buy the photos. So like a whole form could cost thousands of dollars just for the photos. So another thing that you don't need with parallels is you don't need more photos because it's the same photo that you already used. Yeah. I understand it's frustrating. And the more sets that I'm building, I'm seeing a lot of parallels. And we try to be somewhat creative with them. I've got a parallel that I can't wait It's a mystery parallel that no one's going to see for about a year and a half, but I'm absolutely excited about it. But it is a parallel. But we do like it's the picture, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff done to it. It's not necessarily being lazy. It's being cost efficient because we have specific margins that we're supposed to hit. And if we want to add those in, like if we want to add an insert per pack, or some packs have to have 2 or 3 inserts, per pack, because there's a lot of cards in it. If we want to do that, it's gotta kind of be parallels. You gotta add colors. It can't just be, record breakers and all-stars as the insert for every pack.
Yes.
So I understand what you're saying in the frustration. I don't want to see as many parallels as there are. We do mock the fact that, as soon as I mock the fact that some of our competitors have as many parallels as they do, then I turn around and look at some of our sets, and it's becoming there's a lot of parallels in those too. So
yeah, OPG Platinum is coming up against a lot of parallels at this point.
Yeah, I got to be careful now when like I said, another things I've said, I'm very cautious of criticizing competitors, because you just never know when something's going to happen to you in the same situation. Mm-hmm. And this is one where luckily not many people hear us inside the walls of Upper Deck of us mocking how many parallels there are in specific sets. But, you're obviously seeing those numbers go up, and a lot of it has to do with just being able to provide hits that people are expecting now. Like Eric, you and I are very close to the same age. I don't mind a full base pack. That's what I grew up with. Sometimes that'll help the cost of the packs too, but people want these inserts now.
Well, you're touching on one very specific thing that I kind of want to add on to as well. That exact last point, and it's kind of plays into a little bit. So I'll grab this one here. Just one Topps Gold is getting pulled from Jumbo Series 1. 5 to 6 were getting pulled from a box 5 years ago. And that is because the overall print run has increased. So as the overall print run has increased, the inserts get dispersed a little bit more. If you're printing similar amounts, then to keep the odds right, you have to adjust the odds accordingly. It's just math. But here's the irony. A lot of folks, it's what I say about a lot of the collectors a lot of times. And I understand it, but it's not meant as a knock, but it's truth. You want to pay $1 a pack. You want to be able to pull $1,000 card, and you want 10 hits per box, which is physically impossible. The math doesn't add up. Like we can't accomplish all these. It's like the rectangle. You ever seen like the rectangle they'll use in different businesses? They'll be like, okay, so we can make it quality, we can make it cheap, or we can make it and I forget what the third one is. Fast. I think it's 3 things, and you can have 2 out of 3. You can't have all 3 simultaneously because they defeat each other. If you make it really fast, and the quality might suffer. If you make it, if you make it really cheap, the quality might suffer. So the 3 things cannot work in tandem. I can't give you a hit in every pack, and then the hits are worth something, because then there's too many hits. So then the individual hits are worth less. So then your impact of the hits is less. So then you complain, why are you giving me a bunch of these junky inserts that don't mean anything? We give you too many inserts. Why are you giving me a bunch of these junky inserts that don't mean anything? It dilutes the product. I keep it so that they're more dispersed. The individual is worth more, but you get maybe 1 hit per box. So maybe you got the wrong one that you didn't like, and you're like, man, this box is a ripoff. It's like, there's no way to win. The math will not work in your favor, no matter how you want to play this.
And something that I'm sorry. Something that can be done, like they're talking about the gold. I've seen the comments about the golds and tops and whatnot, and sometimes people will say the same thing about our high gloss and exclusives and stuff. What needs to happen from the manufacturer is they need to come up with more hits, and more rare hits from the box. And each year you'll see new Easter eggs in Series 1 and Series 2, and then we basically just add those Easter eggs to Easter eggs we made in previous years. And so that group of Easter eggs each year just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And that's why every year when I build Upper Deck Series 1, I say it's the best one that we've built. It's because we have all the cool stuff that we had before, plus we added even some more cool stuff to it. But sometimes those hits are things like we added the clear-cut parallels to Series 1 and Series 2. And then we had the exclusive clear cuts, which are extremely rare cards But those cards can make up for some of those exclusives or high gloss cards that you don't think that you're getting now in a case. And so in the case of Tops and the Golds, they can either come up with another rare parallel that hopefully catches on, or they can come up with some other inserts that look just like Panini's inserts that are very rare, and put those into sets.
Yeah. And one of the things that Billy touched on earlier was the whole thing about the background of the kabooms and the fact that it's a pattern available to the manufacturers and all that. And we have that as well. We have the, the vinyls, like Panini will use the vinyls, but for Tops, it's a superfractor. It's effectively the same pattern. Like if you actually look at it, the technology is virtually identical.
And we have Golden Treasure, and it's the same thing.
Yep. And so it's like, one of them is one of one. One of them, I think the vinyl, for Panini, a lot of times is a 1 of 5. Sometimes it's a 1 of 1, but sometimes it's a 1 of 5. And then I think Golden Treasures is a 1 of 1.
1 of 1
as well. Yeah.
Yep.
So but it's the identical, like if you look at the card, it's virtually the identical foil in that. So all these companies are using, it's like, why? Because there's only so much available. There's only so many variants. It's like you can grab a book, but it's like you're not reinventing the wheel. It's very difficult to invent a new technology that nobody's done. Maybe they haven't done it in a long time and it's trickier to do. So then you can be the first one to bring it to market for the first time in a decade or something. That's possible.
I just want Billy to know that I totally hear him and what he was saying. And I understand completely that as a business, you need to watch where you spend your money. And, the whole idea of reusing the same plates and, all that makes all the sense, and I can't argue with any of the points that Billy made. So I'll try to find the happy medium then, right? Because the other half of the card companies is the customers. The customers have clearly, and Billy can't say this or probably even agree to it, but I can because I can do it.
We usually don't agree with you, but please go on.
You agree with me sometimes 85% of the time.
I gave you 85%, a very specific edge case, Eric. Very specific. On the whole, you're not batting 850 on the whole.
I'm gonna say I am.
You had one day. That was your 10-point night.
I had one good day.
That was your 10-point night. It happened, but don't expect that to be the norm.
So I don't expect Billy even to comment on this because I don't think it'd be smart for him to do so. But the meat in the middle, you then have to say the customers are spoiled little brats. Okay, that's what they are. They're spoiled little brats. Carlos, you just said it. Kind of said it a second ago.
I did say it.
I want $1 a pack. I want huge hits. I want $1,000 card. I want this. I want that. And I'm going to throw a temper tantrum and say this product sucks if I don't get it. Mm-hmm. The customers have become spoiled little brats. And you're putting the card companies who are competing with each other painting them into a corner. And they're saying, how can we deal with these spoiled little brats who are complaining and bad-mouthing us on social media and everything? And they came up with a cheap way of pacifying spoiled little brats. So we got to meet in the middle. The customers have to stop being spoiled little brats. And the card companies almost have to have a powwow together and say, okay, new rule, no more than 3 of a parallel. You got your base card, you got card B, and you got card C.
Somewhere often this is Brian Gray's like, no, my entire business model is based on this.
Oh, wait, you mean you can't have 3 101 parallels? What? Those are my 3 parallels right there. 3 101s.
Billy, believe me, I've got a case back there of I have a rainbow, and it has the 2 1-of-1s. I just so happen to come across it, but I also got 2 of the 4 plates that go along with it.
Nice.
They're all Modano autographs, a whole lot of them. The most common one I think is out of 15, and it goes down to and I've got the 1 of 2 and 2 of 2, which is like another 1 of 1.
I get why they do it. It's because it's a lower print run, and I already explained what's the cheapest way of making cards.
That's right.
I will say this also, and something I forgot to mention, when you're talking about people expecting hits, right now, I mean, I will give credit to Panini for making inserts that the goal of any card company to be completely, not the only goal, but a goal for a card company is to be able to come up with a card that is ink on paper, that values out extremely well, that doesn't involve an autograph, that doesn't involve memorabilia. You want to create a card that is just ink on paper that people want. And yes, you can have deco foil or light effects foil or whatever the heck you want, but just not requiring autographs and memorabilia. And nowadays, if you don't get an autograph in a box, it's like, why would I buy this box of cards if I'm not guaranteed an autograph?
Yes.
It's $100 box. And
Yes.
you're just kind of like, I think Ice, the next year of Ice, you're not guaranteed an autograph. I mean, but you're guaranteed like a premium memorabilia or an autograph or something else. And but like when Series 1 went from two memorabilia pieces to two memorabilia cards to one memorabilia cards, there were all these people complaining, "Oh my gosh, Upper Deck is, they're cutting the memorabilia." And part of it's just like, no, it's like these memorabilia cards are $1 a piece now in dollar bins, and we're spending more than that just to make these cards.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
God,
so-
Billy,
and-
you're right on the money with that. I
And
can't
so-
believe
but-
going to a show and seeing boxes and boxes of jersey and autograph cards and dual jersey and autographs and multiple players on the and they're in the dollar box.
Yeah.
And I've
Nobody wants this crap.
I've seen people buy a box of cards and not get a memorabilia card, but get a rare parallel or a couple rare parallels and be upset, and someone buy that same box and get either like a memorabilia or a really bad rookie auto and feel great because they got a memorabilia card or an auto card when they don't realize that that box is probably worth less than the guy that got the rare parallel or like rare insert card. This perceived hit is another thing that kind of needs to be reprogrammed in some people's heads when it comes. Now, like I said, our competitors have done a good job with some of their parallels to make that like perceived very valuable, and that's great. And we have inserts. I mean, Young Guns is a great example. That's ink on paper, and this Zegras ink on paper insert card is selling between $150 and $200 before the products even come out.
Yeah.
So
that's the sort of stuff you want to find.
Billy, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was thinking about this earlier. When you were talking earlier about how we have to change the names of the inserts and keep it fresh, and it's very difficult to do. Well, I don't think you do. Because Young Guns is a perfect example. This has been going on since 1990. Everyone chases it. Everyone wants the Young Guns. Young Guns, I mean, that's all you talk about when the hockey box shows up. Why can't the the insert be called the same thing every single year? I don't have a problem with that. It's
But
like,
a lot of the clients do.
You already accused us of being lazy.
Did you?
That's being lazy.
Yeah.
Did you not if the design is different?
But Eric, that's in the eye of the beholder. Real quick, I just want to interject the thought here. Just one sec, Bill. Just 1 sec. I want to interject the thought, and this is from the customer perspective.
Okay.
I know for a fact that if you tried to pull that stunt, there would be people that immediately would run and accuse them of being lazy. It's like, well, why don't you come up with any new inserts? You have no more ideas? Have you guys run out of ideas? The point about them being spoiled is true, but it's a little bit of a push and pull. The manufacturers were trying to find something that would work. Jersey cards came into being because they had gone through a lot of the other stuff. They started doing autographs. That worked for a little while. And then Be a Player came out and they had the autograph per pack, if you remember those. That created a stir, but that only lasts. It's like the hit. Every single time the effect is a little bit less. The impact is lessened. So now it's like, okay, so what else can we do? It's what happened with Jersey cards originally. We had the Jersey cards. They were very tough to pull. I think they were 1 in 2,500 packs in the first series. Then a second series came out, still really tough.
Yep.
Then by the third series, they started introducing patches. At a certain point, we got Jersey autos. Then we start stacking and stacking. Well, 26 years on, we've done almost every variation of it. We've had memorabilia per pack. We've run through series and series. the impact is less and less and less. You can put a jersey card in an upper deck box, and unless it's the guy you like, oh well, it's a hit. But like the effect is gone. You pull a jersey card in 96, 97, even if it's the worst guy on the checklist. Oh my God, I pulled the jersey card.
Remember when booklet cards used to be a big deal?
Yes, absolutely.
And then all of a sudden, they're in every single box of a Panini product, and then it's just like they've kind of, and they're not cheap to make, and it's gotten to the point where it's just like, is it worth making booklet cards because they're so expensive? And in the world of grading and all the other stuff, there's the weird holder and like finding holders for those things and all that other stuff.
Can you grade those? Have they been graded?
You can. I think you can.
I don't know.
Don't remember.
I've never seen one.
I feel like, I hear this company HGA. They're very customer friendly. They probably came up with a coaster holder that can hold that. Allegedly. I don't think I've seen a specific holder for that, but I know SGC has talked about trying to come up with something for it, but it's going to require a custom insert. It requires a very specialized thing. Plus, they're thicker as well, so you got to a lot of considerations. But I think they're working on it. They're trying to figure something out.
And Eric, to your earlier point, UD1, I'll use as an example, but we still have canvas cards every year. We still have
those are beautiful. I love
the portrait cards, which I had a little fun with for a couple years and really pissed people off. But you know what I said? My bosses, they're just like, these are ugly. I go, yeah, and people are going to talk about them. And guess what? They talked about them. Positive, negative, I don't care. They talked about portrait cards, and portrait cards were an insert that nobody cared about for a few years. They just got stagnant. So I'm like, I'm going to make a card that looks like that Step Brothers picture or those old like photos where it's like the cheesy one and then the regular one. I'm like, this is going to be a fun card. And then I'm like, and then I remember those like old school pictures I had, the ones with the laser beams and stuff. I'm like, I'm going to make a laser beam insert. And some people are like, these are the ugliest cards in the world. And other people were like, these are absolutely amazing. And I don't care. People talked about them. So we do have inserts that do stay. But I will say one challenge that Grant gives us for every product is he's like, give me at least 3 new things. Give me at least 3 new inserts, 3 new technologies, 3 new something. Give me at least 3 new things. Because yes, there are people that expect specific inserts in the cup every year. You better believe they want to see limited logos and they want to see the notable numbers and all that. They want to see like specific inserts, signature renditions. But give me 3 new inserts. Give me at least 3 new things, and and we'll go back and look and see what worked, what didn't work, what we liked, what we didn't like. There's some inserts that I thought were really cool and nobody cared about them, and there's some ones that I didn't think people would like, and people absolutely loved them. I still joke about my Thermal Threats insert. I thought those cards were kind of fun and cool, but they made someone's like Hall of Fame worst insert of all time. I'm like, sweet.
Yeah. Well, that subjectivity is part of the problem. Is that every time somebody makes it, and I have no problem with Eric's points and suggestions in this. I'll let everybody know when I have a problem. But I have no issue generally with his general concept here. But the thing is that art is subjective. Billy made the point a second ago. He can present something that somebody will actually think is really cool. Somebody else thinks this is the dumbest thing in the world. And we're looking at the exact same thing. Like, we're looking at the identical thing, and we're coming with 2 completely different interpretations of the same item. Some people like it. Some people want continuity. Some people want fresh newness constantly. You're going to get that push and pull. The audience that you're selling to is so varied and vast and different in the way they perceive things that you can't make everybody happy no matter what.
Does anybody in the audience think that this is cool? Anybody?
All right, we're gonna poll on the kabooms, Eric. We're gonna poll on the kabooms. Let me read through a couple of these comments because there's some good ones, and let me get caught up with these guys here. This one's important. If somebody comes up with it, a Beckett graded Trish Stratus Stacy Keebler Brown panties match parallel card, only if it's Tiger Stripe. But we'll get that done for Eric.
Right. That was good.
I do what I can. The math doesn't work in everyone's favor to rip, but still go to team group breaks all the time, every day. Yeah, people like lottery tickets. They like the chance because what people forget, and sometimes they'll be like, well, why does anybody open boxes? Because they want a chance. Look, the smarter value play is just go buy the damn card you want. There's a better chance of you just going and buying the damn thing. It'll cost you more as an individual item, especially if it's really a fancy card or a rare card or whatever. But the odds are you'll open a bunch of boxes and not pull it anyway and still have to go buy it. So like mathematically, it makes more sense. Is it as much fun as opening a pack and maybe, if the day is right and fortune smiles on you, maybe pulling the card you want? No, it's not. It's not as much fun. It just, you're paying for an experience is what you're paying for. And maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but that's what you're paying for. Did Billy or Carlos happen to catch the YouTube break where a guy was pulling 2 or 3 finishing moves per pack of the 2 or 3 blasters? I didn't catch that. But I did watch.
You didn't hear about hot boxes? No, I wish that was the case.
There you go. Pack and box opening is a gamble. That's right. Absolutely. Panini uses the same photo across multiple sets. Yep. Have never been to Canada. What is the first place I'd recommend visiting? Well, I'm a Toronto area guy, although I've been to Montreal. Montreal's kind of fun. Definitely you can do some fun stuff in Montreal. I have not been to Calgary. I'd probably recommend it over Edmonton. Edmonton's kind of boring. I have been to Vancouver, though. I hear good things. If you're visiting it, there's a lot of places you probably check out in Vancouver. And by the way, in BC, there's some beautiful places if you like some scenery and stuff.
That's where I want to go.
So that would be so. Montreal is my local bias playing in because obviously there's a lot of stuff. I know that. Montreal is great. I've been there a number of times. It's a lot of fun. And you can speak English, and most of the people get it. Most of the restaurants will be able to communicate with you. And Vancouver, if you want scenery and stuff, BC's great.
Why isn't Windsor on this list?
I think it just missed the cut. But barely. Just so close. So close. Wonder why Topps cut back on their SPs this year. I don't think they did. I think the overall print run increased enough that it spread the SPs out. Same as the golds and same as a lot of the other inserts. That's my guess. I don't know for sure. But that would be my guess. Late 90s Ultra was cool with different photos across their base platinum medallions. It is cool, but it is expensive. It is an added cost to get the additional photos. Eric would be great in the sitcom Cheers. I can picture him talking to Norm or Cliff.
Is that because of my accent or because I'm just as dumb as them?
Yes.
Yes.
I just started rewatching that. It's either on Hulu or Netflix, and I'm like, I'm gonna throw this on. Episode 1, season 1. I just started rewatching that series.
Yeah. Once upon a time I was in Boston and I did visit Cheers. It was fun.
Nice.
1 of 1 should be at least a different photo. Yeah, there have been sets in the past where they did do that, and it's a nice touch at least if you do it. But again, added cost, right? And you're doing it literally for a print run of 1 for the entire set, so you'd be getting all these additional photos to use once. One of the things I like about Flawless Basketball is the 1 of 1's logo matches a different design picture. One other point I was going to make about this as well, because we become so reliant on the jerseys, we've eaten so much quantity of real jerseys over the years. That's the reason you're getting a lot of the photo shoot and player worn and event worn and. We're trying to basically fill in the gap. It's like, because if you go back to Pacific in the late 90s, when they were doing, it's real game used. But go back to some of those products where they had it like 1 per pack. You'll get like a double-sided jersey card out of 3,000. Those little jersey swatches are consuming real jerseys. We don't get those back. After they're used, that's it. They're gone. So we don't have game jerseys from that era because they got consumed.
Yeah.
So just bear that in mind. This one's talking about the cool photos that can add value. I agree. Like I said, just added costs, something important.
Agree.
For Billy, to Eric's point, how hard would it be for the 1 of 1 5 to have the cards to be different from the base? So that's the different photo thing. You did kind of touch on that already.
Yeah, no, he did, and that makes sense as a company. I get that makes all the sense in the world. That doesn't mean that as a consumer, as a spoiled consumer, a spoiled brat consumer, that I have to like that. But as someone who understands the basics of business, that makes all the sense in the world, and you can't really argue it. Yep. But as a spoiled brat consumer, why can't I want the pitches to be different? This is stupid.
I will say we do our best. I know someone mentioned a comment that Panini uses the same photo. I will say our photo team does a really good job of trying not to reuse photos, period. Does it happen? Yes. And people, I say this, and I bet you if I said that we never repeat photos, people are going to comment and with every single card that we've reused photos, because these guys are good. Like, they can find everything. Like, yes, guess what? There's only 1 photo of Patrick Waugh wearing a Team Canada jersey for some reason, and we reused that photo a bunch. But our photo team does a great job of trying to avoid reusing stuff.
I want an explanation for this.
I can't see it.
Go on. I got you. There you go. So that's to be a player. That's the autograph. So that would have been, I think, wasn't it like a practice photo? Because Be a Player was doing the kind of their own thing back then.
They changed the uniform and don't have an avalanche. This is Upper Deck.
Yeah, yeah.
There is no patches on it, and they had to color change the uniform to yellow.
Huh.
I remember it, and I remember there was a reason for it, but it's been so long, I don't remember the rationale. Because I remember that Be a Player set. I do recall this photo, and I feel like at one point I knew the answer to why it was done that way, but I feel like it's buried in a Beckett magazine somewhere. Like I feel like I remember seeing something about it, but I don't remember exactly what it was.
I got the base too. It's the same thing. It just doesn't have the auto on it.
The first problem I ever had to deal with at Upper Deck was I had to deal with a stupid pink sleeve with Nathan McKinnon, but everything else is before that. I don't have answers for you.
Yeah, I do remember that one. Yeah, I think this is right here. That was Be a Player when they were licensed to the Players Association only, which I think is right. I think that's
okay.
Right. So I think that's why I say, like, I feel like there was a specific rationale. I think that might be it. I remember something like that. Insert says
turn the uniform yellow though. It's just that's crazy.
It was a very early set because remember, Be a Player wasn't out very long at that point when they were doing that. That's still early days, and they were still working out something.
It's still Upper Deck. Didn't Upper Deck have a license?
They did, but that set was was only the Players Association. It was like a specific Be a Player thing.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure it out. You know, I'm not trying to be difficult.
I feel like that Be a Player
card. Upper Deck has a license. Who cares if they call it Be a Player or if they call it,
because the Players Association wanted all the money.
Yeah, I feel like that, but I feel like Eric. I think that was at the time that Dr. Price was working with that.
Okay.
Because I think he was working on the early Be a Players. So they had some kind of a deal. I feel like that's a Dr. Price question because I think he was involved at that time period. Because eventually they did take the Be a Player into the game and all that. So they did go forward with that after. So Insert Sets was having a 5-year run. It's fine. They're doing movies and other forms of entertainment. Yep. Have your cake and eat it too. Yep. Don't get me started on the shop buying non-player touch jersey cards that people still crazy money for. Yeah. They just want it for the look. Beckett apparently grades the booklets. Your favorite.
I've seen him slap.
I don't believe that.
Slap.
Yeah, same booklets and Beckett
crazy.
slabs. Yeah, Exchange would slab you a booklet and glorified one touch. Fact. Print kabooms. Yeah, problem solved. That's right. I will send you the link on Instagram for it. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Victoria's quaint. There you go. Vancouver's awesome. Calgary sucks. Sorry for the team to trickle down for that. I always appreciate the local rivalries. Love it. Windsor is awesome, especially certain clubs. Windsor, Colorado. Come on, you know better.
Well, no, I say Windsor because everyone in Michigan on their was it what is it? You had to be 19 to drink in Canada back in the day. So on your 19th birthday, you always went to Canada because it was 21, obviously, in the United States. So it was just a tunnel ride to Windsor, and you go to the casino and a couple clubs, and you have a good time.
Yeah, oh for sure. No, I can totally see that. Quebec City, I think, would be interesting. My thing is that my French is atrocious. I don't have much of it. What I like about Montreal, and I was serious when I said earlier, is that Montreal's fun. It's got a lot of fun places to hang out. You can go have a pint somewhere and enjoy yourself. You want a club or whatever, you can. You certainly can. You're close enough to a lot of places that you can go hang out. But the other piece of the puzzle as well is that when you go into the restaurants, you can say you can ask for an English waiter or waitress. They're bilingual, so they can serve you and you'll be able to get service in English, no problem. If you don't know much French, you want to give it a try, you can get.
I would like to go up there to mountain bike at Mount St. Anne, and Yannick lives very close to Mount St. Anne.
Okay.
And so he's invited me up, and he even has picked out an inn or a bed and breakfast or something for me and my family to stay at that's near his house. And then he'll give us the big tour, and I can go mountain biking at Mount St. Anne for the day.
Now, just make sure, though, that if you do take that invitation, that if he says, hey, you want to come hunting with me? Don't do it.
Don't do it? Okay.
Well, do it if you want do it for the content. It's like, so Yannick, where is Eric? Why didn't Eric come back? Explain. All of a sudden his microphone stops working. Sorry, gotta go. Bye.
Yeah.
He finally took out the English muffin. I knew this was going to happen. I knew this day would come.
It was the moose.
It was. That's right. Did Jonathan Taze retire? Not that I'm aware of. Did you hear anything about that?
Not yet.
I haven't heard anything about that. Be a player's license was only the player's associated contract. Yep, that sounds about right. Be a player's license only player images and not team logo, etc. What a lot of candid shots in golfing, etc. Yeah. Wasn't it 18 or 19 back in the day, Wisconsin? No idea. Not from Wisconsin. My sister and brother-in-law went to Montreal for some festivals and enjoyed it. Yeah, I think you can have a lot. You can have a lot of fun in Montreal. Yep, and went to Quebec for some festivals and enjoyed it. Well, Montreal and Quebec. There you go. That's all right. And I caught up to the comments. Beautiful. But yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of the general sentiment. Is that unfortunately, as sets evolved, the clientele kind of got programmed to expect more and more and more. It became expected, and then after a while, you kept trying to up yourself. You kept trying to up your game, but the problem is eventually you run out of ideas. It's like, oh shoot! It's just like, so what do you want to do? And that's where, like I said, Topps finds itself in this position sometimes. The new thing they did in the new product was their home field advantage, which is basically a downtown but with logos.
What?
I know. But yeah, it's basically a downtown with logos, right? Conceptually, right down to the last thing. And it was like, at least it's something new for them. But a lot of the rest of the stuff is what you expect. You expect the golds, you expect certain parallels, you expect certain inserts. They're all there. A lot of the stuff you would expect. And it's like, yeah, here's the, and then we got to have the retro set. That's why I said, like, this year, the retro set is 87 Topps. And I was like, all right. And we've arrived. It's like, that's not quite the year that I started collecting, but I opened a ton of 87 Topps in my early days collecting because it was still available as junk wax. And I liked the wood grain borders. It was a lot of fun to put together the set. It was enjoyable. I liked it.
That was my jam. The one card I do want eventually in my collection is they already used that design. That's funny that they're doing that design in baseball this year, but
yep,
a few years ago they did it in wrestling. I do want the Bliss card, which has got the auto card with the hand out.
Oh, okay. So is it like a cartoony thing though, like with the background?
The wood design.
Oh,
They use the wood design, and I just like her photo, and I want to get that card.
So that'd be Topps Heritage. Topps Heritage, I think, would be
Topps Heritage. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But what I like though is that this year for Topps Heritage, they did 1990 Topps. I'm like, guys, that's hitting too close to home. Now you're right in my wheelhouse because I had tons of 1990 Topps. Opened a lot of that stuff too. That was right around my era. Legal age 18 in Australia. There you go.
Well, that's because, people don't live past 20 there because dingoes will come and steal them.
You gotta live dangerously, Eric. Come on.
Yeah, so it's like
you never run away. You never run away from a kangaroo.
Have you seen some of the videos of those kangaroos and the muscles that are on them?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
3/4 of the country wants to kill you, Eric, and the whole center section is inhospitable.
Yeah. So you're not going to live past 20. You might as well start drinking at 18.
There you go.
Carlos,
why wait?
Go ahead. To answer a question that got zipped through for whoever asked it, Old Shillelagh. That's the bar I would go to after Tiger game.
So is this one for the Tiger Stadium memories? There you go.
Yes.
By the way, how do you like, obviously it's been around now a couple of years. I didn't get a chance to go to a game, but I went to Ford Field to watch a Lions game, and obviously Comerica is right beside.
Yep.
So I took the picture in front of the gigantic tiger and everything, which is actually pretty sweet. I like the tiger thing.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool. How do you like Comerica as a park?
I think it's great. I mean, is it a top 5? No, but I think it's a great it's a great stadium. It's kind of weird because a lot of stadiums are built up. This one's actually dug into the ground.
Yes.
And it's a little bit, it's kind of weird that in the outfield you're seeing like the sidewalk that people are walking on because it's dug down. But I think they did a good job. I really do. And I mean I went to Old Tiger Stadium and that was definitely, that felt like old baseball. I still love going to Wrigley. I mean that feels like going to a baseball game. And I will throw your I finally went to Fenway. Eric, a couple of years ago, and that reminded me of old school baseball too. I didn't like one of the oldest stadiums right now is Dodger Stadium. I wasn't a big fan when I first started going there because they cut off all the initially. Now you can walk through the whole stadium, but before, if you had a seat in the right field pavilion, you were stuck in the right field pavilion all day. If you were in the left field pavilion, you were stuck in the left field pavilion. If you were on this level, you couldn't go there was so many limitations to it. And now it's like once like Magic was part of the team, and then they built some more stuff around it. It's a lot more accessible and a lot nicer. Going to Angel Stadium or whatever it's called, that feels like going into a Costco. There's so much cement to it, and it's all right, but I'm not a big fan. San Diego's a blast. San Diego's absolutely gorgeous. You're right there in the gas lamp, so you can leave the stadium. They have like this big park in the outfield. San Diego's a gorgeous stadium. They just called me and asked me if I wanted season tickets and stuff or whatever. But the thing I don't like Comiskey, I'm just talking about parks that I've gone to or have gone to regularly. Yeah. Comiskey, what I don't like about that is there's just nothing around it. There's absolutely nothing. You have to take a train to get into Comiskey. Yeah. And so I like the stadiums that have stuff around it. Boston had some, like we went right across the street. I went to the bar inside the outfield or whatever the heck that is. Yeah. And it was hilarious. We went on at Fenway. What's that called, Eric? The bar in this bleachers or something. Like there's a bar that's like outside the stadium, but you can kind of like see inside the stadium a little bit. And it's funny, we went on a non-game day, but Billy Joel had a concert there. And so we just got to listen to the Billy Joel concert while we were drinking and eating some food. But you go out of Fenway, there's stuff all around it. You go out of Wrigley, there's stuff all around it. You go out of where the Padres play, Petco, there's stuff all around it. Those are the parks that I like. Mm-hmm. Tiger Stadium Comerica has some of that. Comerica now really has that because you mentioned Ford Field. Now they got Little Caesars right there.
That's right. Yeah. So they kind of put them in close proximity to each other. Yeah.
And it's like we used to always go when we went to Tiger games. We would always go to Chelly's because they had like the rooftop. Chris Chelios bought this like 4-story bar or whatever, turned it into a bar, and it's hilarious because you'd see him there lifting kegs and whatever, and just walking around and hey guys, and we would sit there and ask like the servers like, can we get a picture with him? And it was like 2 guys and 2 girls. And what was funny, the servers like points to the girls. They're like, they could probably get a picture with them. Like, oh. Yeah. But I've got some pictures that my friends took when the Wings won the cup. They went to Chelly's afterwards. And there's like Hasek and Lindstrom like bartending. And everyone's just drenched in alcohol, basically. But so there's some fun stuff around Tiger Stadium for sure. And then, like I mentioned, the other ones are pretty cool. If you
let me add one thing. Let me add one thing there, Billy. Let me add one thing. Let me add one thing there. Yeah. When I did get a chance to visit Boston a couple of times, it was during kind of the off-season time, so I wasn't able to check out a Red Sox game. But we did go down by there because I'm a baseball fan. So I'm like, let me go hang around. So I kind of did a little walk around the stadium and everything. And something that a lot of people on a non-game day, it's a lot easier because there are people around, but not like a crazy amount of people. You can look around it and see the old box offices and things, and you can still see the lettering and things still kind of pasted on. So you can actually walk around and see the old setup before, obviously, because it's still the same stadium. And you still got little pieces of the facade basically are still attached to the walls. So like, yep, this was the old box office back in the day before obviously the new box office was created. So when you're walking around the stadium, you're still getting a taste because it's still the same building. You're still getting a taste. Baseball is one of the few sports that can still do that. A lot of the other sports, we got rid of a lot of our historical buildings. We've still got Maple Leaf Gardens, but it's not the same. Yeah, but it still exists. The building still exists. But it's obviously not the same that it was in one time. I was only at Maple Leaf Gardens. The only time I ever visited was for a wrestling event in '92. I was there for a wrestling, but they held like a million different shows and things and concerts and obviously the hockey games. But we were inside and we went in there, and I remember, and Carlos Sr. took me to go hang out. And it was Macho Man Randy Savage and Ric Flair in the main event for the WWF Championship. So that was my attending there. The only time I ever went to the ACC, or I guess they call it Scotiabank Place now, the only time I ever went to the ACC was the World Hockey Classic, and I went. And then I did go to a Raptors game in the good seats, not like the peasants and the commoners. You go to the box. You don't go to they'll deal with the riffraff. But it was fun, and the building is fine. It is what it is. But Maple Leaf Gardens has that historical cachet. The old Forum had that historical cachet. Baseball still has a couple of those. It still has Wrigley. It still has Fenway. Obviously, they've renovated it to bring it up to spec, but it's still Fenway.
Fenway's great when you're in it.
Yeah.
You know, and if you have a decent seat, you're not sitting behind a post because there's still obstructed view seating there. When you're sitting there and you know that you're in the middle of Boston, yet you know there's this beautiful grass and the weather seems to be better for some reason when you're sitting inside the stadium, and it's great. You know, the game's close and you can hear the crack of the bat and all of that. But outside of the stadium, you're in one of the most congested parts of town. Driving into it is an absolute nightmare. The parking, if you could get a parking spot, it's going to cost you $100 and something to park your car there. Get out. Good luck. You're going to be there all night before you can drive out of Boston. You know, you have major hospitals, world-class hospitals across the street from it. There's so much going on in that area. It's not easy to get to on a game day. And if on the outside of Fenway, as you walked around, you look around at it and everything's painted this green and the place looks like a dump.
Yeah.
I mean, it is not an attractive ballpark until you get inside, and that's where the Fenway magic takes over.
Sure.
But the place is an absolute dump from the outside. And
it is. It is.
And you can't walk, drive, or ride a bike in that area. It's so congested.
Yeah. The value to me was that you could still see remnants of its history on the walls. That's why I say, like, no, it's a dump. It very much is. They've renovated the inside, obviously, again, to bring it up to spec because people still have to attend games and shows and whatever they're going to do there. But like I said, the history is there, and you can still see evidence of it, which is nice. Like for years here, we have the dome, and the thing is, the dome has been around now a while because I think it opened in '89, so it's like it's got 30 years. But the thing is, and obviously championships have been won there, and that's all well and good. But it was always this generic box. It was the last of those stadiums because in Baltimore they went and started building their park right after the dome was built. So the dome was the last of the retractable roof old style stadiums. At Safeco and the other ones, they started building newer style retractable roof, which looked a lot nicer. We got the generic version. It's like, it works for like a stadium event. Look, you got a monster truck rally? We got you. You need a massive concert and they can play to a stadium? We got you there too. But that's about it. It's about the best we can do.
I saw Cal Ripken play there, you know. I never saw the Orioles play in Boston. I had to go to Toronto and go to a Blue Jays game to watch Cal Ripken play. So, you know, that was kind of cool.
That was my first baseball game. I saw Cal Ripken in '91. That was the year he won the MVP too. So it was a good season. It was a good season to check out. Let's say play Baltimore. Joe Louis Arena. I did get to attend the game in Joe Louis actually before they moved to the Little Caesars. So that was all right.
That's a perfect comment and correct. There was no bad seats at Joe Louis.
I agree with that. And it was fun. It was a good.
It's like the Garden. You know, the original Boston Garden. You know the way the thing wasn't built like this. It was built like this, and you were overhanging the ice or the court, and you felt like you were on top of it, and it was a small barn, as they used to say, and the atmosphere for everything, whether you were at the Disney on Ice or whether you were there for a Bruins playoff game, was electric at the old Garden. Now that place was a dump. It had rats. The place blacked out, you know, during the finals with Edmonton. The heat was ridiculous, and you know, you remember seeing Kareem with the oxygen mask playing the Celtics in the finals because the heat was so bad in the summer because they had no air conditioning. I mean, the place was a dump, but the players loved playing there because of the fan interaction of how the place was built.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I've never been in, I know I'm prejudiced about it, but
what?
I know, but I've never been to another arena, including the new Garden, that had that type of atmosphere. You knew you were in some place special because of the history of the Garden also, but just the way that place was built, you just felt like you were in the game. It was awesome. It was such a special place, but it was a total dump. You'd watch rats go flying by, and You hope that the power wasn't going to go out during the game you were at. The fog, and you guys have probably seen the fog during ice hockey games, pitches. The players would have to stop the game, and both teams would get on their side of the ice and skate in different patterns in a circle to try to get the fog to lift up and get the fog off the ice so they could see.
So you're saying quality technology over there in Boston is what you're trying to get at?
The place is a dump. Is what
this is what we get when we were using the best and finest minds of IMT.
Yeah, that's right.
No, not MIT. IMT.
No,
I said exactly what I meant.
I know. Yeah.
All-Star Game and Home Run Derby '99. Yeah, the Fenway one, because that was the last time they had Ted Williams out there too. That was a big one.
That was such a special night.
Yeah, that was a big one. We have tailgating in the parking lots at Bridgeport and all the Cubbies. Yep. I like that you guys have some stadium memories, so thank you for that. I believe the rink was undersized at the Boston Garden, probably.
It was. That's why Gretzky hated playing there.
There you go. I think that's fair. So what we'll do, guys, is we'll grab a couple of comments here, and I'm going to kind of play it by ear, and I don't mind winding it down a little bit. It's one of those nights that it was just kind of a fun, general conversation about whatever. Because, like I said, it wasn't going to be a big news night, which is all right. That's all right. We can have some fun with some of the other stuff. And I got to talk a little wrestling, got to do a little baseball in there. We got baseball stadium talk in there. Not bad. I don't mind.
I still have my newest Beckett complaint. Don't forget that.
Sounds good. Sounds good. But yeah, it's one of those things that we'll kind of have to see what happens. Now, what I think is going to be interesting, and it kind of plays into, Billy, what you were talking about earlier, is that now the hobby world awaits. It awaits now for the next product. It's like, we're here. We're ready. We're receptive now.
Yeah, hopefully they just keep pumping out after this. I'm excited. It's been a long wait.
Yeah. Now, Billy, who do I have to shamelessly suck up to over at Upper Deck to get a box of Spectrum? It's like I can pronounce the wrestler names.
Chris Carlin.
Yeah, there you go. Fair enough.
Chris Carlin is the man.
There you go. That's true. That's fair.
I don't want a box of cards. I want one card.
What was that, sorry?
I said I don't even get a box myself.
Disgraceful. Jugwax 2.0, yep. Right next door. What did Beckett do now? What did Beckett do? Now, outside of the kabooms, was there something else that you had an objection to Beckett? You mentioned you had a specific bone to pick, or was it just the kabooms?
Yes. No. The kaboom.
Now's your time. Now's your time.
Yes,
if you've got a specific bone to pick.
Oh, I do. Oh, I most certainly do. That horrible looking kaboom card that's worth probably $17 million, which is ridiculous. It just happened to be in a Beckett slab. That wasn't not my really any part of my rant. So my today's Beckett rant has to do with a newish product of theirs. They have got into card holders, sleeves, and the Beckett Shield, right? Have you experienced any of these products yet?
Beckett Shield, that's the semi-ridges, right? Well, actually, they've got a whole line of products.
That's their whole product line is Beckett Shield, okay? That just sounds stupid. All right, I mean Beckett Shield. I mean that's dumb. So I had to assist someone today and get them a 35-point holder for.
By the way, while Eric is giving this rant, I have added a poll to the chat.
Okay, good. So I go and get this 35-point holder. I'm expecting that when I crack it open, you can't even see it, right? Because it has Beckett Shield written on it, that it's going to be like a one-touch, right? Magnetic holder.
Mm-hmm.
No, it is not. Have you or anyone in the chat purchased a 35-point plastic holder from Beckett Shield?
Like I said, I have the semi-rigids, and I've got a couple of the, I think these sleeves and a couple of the other ones, but
okay.
The one touches I have not.
Okay. It is not a one touch.
Okay.
No.
Is this just because you can't make it upside down? Because
no. Well, I don't think you can, actually. But listen.
So they're trying to fix your problem. You've always got them upside down.
Not a magnet. It is a male and a female end. Right, so you have each side of the plastic, okay,
yep.
and it's recessed for the card on one side, that has like 4 female holes, and then you take the top off and it has 4 male ends, and you have to push them and click them together.
Interesting.
You know one of those is going to break. The plastic was flimsy. It didn't even feel good in my hand. You know those male ends are going to break off when you're trying to take it apart, or you're rushing to put it together or something. You try to use it for more than one card over the years. It's an absolute garbage product, and I just discovered them today.
All right.
And I was shocked when I opened the package up to try to help somebody put a card that they had in it. I was expecting a magnetic one touch. Nope. It is this cheap plastic male end into female. And the things are very thin. The male pieces are very thin.
Now here's the thing: do they actually call them one touches? Do they sell them as such?
I do not. No, they just Beckett Shield 35-point holders.
I get it, but Ultra Pro makes ones that are actually like friction connected. They're not actually one touch. In addition to making the one touches.
Mm-hmm.
So Eric, what do you hate more?
Oh, everything.
Beckett Shield or Kaboom Parallels?
And by the way, the poll is directly related to that, just so you know, Eric. The poll is, does Eric need to appreciate the Kaboom more? And your options were yes, no, and very yes.
And very yes.
And very yes.
There's Kaboom Parallels, which you hate also. I was like,
I would say Kaboom. I think I would go with Kaboom Parallels. I think if there more than one version of that ugly ass Kobe card, that's blasphemy. It's just ridiculous.
It's close. It's close, but I'll tell you this: yes and very yes combined for 60%. We got 10 votes on this, so right now, yes and very yes, and I think we're going to close the poll right there because I think it's exact right place for that poll to go. People feel you need to appreciate it more, Eric. You need to appreciate it.
I shall not.
Be right back, guys.
No worries. Do you
I will not appreciate. Do I have to show that absolute piece of garbage again?
Do we have to get let's get some appreciation here. Bob Lewis, we appreciate you.
There is nothing to appreciate. This is Bob,
are you appreciating some kabooms? Are you in the yes or very yes camp?
I'm in the yes camp. Now, I will say I don't like I think, is that an early one or early? Because
they did the comic ones earlier, I think.
They're like real comic-y. Like they're all
13, 14.
Yeah, so that'd be early. That'd be pretty early.
It's pretty ugly is what it is.
Currently in the market for a Randy Moss one. They released one this year, so I'll let you know how it looks when it comes in. Yeah, the ones that are too cartoony, I don't like them. But it's a Kaboom, so it
that means
speaks for
nothing
itself.
to me. No, it does not. It should. Bob,
Korean Cardboard is at least supporting you. So Korean Cardboard is at least supporting you.
Thank you. An intelligent person in the chat. I'm always surprised to find one here on this show. So good for you.
And I like this comment. There's actually levels to this. I appreciate this comment. He goes, I don't even like kabooms, but I voted yes because the hatred shown is way too far. And Paul likes to complain and show hatred for the sake of showing hatred. And he feels that you've gone too far, Eric.
No such thing.
That says something.
I still want to collect them all, put them in a fire pit, douse them with gasoline, and set them on fire.
Well, if you're willing to bankrupt yourself, you might be able to collect them all, or at least get a couple.
No, so I told someone today that I think I was talking to Chris from Card Ladder. I was telling him that it's a multi-stage plan. The first step, of course, is become a billionaire. So that's what I'm working on now.
All right. How's that working out?
And once I become the billionaire, then it's tracking down who owns the kabooms and then to purchase them from them. So it's a multi-stage plan. It's going to take me a while, but I'm I feel strongly about this. I'm determined.
So Bob is supporting you in this endeavor. So that's always good. We do appreciate, like like I said, that's why I like
you,
to give. That's why I like to give some. I like to give some airtime. Even to the angry curmudgeons of our hobby, I'm willing to give some airtime.
Has anyone else, either in the chat or on screen, used these Beckett 35-point holders?
So I don't think I've seen yet. I did see a mention of the pro molds, which are actually quite good. If you guys have seen the pro molds, they're actually pretty decent.
That's
for the
what
actual
I
one
use.
touch. Yeah, pro molds are good. The ultra pro ones have been good for me. I haven't had no issue with them. They're pretty straightforward. They're pretty standard. So this is like for one touches. Do you have any you like, Bob, for one touches? Anybody, any manufacturer?
I mean, BCW seems to be all I can get around here.
Those are actually not bad. I actually don't mind those. I've used them. They're fine.
I'm a pro mold guy, but I'll take as long as it works.
I think. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, check it
But
out.
these Beckett 35-point things are absolute garbage, and it's just another example of this company going down into the toilet.
There you go. So Billy, in between Eric's rants, you're more than welcome to interject anything you like. Right now we're in the full open topic. So anything you want to hit on, go for it. You're more than welcome.
Do you like Fanimations, Eric?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you like Fanimations?
I have like one. I think I have the Gretzky from 1990, early 90s.
Oh, the old version, the old ones. Yeah, we recreated those and made some kind of cool. But it is a little cartoonishy also. But we had like artists do work on the things. We switched it up this year. They'll be really cool. They're different. It should be interesting. I can't. That's one of those things I can't wait to see what the feedback is. It's one of those Easter eggs, but it's one of those Easter eggs people know are there, but we still don't. We still don't talk about it.
If they're supposed to be like comic booky, and they're supposed to, and that's the whole point, and they're not going for $20,000, then I think that's great. I think that Kobe is ridiculous, and for the money that's going to bring in, especially in a 9.5, I will not ever understand it.
There you go. Now, Billy, I think you were saying something kind of in between. I didn't quite catch it. What was that?
Oh, I was just saying that about the Easter egg, that we do have Easter eggs that are not announced, but people kind of know that they're going to be in there. Stuff like Day with the Cup, they expect to see it, but we might not announce it. Fanimation's one of those also that we don't announce. And then I said, except on your show right now.
Wasn't Fanimation back to like 92, 93 Upper Deck basketball with the Jordan Bird, man? Yeah, the Kembe Mutombo.
I think I might have the bird kicking around somewhere.
Agent 23, I think, was the Jordan. It's a pretty awesome card.
That was one of those inserts that when it came out, it got compared to I think Downtowns, and I'm just like, you know what? I go back and look at old Upper Deck inserts. If you want to accuse me of copying old Upper Deck inserts, we go back and look at some of the old stuff and bring those sort of things back. And Fanimation, I was looking through some stuff and I'm like, this Fanimation's kind of cool. People are looking for original artwork. Let's do something different, but I don't want a robot mailman dunking a basketball. I wanted to make it kind of cool with the landscapes and with the players, and as I said, kind of have original art with it. So that was kind of where that concept came from. And some people will be like, oh, those are Downtowns. That's not what we were going for. It's completely different. It's on a canvas stock. It's a different kind of artwork. Yes, there's landmarks. People could say that Downtowns are copies of something else. Like the Skyline stuff is nothing new. It's been done a number of times. So
I think if you develop an idea, it's something that I've touched on with Carvin as well. It's very difficult to come up with an original idea because if you look hard enough, it's like, and you've mentioned before, even when you're trying to independently think of an idea, it's like, oh, actually they did that, and they're like independently coming up with an idea themselves or a concept or something, and it's like, yeah, if you're trying to think through, you look through what's already been there, you draw some inspiration from something, and you both kind of start heading down the same path, and you could end up at almost the same place accidentally, at the same time.
Yeah. And one of the things I like to do, like you talk about, like I don't only just look at cards. like as Eric has mentioned many times, you know, I like to get autographs and see celebrities and stuff, and collectibles is another big thing that I like to follow. And you know, I see like stuff that people get signed at you know, events. I see memorabilia that people like, even our UDA department and stuff, like memorabilia that people like to get signed. And I try to sometimes take some of that stuff and turn it into cards. Like one of my favorite inserts, if people always ask, what's your favorite insert? One of my favorite ones, at least top 3, is the Frameworks cards, where we took a one, I think it's like 2-inch by 1.5 swatch, jersey swatch, one color jersey swatch, and made a sexy looking card out of it. And I don't know if you've seen it or know what it is, but it's basically, it looks like a framed jersey on a wall. Okay. And so like the jersey parts there, and then around it, we printed on a top sheet of PETG or acetate. We printed all the details that would go on the jersey, like the number, the name, whatever stripes. And our designers hate it because they have to go and look at all the style guides of every jersey. Because if we pick like Patrick Waugh, they have to go back and look at old style guides, but they have to look at all the different style guides, say, hey, you know, hey, we got a white jersey, so it has to look like this for the, you know, away jerseys for this team and blah, blah, blah. What's fun, and like occasionally I think there's been like one mistake because we picked a Red Wings jersey. It was Eiserman. I still own this. I own this card because I was like, oh, I love it. But unfortunately, it's all red. And the reason it's all red is the Red Wings have a white jersey, but it has like red sleeves. And so they got the direction for a white jersey, but they cut the part of the sleeve that was red. So the Eisermans are all red, but it looks like a framed jersey. And how many like 1.5 by 2-inch one color jersey swatch cards can you say, you know, make a nice sexy card out of it? And that's one of them right there.
There you go. I like that. Let me grab a couple of these comments here, and then since you did mention those, so real quick, I'll read these. Frameworks are nice. Good evening, absolutely. I got a comment here that we'll have a little fun with Eric here in a second. I love it.
Oh, wonderful.
Now, since you mentioned, Billy, though, that you like celebrities, allow me to formally introduce you to one of our local celebrities. In addition to being infamous for many things, Mr. Bob Lewis here.
Hey, what's up, Billy?
Is an infamous individual in the YouTube space, but he is also known for one other thing that I mentioned earlier tonight. He was personally touched by the coalition hand of God. He is the one who opened 3 AEW blasters and completed a base set out of 3 blasters. Live!
Yeah. He's a miracle, man.
Only 11 doubles. It's pretty awesome.
Very well done. We had fun with it. It's like he started opening the one. He was just going to open the one. He did very well with it. Started opening the second one. Suddenly realized like the set might be within reach. And third blaster did it. Took care of it.
Crushed it.
Impressive. Very impressive. Did you end up grabbing any other ones to try to test your luck?
You know what? I hit the restock today, but he did not have any AEW today, so I was kind of bummed.
All right. Well, I'll say we definitely sold the concept of some blasters to folks. Like I said, if you want to bring the contraband over, Billy, and push it over the line, like, bro, we're waiting over here. The hobby boxes are still a little too expensive, but I'll open a couple of blasters for sure. But it's like, I need you to send them over.
Yeah, I wish I could.
There you go. All right, so real quick here. Yeah, no. These guys have been having a conversation for the last little bit. It's like, no, you guys do you. Listen, if you guys are having fun in the chat, do whatever you like. You're all good. No worries. I like this one, though, because it sets up beautifully. And literally, as I'm about to get a refill, let me just wind this up and let it go. This will be fun. Eric, where do you see Beckett 5 years from now? And I'm going to go refill and scene.
They only have 2 choices, and that is to completely rebuild from scratch every aspect of their company, their grading, their website, their products now that they're putting out, and completely tear their entire business model down and build it from scratch again, or they're not going to exist. They're absolute garbage in everything they do. And that's a shame, considering that they helped build this hobby and get it to where it is today. And they were so important to all of us coming up, from the first Beckett magazine you ever got your hand on.
When did this happen, Eric? Like when did they kind of become the heel of the community, or the collecting world?
I think when you continue to see that they are putting no effort into that name anymore, and they don't seem to care about us, the collectors. I mean, you start with their website. It is a disgrace. To navigate it, you need to graduate from MIT or Harvard.
I've heard that a lot, like 12 clicks just to get to where you want to go.
It's unbelievably difficult. You pay for their grading, their online, not grading, I'm sorry, their price guide online. Okay, so you type in Bobby Orr, right? You want to get, you paid for it, and you type in Bobby Orr, and you are expecting, his starting at his rookie card, going all the way to his the first 10 that pop up are from 1994 or something. I mean, it makes no sense, Bob. And then you scroll down 10 the first 10 cards, and there's 1966, and from then on it's in order. There's just the fact that they're the grading. They have 3 different products. They have the BCC CCCs, which they'll just give everybody a 10. Then they have the Beckett vintage grading, which a 7 isn't really a 7. It's really a 5, because it's vintage.
One thing I've heard mentioned about them as a negative, just as one thing, but it never really occurred to me until it did. How, you have your black label, you have your gold label, then when you get into the white or it's a silver, right? And then it's a white 7s or white. So it's almost by the color of the label, you already know if it's a less than in some respects.
Yeah. And, last week we talked about a possibility that there has been some shadiness in grading a former employee's cards. Okay. If that's the case, that's just one more strike against them, that they're completely corrupt. Yeah. Oh Jesus! I didn't I ask you to block him?
I'm not aware who you're referring to.
I hate you.
Take a number.
There's just I think my anger towards them really comes from the fact that they were so important to my early collecting, and I think almost feel like they've let me down.
Trade.
I think they've let me down. I think they've taken advantage of our generosity, our addiction to them early on. They're like, listen, we're number 1, and we don't have to try, and we can make up the rules as we go along. We can take advantage. We don't have to try on our website. We don't have, even the price of their magazines now. Now, I do understand that print media is a dying media, and the price for all print media, even your newspaper that gets dropped off at your front door, if you still do that, has risen in price. I understand that. But the monthly price guide has gotten thinner.
Has the bad man hurt you, Eric?
Yes, he has. He has hurt me, and I have nightmares of him. Every night. Keeps me up at night.
You know this is, Bob? You know this is, Bob? This is Jeremy from Beckett. He's the president of Beckett. This is the individual responsible for Eric's pain.
Yep.
Oozes confidence.
Yeah, but the best part, and the reason I like to bring this photo back from time to time, is because this was a promotional photograph they chose to use. This was a decision. I didn't need to Photoshop anything. I didn't need to cyberstock anybody. I just took it from their own promotion that they decided to use when they wanted to promote one of his appearances.
Yeah,
that's just one more thing. I mean, you can tell that their decision making is quite poor. It's just one more thing to add. So today, I get my hands on this, 35-point plastic holder, and it's just complete garbage, in my opinion. Complete garbage.
Now, do you think the fact that it was sold, like kind of this
What
point,
is? Are you guys hearing the feedback or whatever? The echoing and the wind or something?
Well, I muted Billy's thing. I'm just checking here.
Because I'm having a hard time hearing.
Yeah, it was like a background sound. I could kind of hear it.
Okay.
Now it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gone now.
Sure. Yeah, it was maybe like a weird audio thing. Anyway.
My headphones are I'll just get rid of them.
Yeah, no worries. So anyway, all I was going to say was that, so Beckett sold the company in 2005. And then I believe, if memory serves me, I could be wrong on my sequencing, but I believe then after that, the company that bought it, because originally, from what I understand from his podcast and stuff, he was comfortable with the people he sold it to the first time, but then they sold it, and it might be on its third owner after Beckett originally. So like it's already a couple of lines down, and now it's like by like a holding company or something, and like the company exists, obviously, but at a certain point, if you move far enough down the chain, it's like now you're with a holding company. It's like, do we still make money? Sort of. Okay. Stay the course. And that's to your point. They don't try anymore. And now you're kind of stuck in that position where like, it only becomes a problem if they stop making money and, or if they find, because almost everything they would have to do to fix a lot of the stuff that we don't like would be expensive. It would really be expensive. And to Will's point, you can vote with your dollars, 100%.
I do.
And a lot of us do. Yeah, we try to stay out of it. The only value they have for me is that their checklist thing is okay. It's not great. I don't like the way stuff is sequenced, and sometimes I can't find things easily that I should be able to find fairly easily. But that's because their database is antiquated, and it's in a very weird way. And in order to fix it, and we touched on it before, in order to actually fix it, you would basically have to overhaul the damn thing from scratch. That's going to cost you money, and it requires manpower in order to actually do it. And that's the only way you'd be able to accomplish that task. So it's kind of weird. So I don't know, man. It's kind of strange. You all good, Billy? Or are you going to take off?
I'm going to be taking off here soon. I'm just walking around, stretching out a little bit.
No worries. Anytime you need to drop off, just let me know. It's all good.
No worries.
It's all good. But yeah, the bottom line, though, with Beckett is I think a lot of people still put a lot of value. To your point, your biggest thing, I think what comes off is your disappointment. Like, you remember what Beckett was at one point, what it meant, what it stood for. But, like, we're on about owner 4 of this. So it's like, to them, it's a brand. And unfortunately for Dr. Beckett, he that's his name. He's like, so whenever people like us say, hey, what happened to your company? It used to be good. It's like, I don't run it anymore. I sold it years ago. And then they sold it. And then they sold it. And I'm the one who still has to answer questions about it. It's like, I have no control over what's happening. It's just my name.
For quite a many years, the Christmas present I was most excited about getting and horribly disappointed if I did not get was the thick, super thick Beckett hockey price guide. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the annual.
And that was my Christmas present, one of them. And that was the one that I looked forward to for many years. And I mean, just like I said, Beckett was a huge part in my early collecting days. And I just think they've given up, and they just are just trying to live off their name and reputation of 30 years, and it's too bad. So in 5 years, they're going to be either completely gone, or they will have to stay alive. They're going to have to blow the whole thing up and start from scratch. That's my opinion.
What's going to be interesting is if there's value to them in the long run, because their assets remaining. I don't think really magazines are going to be much of a thing for them going forward. It'll probably be all digital, but at the same time, people don't really read magazines the way they used to. The database had some value-ish, but again, you'd have to overhaul it. Even the suggestion to do the interns, you still have to pay the interns, and like, do they want to pay the cost? And the other piece of the puzzle is also going to be that, they still got the grading group, even though the grading group is struggling, obviously. But, like, honestly, if you took Beckett grading, as much difficulty as they've created for themselves, if you took Beckett grading and you got somebody in there who legitimately wanted to try to make a go of it, they still have some brand equity. If you got some people in there, enough personnel, clear your damn backlog, get back to actually grading cards, and turn them around in a reasonable period of time, relative speaking, you still have a chance. You still could, theoretically. So this one here, which is correct, still making money as they have a supposedly multi-year backlog. Yes, they do. And unfortunately, though, we people complain about the PSA thing, and I mentioned earlier tonight, PSA by their own admission has about 5.7 million cards left in the backlog. But the difference is they're clearing hundreds of thousands of them per week, at the same time taking new cards. They have the capacity to be able to do that. So if you can do that, yeah, it's a big backlog, but it means there's a good shot that before we get to the summer, they might be able to open a couple more levels, and they still have a shot at actually clearing it by fall. And then things get interesting. All of a sudden, you got all this capacity, and if you don't have to put it to the backlog, then those lower price levels become available again. Right?
I'd love to get $8 a card again. That'd be great.
Good luck.
I don't know if it'll quite go down that low, but we'll see. Like, I don't know. The question is though, like, okay, let's say for the sake of argument, for the hell of it, they open up the new office. Let's say they got more than enough capacity to potentially handle that. How many cards would you send in at $8 a card?
Well, the general person would send it quite a few.
I would think so, yeah. It'd just be interesting to see because obviously we've got a lot of cards already in the slabs. I'd be kind of curious to see, like, you almost don't want to drop it too much because then you kind of expend all your, you do want to keep, a constant flow. Now, mind you, new products would help with that. So if you got a lower price tier that has a flow, although some people got burned because they sent in a bunch of really cheapo base cards, that's not necessarily the best idea. I wouldn't necessarily do that.
Well,
but
that's the thing. You drop it to $8 and you're going to get garbage cards backing everything up again.
You are.
So I understand why they may not want to do that.
Yeah. So this is not a question. It's just a thought. I think what's going to be interesting, and you don't have to say anything about this one, Billy. I'll just render my opinion, and you can say anything or nothing. I always think that Beckett, possibly, but I do think the thing with Upper Deck, to my recollection, is that after what was his name? The previous owner, McWilliams, was it? What was the name? The gentleman who owned Upper Deck for the longest time. Yeah, Richard. So after I believe he passed away, I believe it's in a trust of some kind. Like the company operates, obviously, it's doing business, no problem. But I don't think it's as simple as like talking to one person to be like, hey, would you consider selling Upper Deck? I don't think it's that simple.
His wife owns it. It's his wife.
Yeah, okay.
And not to push it elsewhere, but if you want to know what's going on with Upper Deck and being bought, go listen to Jason Moshra talk about it on with Jeremy Lee.
Sure.
Okay. It's not happening. You're not offending me because I know where the family stands. And yes, someone will probably say, well, they can throw all this money and then it'll happen. I'm sure people have tried to buy Upper Deck before, but they have no interest in selling.
Yeah. That was kind of my understanding, and regardless of how they've got it configured after that, yeah, I believe that's right.
And no, Michael Jordan does not own Upper Deck.
Right. I think if they were interested in selling, Fanatics would already own them.
Thanks.
Well, I think if it was just a matter of just cutting a check, like they could, because I believe the owner, Fanatics, for some reason the name escapes me right now, but they bought Mitchell and Ness.
Yeah, they just.
Yeah, so that
sale happened this morning.
That's right. Yeah, so it's like it's not that they don't lack liquidity, but sometimes like you have to want to sell. Sometimes they can offer you a lot of money, but if you're genuinely not interested, you're happy with if your operation is running well, you're happy with the people running it. You don't necessarily have to move it. Like if things are working the way you want them to, you're good. That can be a legacy company. They can keep running it that way if they're happy and they're profitable. It's good. Why not? So let me just see here. I'm not ashamed to have a decent stack of high-end PC cards. Supposed to be sent to BGS, just playing the waiting game. Okay, fair enough. I know basketball. I know Aussie Card Dad has a lot of basketball and Jordans and stuff, and they've traditionally done a lot of basketball stuff. So I'm not too surprised at that. So that's fair. And I think there is
everything I have to say about Beckett is just my opinion. By all means, if that's what you want to do with your hobby, by all means, go do it.
Yeah,
I will not be.
The good news, though, is that I feel like in that space with the grading, having multiple options is to our advantage. It means you've got these different alternatives depending on what you're looking for. If PSA provided these lower price levels, that's great. They're going to get some business for sure. But CSG has a lower price level. They need to make sure they cover their own backlog. But that's another option. I like the holder. I'm a fan of the holder. Fix the label a little bit and it would be better. But
100%.
But the clarity of the holder, love it.
Best
SGC has a good spot. SGC has a good spot that people like. Nothing wrong with them. And if they end up getting a more competitive, like I think with Bobbles and Bottled cards out here on YouTube and some other bulk submitters, you can get as low as $23, $24 a card if you do bulk submitting for SGC. So it's very available.
Seriously, who wants competition? I thought everyone loved exclusives. We need an exclusive, grader, and slabber. Come on, guys.
That's right. So they can charge us $1,000 a card because they have no competition.
Oh, so like we joke about this, but like I would get a deranged Billy. Could we arrange so that Upper Deck could let Leaf try one AEW product just to see how many parallels they would throw into it? It's like, all right, Brian, give it a go. Let's see what you do. Go ahead.
Hey, Leaf got the first Kenny Omega card, I think. So they
had the autographs.
That's close enough. That's close enough for me.
That's
I don't want
right.
anyone else touching it.
Fair enough. It's yours now. That's right.
I like Leaf for what it is. I don't think it's better than what it is, and I don't think it's worse than what it is. It is what it is, and I don't hate the product. I do hate the fact that,
again, more with the hatred. Strong words, man. Strong words.
Well, I'm not talking about people, so it's whatever.
Bob, are you feeling the vibe of the hate? It's just coming off this man.
I do. I hate the number of parallels. It's the exact same thing, but this one's blue, this one's pink, this one's red, this one's purple. It's the same damn thing, and it isn't like it with Leaf. At least I have not found that on the. So you have like the 1 out of 100. They don't have it out of 100. I wish they did. Right, but blue one. Yeah. Versus the 1 out of 5 pink one. Mm-hmm. It isn't like the 1 out of 5 has better patches or skate or
not necessarily.
Or they're exactly the same. You're not getting a better piece of material.
I always liked what like Flair did with the show, like the row 0, row 1, row 2, row 3 kind of deal where they weren't true parallels. They, you got a different image. In most cases, it got shinier, the lower the row. So that was always and that's 4, you get the base and, 3 premium ones up to and including some that were numbered in the row 0. So that was always something that I enjoyed.
Topps Gold Label tried a similar thing out in the late 90s. They had a similar, I know Gold Label still exists, but I mean like in the late 90s, I thought they did a really good job with the design because the pictures are really nice. And you had class 1, class 2, class 3, and slightly different images, an action shot and this other thing. Similar concept to kind of what you're talking about. And of course they had the number variants with the different label foils. So I thought that was a good play. I joke about the Leaf thing just because like I'm glad they're trying stuff. But they do rely on the parallels a lot just to make it work. Overly done so. Like I said, multiple 1 of 1s has never sat well with me. That was always kind of silly, and it defeated the point.
You're never gonna convince me that. And I've heard one of the reasons that they have multiple 1 of 1s is because so people can collect the rainbow. Collect the rainbow of 1 of 1s. Do you know how almost impossible that is? Like,
yes, Billy, I do.
And so
I have the closest version possible. All the other Medano collectors is like, it's my fault you can't because I have, I don't even remember. It's like 6 or 7 versions, 2 1 of 1s, and the 4 printing plates. I have 2 of the 4 printing plates. I have both the regular 1 of 1s, and I have all the other variants. So it means there are 2 printing plates missing. But outside of that, none of y'all can have it. And I have both of the 2 of 2s. None of y'all can have it.
And this is all Leaf, right?
That's relief, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the struggles that we learned early with EPAC, like we have achievements and we want to encourage set collecting and that sort of thing. And, depending on how difficult something is, we give a better achievement and whatnot. But man, some of the early like entertainment sets, they'd be like, collect all 150 cards numbered out of 31 and receive this. It's just like, out of 31, like there's only 31 of each one of those, and you need 150 of those. Like, good luck. Yeah, we learned, and then we're sitting on a bunch of autographs that we basically just wasted because nobody's gonna be. Because sometimes if you have a low enough card and a rare enough card that people have to collect, people aren't even gonna go for the achievement. They're gonna toss it on ComC and then sell it for more money on ComC, and now you have less of those sets being able to be finished.
Well, that was always kind of the problem, yeah. When you try to get too cute with rainbows and stuff, it's that, like, look, rainbows are fun to do as a player collector, but there is a limit. There is a certain point at which, like, no, you've gone beyond challenging me to, like, well, now it's just not fair. Now it's like, well, what am I supposed to do with this? We've gone too far, you know?
Did you see the Allure solicitation for this year's Allure hockey?
I feel like I scanned it briefly. I don't recall.
There's actually an insert. It's a rainbow insert, and there's different levels, and it's like a red orange, and then it like combines, and it's like one big rainbow, and it's gorgeous.
Oh wow.
Oh, is that your Madonna?
So this is what I'm talking about. So that right there, if you notice, there are 8 cards, virtually identical.
Yeah.
This thing's out of 15. That's out of 7. That's out of 5. That's out of 3. That's out of 2. There's another out of 2. There's a 1 of 1. There's one of the printing plates. And I actually had another 2 out of 2 and then another printing plate. That shows almost all of it.
Look up 21 or look up 21-22 Allure. And you might be able to find what I'm talking about. 21-22 Allure hockey.
Got it. 2021.
I like the tiger stripes from last year.
Uh-oh, back to the tiger stripes. We're back to the animal prints. I'll see. Cardboard Connection should have it.
And you'll see what I'm talking about. But the one thing I did is I made this accessible. There's I think it's like a 100-card checklist, and I wanted to make it accessible to more than 1 or 2 people or 5. Like, I didn't want the lowest number to be numbered out of 5. So, like, the first 3 versions are ratioed.
Right.
You know, you might get one in every, like, a couple of box and whatever. And then there's the orange yellow and the yellow green and whatever. To the blue purple. The blue purple are numbered to 199. So that means you can actually make 199 rainbows. And there's more than 5 people that can make this rainbow. So there's still the chase factor, because 199 isn't like, you know, a million, but there's still, you don't give up if you don't get it. If you don't get one of those like 1 out of 5s. Right. And that's something I did on purpose. Like, I did not want these rainbows to be non-accessible.
So I think this is the one here. So you got 21-22 Allure. So we've got it here. I'm just going to scan down.
No problem.
Okay, so here.
Look at all those shiny parallels there, Eric.
So I'm going to see. Let me switch it over. It'll be a little easier to see. There you go. A little bit bigger. So yeah, you got your base, black rainbow, red rainbow, orange sliced die cut, number.
Scroll past that. Scroll past that. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, there you go.
So there's the rainbow card. It's yes, it's the same picture, but it's 5 separate cards. The last 2 are numbered. I think one's like numbered out of 299. I can't see it specifically, and I think the last one's numbered out of 199.
Yeah, so I can make it a little bit bigger.
And that was done on purpose. That was so people like to collect rainbows, but why limit it to like the big spenders, basically? Those Madonna big spenders. I wanted more.
Well, on a related note, I got to have a little bit of a discussion. I need to take Medano out of the quote unquote Legends rotation because it's like, enough already. No mas.
No. So that's my version of the rainbow that I created for Allure, and
with the color gradations, very nice.
I think it's kind of cool. And then, like, there's an achievement if on EPAC, if you do create the full rainbow of a specific player. We have what's called the full rainbow card, which goes from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, all on one card.
Oh, that's all right. That's cool.
All the way across. So, like, that's some of the achievements, but it's an attainable achievement also, which people can have fun with.
Well, I mean, you got the 1-in-1. That's not obtainable. 1-in-4 is.
Oh, that's not part of the rainbow. The 1-in-1 is your golden, all right, golden treasure card. That's just a bonus. If you're crazy, yeah, go for it. Then one person can get it.
Yeah. So it looks like so outside of that, the rarest one is out of 199. So yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. At least for the ones that are on here, so that ain't half bad. Not too bad.
Well, what about the? Maybe I don't understand this stuff, and that's possible because I don't collect it. But I mean, base red orange is 1 out of 4, right?
Yep.
Yes.
There's only 4 copies.
No, it's 1 out of 4 packs.
Oh, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yep.
Those are the odds of pulling one.
So you'll get two of those per box, or 2.5 or something like that.
Okay.
2 or 2.5. I think there's 8 packs.
Yeah. So the rarest not numbered one is 1 in 48 packs, which would be in a couple different boxes, which is not too bad.
Yeah.
48 packs is not terrible. I don't think that's not unreasonable. That should be doable. And the 2 numbered being out of 299 and 199.
Okay,
again,
I'm with
separate.
you. I'm on the same page now. Okay.
Yeah, which isn't bad. I think I agree with you, Billy. I think that's attainable. People can definitely track that down.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like not everyone's gonna be able to do it, obviously, but it's attainable, and that's what I was looking for.
I agree with that. I think that's fair. Anything else you want me to grab on here? It's pretty good though.
No,
Nice.
AEW Spectrum. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, I was looking at the AEW Spectrum. I need to see a little more of the checklist though. I did see though that you got Thunder Rosa in there, so that's good.
There are some new people in there. You know, people are like, oh, where's this person? Where's this person? You know, we spread it out. Like you only get a certain, like we had a certain number of wrestlers, we had a certain number of crew people, there's a certain number of tag teams in that first set, so we had to spread it out. And this next set's, you know, we'll split it up a different way. So you'll see there's definitely some new names in the second set in the Spectrum. And then the next set will have some new names and so on and so on. There might be some more of those like update or preview cards coming up here soon. Hint, 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 hint. There might be like some sort of game dated moment thing that we work on here pretty soon. Hint, 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 hint.
Now I wanted to share this one just for Bob. Hey Bob, so here's your boy, Orange Cassidy.
Nice.
There's your dude.
Okay.
Wow.
Did you read the back of his cards, by the way? Whoever does
Yeah.
our copyright is amazing.
Yeah, I had Bob read it when he pulled the card because he did pull the full base set. So I had him read the card, and that's why I said like Bob, this is your dude right here.
Like he
That's
might
the boy.
wrestle someday. You know, just something like
He does things sometimes.
yeah, he does things sometimes. Like that's like, oh my goodness, I read it. I was like, whoever our copywriter is gets it.
So by the way, Eric, here you go, a little WCW flavor. Got a little Sting here. Table
Yeah.
for 2. Little piece of a table, that's solid. Although I will say, Billy, I'm kind of curious about this one. I was trying to remember, what did Lance Archer and Sting like stand across, or was it just kind of a pairing you guys decided to put together?
No, it's just a pairing that they put
Yeah,
together.
okay, I got you.
It's
Because I was trying to think, like, I don't think there's anything I remember from that one.
What color is Sting's hair now?
Well, at that time, I feel like he was operating with a little bit of like a lighter at the front and like darker in the back. Like he did have a moment where he was like that.
Okay.
Well, you got to remember, Surfer Sting was blonde. Don't forget. Don't forget, he went the darker hair when he was Crow.
Yeah, I you don't have to remind me. I that blonde flat top back in AWA. You know, I remember.
I like the diamond thing though. I thought that was pretty good.
I mean, it fits the thing. I mean, they had the Diamond Battle Royal, so that's the metal card that they show. I wanted them to show the chair
shots. Yeah, that's what the one I think is going to be
that
fun.
one, which is still a cool looking card. I can't complain, but the chair shot's pretty sick.
Now it's going to be funny though, and this is where I'm going to get my entertainment. So now we're on the opposite side of what happened the first time. The first time we had people didn't read through the thing, couldn't figure out what the pricing should have been, and the boxes started going for like $200 and higher. Now you've got a product where it's like, okay, so what are you getting? 1 pack per box, 7 cards per pack. Guys, it's going to be priced. Even if you go with retail, what it should be, it's going to be more expensive. The good news is you're going to get hits. You will get hits in every box.
Carlos, I've already seen pre-sales and it's already been jacked up.
I know, for sure, 100%. It's gonna be very interesting because I've enjoyed even the guys who are wrestling card guys. Sometimes I'm like, do you understand what the composition of this was? Why are we still talking about the not being an autograph per box? It's like, look at the composition. It's right there. It's right in front of your face.
Yeah, some of them got it real quick because they put it on some of the forums and started blasting it immediately. So some people got it, and then I guess some people didn't read the people blasting us about it. But like I said, go look at the values of those autographs. It's so much. It's exceeded our expectations. I'll put it that way.
Yep. No, I agree with that. Let me grab a couple of things here. When is Danhausen going to be in AEW? That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Good old Danhausen. I think I would love to see that. I was joking with my buddy. I go, oh, we got to have some Danhausen. I feel like that would be like a good candidate for the e-packs or for the like the exclusive what they did with Adam Cole and with Bryan Danielson.
Those type of cards are coming, and there's update cards that are coming, and like I said, the last set was delayed for a number of months, so the next flagship isn't as far away as you guys think. But I mean, we got Spectrum obviously, but you might be seeing hopefully in the fall sometime, the next flagship coming also.
There you go. I like that. So Baz, just to answer your question, I saw him pop off. I haven't heard from him, but he might have just logged off for the night. So I'll reach out to him a little later. But yeah, I did see that as well. But yeah, it happens. But no, that's good. I am still excited. I'm interested. I'm also probably that's going to be another one where it's going to be singles because I do know the prices have been jacked up. It's like, yeah, if I wasn't doing it $200, I'm definitely not doing it at like $300-$400 or whatever it's going for now.
Yeah, and people are like, oh, it's this much a card. I'm like, a base card this much? No, it's the big hits that are gonna bring the money. And because someone's like, I think someone asked. And I answered it. They're like, "How am I supposed to collect a set, like a full base set?" And I'm just like, because they're thinking it's gonna be. They're doing the math in their head. Well, Steel City is selling this for $400 a box now, and I only get 7 cards, so that's like $50 or $60 something a card. Blah blah blah. I'm like,
yeah. That's not how you would build that set. That's not how you would build
something dollars a card. It's the hits are gonna go for what they go, and the base are gonna go for what they go.
It'll be a fraction.
Up to $400 in the secondary market. We'll see, but that's the latest price that I saw. I think David Adams had it at $300, and then it sold out real quick, or they switched it up and took it down. And next thing I know, Steel City, from what people have been saying on the Facebook pages, it's at $400.
All right.
Yep.
So Bob, we're not getting that. I don't think we're getting that break on the stream. I don't think, Bob.
No, not until Eric shares some of his billions with me.
I'm not there yet. I'm working towards it, Bob. But once I get there, you're gonna get some. I promise.
That you might have to use some of your godlike coalition powers and get like the all Sting box or get all the all orange Cassidy and Sting box, a little bit of the two.
When Eric gets the billions, all you got to do is pick up a bunch of Kaboom cards. He's going to buy them from you, so then you have a whole bunch of money.
I am. I'm going to buy all of them.
See, this is where Billy, if you have a bunch of those booklets, can I just send him a stack of the Kaboom paper? It's like, Eric, here you go. It's like Bob drew it on it. It's like, oh, that's a crude drawing. I can't show that to people.
I'll start.
Good job, Bob.
I'll start with the paper, and I'll go from there.
I did think it was interesting, Billy pointing out like the Kaboom is the pattern style. Is that kind of the
name
case?
Of the pattern?
The name of the pattern. Is that the case? Yeah. Most of like Mosaic. I mean, I think that's a Mosaic pattern, right?
Yep. That's the name of the pattern.
Right. So,
are you suggesting that company not named is not creative with their parallel names?
No, they have some very creative parallel names, but they also, like I said, it's very tough coming up with insert names nowadays. It really is. I'm sitting there. I was building Parkhurst, and two of my new inserts got legal said, no, you can't do this because this company did this, and this company did this, and this this is copyrighted, and it's just like, ugh. It's so I went through like 3 rounds of trying to get an insert, like 2 insert names for Parkhurst, and it's frustrating, but it is what it is. So, like Eric said, maybe it's gonna be just repeating the same inserts over and over again because that's all. There's no insert names left.
I just don't see a problem with that. I really don't. I mean, I see the argument on both sides, and again, it's just an opinion. But if the hobby the hockey hobby, who works with Upper Deck, is okay that for the last 30 years, Young Guns is Young Guns.
But that's not an insert though. That's a subset of the base set.
But the point is,
yeah,
it's the same name every year. That's what you come to look for. That's what you're ripping packs open, looking for Young Guns,
Yeah. You got the same with Future Watch, not to the same degree, but Future Watch has been used a long time too.
And I wouldn't have a problem, again, just an opinion, of every year having the same insert name, but obviously looking different, and being excited about, oh, did you check out this year's?
I can get on board with that to some extent. Like the Stadium Club Beam Team, like I wanted, every year Shaq since the first one, I wanted to get the next year. What do the Beam teams look like this year? Yeah. So some sets, but also, consumers, I want to see something that I haven't seen before. So
yeah. Well, I think that's covered by Billy's. I think that's covered by Billy's. Billy's mandate and those guys saying, "Hey, give me some new stuff as well." Come up with a couple of new ideas, some new concepts as well, and a combination of the two. There's a couple of good questions here, but I wanted to touch on this one. Bob, why are you not the premier super collector of this? The Hyper Flamingo Pink Disco. That seems like a Bob Lewis thing to do. Just saying. Think about it. Am I the only one who thought Medana looked like Phil Mickelson? Phil Mickelson would need to get in pretty good shape. Medana was in pretty good shape in his day with all the skating he was doing at the time. But Phil Mickelson would appreciate that comparison. If PSA comes down again for $50, what price do you think they choose? They will come down again. That's not an if. It's a matter of when.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, at the rate they're going, especially. Like, I would recommend to you, Korean Cardboard, if you get a chance, PSA has its own podcast. I will give you the name of it, since I referenced it earlier, but I didn't name it, so I'll name it quickly. And in the beginning of each episode, they actually give an update on the backlog. So if you're curious and actually want that information, they are providing it to people now. So
I think they'll go as low. I definitely think they'll go as low as 25.
Yeah.
And if they're smart, they'll probably stop it there. But I think they could go as low as 20.
Yeah. So it's called the PSA Pod. Very creative name. The PSA Pod. But like I said, if you are interested in kind of on it, that's straight from the horse's mouth. So they are giving updates on where they're going. So from week to week, you can listen to that number as it's being adjusted and get a sense for how much progress they're making. So it does give you a little bit of an idea. It does feel like, though, they're trending down towards because the president, Kevin Lenane, has targeted the fall. He's saying he thinks they can have the backlog done by the fall, which means there are a lot of people who are about to get a big old stack of PSA slabs in the next couple of months.
Because people won't be sending them in after July.
We'll see about that. Eric, the market could literally go to negative. It's like PSA is like record submissions. Why? They still need a place for these LaMelo balls to go. Yeah. So Billy was definitely at Tiger Stadium before it was demolished. We did have a chance to talk about that one earlier tonight. So quick question to the panel here. Once the big pulls are pulled from products, should there be a price adjustment based on the dollar values left in the boxes? Should there be? Yes. Are there? No. Just kind of the way it's worked out is that people don't actually do that analogy I gave about people not looking at the spec sheet and realizing what that information was readily available. It's freely available. Anybody could have looked it up. You think somebody's going to look up and realize the big pulls are gone? They're going to buy the boxes thinking they can still get the big pulls. It's like, but yeah, the big pulls already been done. But it's like, they don't pay attention. They're not looking at it.
And there's still stuff to pull.
Yeah, for sure. So even if it's like a second tier thing, I don't think the price would get adjusted down. That is not a Groot hat. I think that's a goalie helmet, isn't it? Goalie helmet right there. Yep, there you go.
Jerry Cheevers, number 30, Boston Bruins.
Yep. Parkhurst. Opera Deck has that.
Yep.
The Parkhurst brand. Let me know if you need some super parallel names. There you go. Just make a list of animals, colors, adjectives. I'm pretty sure Panini has those trademarked. Maybe add a wild card column. There you go. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you have a paid membership to use the service directly, but you have. Oh, you're talking to me. No, I don't. Whenever I do send something in, I'm sending it into I'm sending it in through Brad at PSA Canada, just because they do a lot of bulk submissions. Plus, I know Brad. And he's in good contact. So I sent in 10 cards at the $50 price level. So I had no problem sending that in, and I'm actually tracking all the dates and times. And once everything comes back around, I'll actually be able to make a video giving you exactly how long it took from all the way from my house, shipping out, all the way to them, all the way to coming back to me. So you'll get a report back on that.
Yeah, we do have a animal print also in Allure. And the thing is, it wasn't because it was like, oh, well, they're doing an animal print, we got to do an animal print. I was there's only so many colors too. And I'm like, I want to make a pink parallel. I go, but I don't want it to be a normal pink parallel. I'm like, what could we do? So I made a pink leopard parallel because there's just some like tacky, I don't know if you ever just like clothing that's just tacky pink leopard. I was like, this would be fun. Like I did a blue china parallel because I'm like, my friends' grandmothers have these blue plates on the wall. I'm like, this would be kind of funny too. So yeah, we do have an animal print, and then I turned it into a parallel because we needed an exclusive for one of our retails. So we switched out the color. So there's the leopard and the pink leopard, but we do try to stay away from animals because our competitors also use a lot.
How do you feel about a baby shark parallel, as Don Russ did?
Nice.
We've got the San Jose Sharks. They're a bunch of no, I'm just kidding.
Ooh! He wanted to delve into controversial waters. I like where he went there for a second.
No,
what you probably could do at this point is probably just go find some old Hockey Night in Canada tapes and just go to John Cherry's Suit of the Week. Carol.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That's
like
a great idea.
Yeah, it's like just steal it. He found like shower curtains or regular curtains and turned them into suits. You can probably steal that pattern. There's plenty of them.
The cherry parallel. That's great.
Yeah, and you can swap it out. It doesn't have to be the same every year. It would change.
I've got a parallel that's just people are absolutely going to love it, or they're going to be like, what the F-bomb, but it's going to be good. And I just saw our designer brought it over to my desk today, and I'm like, they were excited about it. I'm like, show me the base version of this card first. I don't want to see the parallels. Show me the base first.
Yep.
Like, I just want to see if this worked with it.
No, Billy, right. did they ever think about looking into the past and when they think about adding extra things instead of having the same card and the same picture like we've been talking about all night over and over again? My favorite set of all time is the 69-70 O-Pee-Chee set. Okay, in hockey, this thing had so many different. They had stamps. They had booklets. They had, it just went on and on and on. They had all these different things you could collect within the set. You could take the stamp, put them on the back of the card. I don't think I have any of the cards in front of me right now that have the place for the stamp, but you could add that to the card. You could keep them together. They came in packs of 2. And then you had the team books, and then you had these other stamps that went into the team. I mean, this set was filled with different items that you could collect. So it wasn't the exact same thing over and over and over again. There was several different things in that set that was produced that year that you could try to collect and chase. That's why I love that set so much.
And you said one key word, and that was the word collect. And I will say, if you look at the 4 major sports, I will say the hockey fan are the best collectors and set collectors between the 4. The problem is it's that those numbers are getting smaller and smaller each year, unfortunately. And trust me, I'll build inserts specifically to collect. I'll build inserts that have large quantities of subjects in it. So they have to buy a number of boxes or trade to collect the full 50 card set or 100 card set. That's one really cool thing about the canvas cards is like you have to collect them. It's a set, but all the technologies and things that you're talking about are a lot more expensive to do also.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, what sucks is there's just not as many collectors. They want these kind of hits and stuff. But trust me, that is one thing that Grant instilled in me when I started building cards, because he is a big believer in set collecting also, is try to come up with inserts and things that that people will want to collect as a set. And I think we do that fairly well with hockey, but we also still have to, there are specific sets that are for set collectors, and there are specific sets that are for people that love like big hits, like the cup. There are people that, there are sets that are pretty good for breakers, There are sets that, and we try to meet as many of our type of collectors in each set that we can, but we do know that not every set is built for every person. Yep. So I'll tell you what, Eric, where you'll see that what you're talking about happens a lot more in entertainment than it happens in sports cards, and it's because I think a lot of that sort of stuff just isn't received well by the sports card collector anymore.
So I do agree with that. So Eric, before you share, I know you're about to go. You got a stack there. Hang tight.
Make the point. Yeah,
hang tight.
Right.
Let me catch up on a couple of these.
All right.
So Korean Cardboard just saying here, to use PSA service directly, one has to have a paid membership. You do right now because they've only opened up certain levels. And at the current lower levels, unless you go through a bulk submitter, you do need to have at least a silver membership. That is the current state right now to get into those little things that they do. Little lottery kind of thing to let you into it. Previously, though, you didn't need that. You could submit directly to them at their regular rate, and that would be fine. But right now, you would need to be at least a silver member to participate in their little events. They call them like submission events or whatever. You would basically get in a queue. If you are doing it through bulk submitter, though, a lot of them have a certain amount of slots that they can have available, and then they can make them available to you. So you got both options right now, depending on what your situation is. I feel like we need to buy Eric a Groot hat now. He can live the dream, man. Don Cherry went to an upholstery shop and picked fabric there. Facts. Chad's the biggest buyer of bourbon and other luxury items. I know they started to get involved in this economy of buyers of basketball cards due to exports. Yeah, they buy a lot of assets. Part of the future ecosystem for sports, i.e. the future. Sure. I think a trout goldfish parallel would be a winner. Settle down. Favorite set grew up in 1990 Leaf Baseball. That was a good set. Look at the pictures. Great photography for vintage baseball. 65 tops. I like 65 tops. Never a fan of the pennant thing, but I'm with you. I get the general idea. I think they did all right with that. Perfect. Just wanted to get caught up. All right, Eric, go ahead.
So, I mean, again, I'm just doing this to kind of explain where I'm coming from. And I understand. I think, Billy, you're 100% right. Again, I agree with you 100%. Right now, people aren't collectors. They're investors. They want big hits. They want to see how much money they can make. They want to flip. I get that. And the collectors is what drives the hobby. And the collectors are the ones that demand that the companies make, and because that's what they're going to spend their money on. So I get all of that, but here's like a base card, right? So this is the 6970 OPG Bobby Orr. All right, that's the base card. You flip it around. There's a spot on the back to place a stamp. Okay, here's what the stamps look like. These were inserted in packs. Okay, you take the stamp, you put it on the back of the card. So that's another thing to collect.
Yep. And then what's going to happen is someone's going to say, "Oh, you just ruined the value of the stamp and the card," because they're going to be like, "Oh, the stamp's worth something and the card's worth something."
And that's fine. You don't have to do it, but it's there to do. And just so happens that these 4 stamps were not placed on cards, and this card did not have a stamp placed on it. But there's plenty out there that in 1969 people did that. So in the exact same set, as you're pulling, wax and ripping them apart, you also can find these team booklets. Okay, and they open up like a magazine, and they have spaces to put these. Okay, because this is the other thing that's in the set. These 4-panel cards, and you can see Bobby Orr up there in the corner, and you could tear these apart to turn them into singles if you chose to. And then you take the single and you paste them in the team book. So there's a lot to do.
Eric wants to do arts and crafts with his cards, Billy. He really wants to do arts and crafts real bad.
I have a question.
Please, Bob.
So, or one of us is upside down, or is it just in the eye of the beholder?
Bob, you're not the only one to ask. Not even the only Bob to ask this question, and it's a legitimate question. Like, Eric is from Massachusetts. They're a little bit confused over there. The obsession with clam chowder causes like issues. There's like it's weird, man.
It's
real weird.
It's no question. New England is a different place.
Very different. We all agree, Bob. It wasn't just you. It was not just you. Your observation is on point.
Way to go, Bob.
So Eric, to answer your question, in a slightly smart alecky way, but
well, that's what I appreciate the most.
Okay,
Billy.
So go to like Walmart or Target, and they have these little books, and then just wait a few months, and then find those discounted stickers that Top sells, and go get your sticker book, and have a NHL hockey sticker book, because that's what they do, and that's kind of what that is. But no, it's cool to put. And here's the thing: is you talk about stamps. And yes, they were done with O-Pee-Chee a while ago, and maybe that's something cool that Tony brings back with O-Pee-Chee. But like it's one of those things. Like other people are doing stamps, and like Topps puts stamps in cards, and so it's like, oh, do we want to put stamps in cards? Mm-hmm. I know it's completely different because you're talking about taking the stamps, putting them on the card, putting them in this booklet, which is kind of a cool concept. Which is, that's something that O-Pee-Chee is built for. Like that's why we like to go back and kind of do fun stuff like that. But it's just kind of we try to stay away from what some other people are doing also.
Yeah.
And I think
my big point, Billy, isn't do we do this? It's my point is things can be done other than just copying the same card over and over again and changing its color.
Bring back fun packs.
That was my point in showing that in that set in 1969, when the technology was nowhere near what we have now, and the capabilities and the money that was, remember, this was all made to sell bubble gum. That was the point, was to sell bubble gum.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with cards and stamps. That wasn't the thing. So with today's technology, the millions of dollars that are invested in cards, not bubblegum anymore, you would think that they would be able to come up with different things to put in, different chase things, instead of just the same picture over and over again. Now, again, I remember, I totally heard everything you said 2 hours ago and agreed with everything. So I do understand the business aspect of it all.
Where some of that fun stuff can happen sometimes is on EPAC. And I'm not trying to like plug EPAC a million times. I realize I've mentioned it a little more than I usually do. But one of the inserts that I made was the tall boy insert.
Yeah.
But you didn't get a tall boy. What you had to do was you had to collect the 3 pieces of the card. And it's funny because if you look at your EPAC collection, there's sometimes where it's like the heads and then the legs of somebody else. So it just looks like a shrunken person if you're just looking at all your cards together. But you had to collect the full set of head, body, feet, and then you redeem that and you get a tall boy of that card. That's one of the things that we did. Another thing is like something I added in Parkhurst last year. Parkhurst is where I kind of like test the limits of what we can do on EPAC.
Yeah.
I created like these stars, and then you collect a certain number of stars, and then you can turn those in for I think it's the Emerald Ice parallels of the Parkhurst cards. And those are numbered to like 10. And then if you get a certain number of stars, you can get an autograph. Or if a certain number of stars, you get like a rookie. And a certain number of stars, you get the SP stars, like different little things like that. There are little fun games and collecting things that you can do on EPAC that do result in physical achievement cards. But I understand what you're saying with other things. It's just sometimes difficult to think of something where you might cause like with the stickers and stuff, you might cause damage to a card, or like you do something really cool, but people aren't willing to do the activity that's the cool part of that card because they don't want to damage it because again, everything is now like, what's it worth? And it'll lose some value. But like I said, some of the stuff that you're talking about is a lot more in entertainment cards and not as much sport cards that we make.
Yep, I think that's fair.
And
Now,
again, Billy, just remember, I totally heard everything you said tonight and agree with it. And
did you hear what he said though? Did you agree with it?
No, but you I don't like. Billy I do like, and I want to make sure Billy knows.
Please continue reiterating your point. Continue.
Yes, and
anyway, so look, I needed to cut him off. He needs a minute. He needs a minute. We'll come back to him, but I wanted to kind of make a point. Again, my house, we do this however I want. The thing is that, and this is going to be something that's going to be kind of interesting for me. It's not a new idea, but at the same time, I'd be kind of curious because with the MVP collection now, we have the insert that harkens back to the previous MVPs. Like they harken back. They started off with the 98, 99, went to the 99, 2000, and so on and so forth. I actually like those. I actually like some of those late 90s MVPs myself. So I actually like those inserts. I'll grab the Jamie Benns and stuff. It's fun. But the one that I'd be curious if it's something that I think you'd have to wait a little bit because I think it would be coming up in 2023-ish or 2024 would be the 25th anniversary of the UD Choice, which only came out the 1 year. And then that's where you get the StarQuest Golds. I don't know what the market would receive those like, but I thought those were interesting.
There's certain, I believe SPX has stolen the StarQuest.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's something that it's one of those inserts that we've all licked our chops to try to get, and somebody else got it before I could. I'm usually pretty quick on stealing inserts from the other guys.
Have they actually been using it though? So did they steal it and actually use it?
It's in SPX, and I believe it's an achievement, but it definitely is in SPX, the StarQuest, and they might even maybe in Synergy. I'm not sure. They might have used it more than once.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because to me, it felt. What I liked about it was that it accidentally became a nicely valuable insert that was inside a kind of a low-end product. It was but it was accidental because, yeah, they're out of 100. You got 30 cards in the checklist, but you've got so many boxes that it's actually spread out over a very large print. Actually, they're pretty tough to pull. And that was kind of fun.
Throw Victory Blacks in there too. And
yes.
Carlin stole those for the Expos. So unfortunately, we can't really use those either.
All right. No, that's fair. That's good. That's good to know because I hadn't caught that. Maybe it'd been a while. I just missed it, but I thought those but it's one of those things where that's actually kind of unfortunate also because it's while I like the set, that's one of those ones that it's like an anniversary thing. It would be like on the 25th year, it'd be kind of cool to bring that one back because it's been enough time. But it got thrown in there a couple of times in between. That kind of takes a little of the joy out of it a little bit. So that's what worked for the MVPs because you had them at 20-year clip. It had been 20 years, and you're going 20 years backwards. But you do get a little reliant on it, unfortunately, after a while.
Yeah.
So it's fair enough. I get it. Cool. So let me go here real quick. I know I was following along with Korean Cardboard. Right now, PSA has a bunch of those that listed off. I don't think it's not necessarily. So the 5 thing is the lottery thing. You have to be a silver member to get into those events. If you are a bulk submitter, a lot of them, your mileage may vary. You have to check with them. Some of them have a certain allotment, and how they choose to divvy up that allotment is case by case basis. That's all I'll say on that because your mileage may vary depending on which bulk submitter you get. So that's hopefully that helps. Yeah, StarQuest's been pilfered. Perfect. Yep, no problem. Want to say it's Synergy. Gotcha. Yep, no worries. Yep, perfect. Cool. All right. So Eric, now we've got a window. If you want to finish off any other rants, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, we'll wind her down with the chat.
No, I think I'm ranted out.
All right. I wanted to let you have. You had quite a bit of time. You got quite a bit of leash tonight.
Unless somebody wants to, fire me up again about something, I think I'm.
Bob, do you want to offend this man in a way that'll get me to bounce him off just because it'll be funny?
Oh, I can't. My eyes are going crossed. I'm so tired right now, so I can't.
So you're saying some of your silly cards are starting to look legit? That's how far off the kill tree you are?
Pretty much.
Nice. So first of all, guys, yeah, I believe they have, and I think what happened is they grandfathered in the folks that had them previously because they wouldn't want to take on new memberships right now. But if you had them previously, they extended them. When they shut down, it carried it over. So if you already had a year membership, they just extended it. So those folks still have their memberships. That's how they're able to get into these events. That's my understanding of how they're doing it currently. That's as far as I'm aware. I can double check with Brad, but I believe that is correct. So sounds good. So any last comments or thoughts, guys? You can put them in the chat. Otherwise, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lots of great comments and things. Billy, thank you for joining us.
Hey, it was a blast. I had nothing better to do. I'm dog sitting right now.
Nice.
Yeah.
And the
Has the dog been behaving itself all right?
The dog's sleeping. No, he's already like, dude, you fed me. I'm done.
Nice. Part of what got me thinking about and wanting to wind it down is that I was like, I think it's time for me to go grab a snack myself. I'm getting kind of hungry. I don't know if cereal will do it, Bob, but maybe it might. How good a job is BGS doing? You got to start that one earlier, Ozzy Cardad. Although we did have a little bit of Beckett and BGS content anyway. We did get some of that in. I'm sure Eric will come up with a new one. The holder thing was a new one. That's
I'm
pretty
surprised that nobody commented on it because I kind of asked.
I don't think a lot of people bought. I'll be honest. I think people bought the Beckett Shield penny sleeves. Mm-hmm. I think they bought the Beckett Shield semi ridges, which are fine. I use them. They're pretty decent. They're pretty straightforward. There's nothing crazy about them. They work.
Right.
They do the job. I don't think too many people use those weird holders. I feel like the top loaders have gotten some play. I've seen that. And they have team bags. I've seen the team bags as well. They're fine. They're pretty much standard team bags.
I'd be curious to hear people's reaction when they come across them. Like I said, I don't know how long they've been out. Today was the first time I've ever experienced one, and it's complete garbage. So I'm curious what other people's opinions are on them.
All right. Sounds good. So, Eric, I may be in the Northwest Boston burbs. You got Northwest Boston burbs. Let's meet up and curse kabooms over lunch. There's an offer.
Sounds like a great time. Let me know.
There you go. Sounds good. Poke the bear next week. There you go, Ozzy Cardad. And thank you for hanging out, as well as the other Aussies that pop in from time to time. We do appreciate you. Guys, great evening. Thank you all for hanging out. Lots of great questions, lots of great discussion. Some of you were chatting amongst yourselves. All good. Glad you were able to have a good time. And we even had a poll tonight. I got a chance to play around with the poll. First time I got a chance to use it. Well, Eric, you inspire people. We had to have a poll.
Oh, there you go. Anything I can do to help.
Sounds good. And I do have one more comment I want to make sure I captured here. Thank you, Billy, for sharing your passion and creativity in the hobby with us. 100% agree. 100% agree. Great comment. To come up with stuff during the week for Eric. Yes, by all means.
Won't take much.
Yep. Cheers. Absolutely. Cardboard Neor. Love it. All right, sounds good, guys. Have yourselves a good weekend. Oh, here we go. One more thing. Name gets in the last shot. 133 days until July the 1st. So, Billy, by the way, you might want to, plan an extended vacation from Upper Deck. This individual down here told us that basically there'll be Hobby Armageddon on July the 1st. So you might want to if you got a couple of weeks vacation or something, you might want to grab it at the end of June into July.
What's going on that day? That's International Fight Week. I'll be in Vegas.
Yeah, well then do that. That's good. Apparently it's like the zombie apocalypse or sports cars or something. Everything goes to zero. Bob Lewis reigns the land and becomes our king. Something like that. It's going to be cool. It's going to be awesome.
We'll see. It's on a Friday. We'll see.
I know. That was the other thing. People were asking about that. It's like, actually, July 1st does fall on a Friday. What a coincidence.
One thing, and it's not a topic, it's for next week, but last week we talked about Joe Burrow cards. I think 1 week is not enough time, but next week, let's take a look at card ladder 2 weeks out from his loss to see how much his cards have dropped.
Yeah, well, they've already started, and which is normal, by the way, standard off after a Super Bowl. Win or lose, there is a drop immediately after. But yeah, we can see what it's looking like a couple of weeks out from that. So that's definitely a thing.
Because I said they're going to drop. So
yeah, is that a name ring a bell to you? That was for you, Eric. Mark Hoyle.
It's not jumping out at me at the moment.
All right, fair enough. Sounds good. Thank you, of course, Mr. Bob Lewis, YouTube Hall of Famer extraordinaire. There you go. Sounds good. All right, guys, have yourself a great night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll catch you next time.